though his profile is already displayed on the screen. He is a distinguished business and technology leader recognized among top 100 AI makers and known for driving profitable omni-channel through tech, AI, and growth marketing. As a founder and CEO of DAIOM, he helps brands scale by combining data-driven marketing, enterprise analytics, and advanced martech solutions, supporting business across e-commerce, retail, fintech, and healthcare. The other details are already there on the screen. You can always view it. So I take this honor to invite CA Ashok Agrawal to kindly come up and felicitate our speaker for the day. Utturya, please. Request the audience to give him a huge round of applause. A memento. Thank you, Ashok ji. Thank you, sir. The session is all yours.
So good morning, everyone. Am I audible at the back? Perfect. So one confession, I am not CA. Okay, I am an engineer by background. So every time I visit ICAI conference, मेरे नाम के पहले CA लगा देते हैं. So apologies for that. So my session is a little bit about AI and analytics, but I'll talk less about analytics or AI, but I'll talk about how can analytics help you drive business growth. But before I start, So I come from a city called Gurgaon, which is known for AQI about 300. So यहाँ पे ना I feel little good कि यहाँ पे I can breathe fresh air. But when I was coming to Calcutta, I was quite scared. I was scared because of two reasons. You know what? So yesterday, what was the event which was popular in Calcutta? Messi. So Messi was coming, so I thought Messi आ रहा है कहीं mess में तो नहीं है city. Okay, so I was worried about कि there will be traffic jams and all, and I wanted to visit little bit of the city, but fortunately the city has transformed. I'm coming after 14 years to Calcutta, and I was amazed by the infrastructure. I visited both the Kali temple and the Dakshineshwar temple. I tried the metro also. Amazing. I used to think Delhi metro is very good, but Calcutta is the city where metro was started. Okay. The second reason I was scared is much more scary, but before that, I have been in the field of AI and analytics especially data-driven historical analytics for almost 2 decades. And the good part about being in analytics is almost like being a CA. Okay, you can do CA work in any field. Okay, you need a CA in FMCG, telecom, e-commerce, every business. And similar for people in analytics. You can put a word analytics across e-commerce analytics, retail analytics, all types of analytics. And analytics also goes one level down. Okay, it goes across departments. It goes in HR, analytics, sales. मतलब कोई भी word लो, business function लो, उसके आगे analytics लगा दो. Are you guys okay if I use little bit Hindi? Anyone not comfortable? Just raise your hand. अच्छा, you're not comfortable. Comfortable, okay. Oh, Hindi से emotion आता है ना हमारा, right? So while I have worked across all departments to drive analytics and data transformation, it has been very easy for me to work with customer service, marketing, but the most toughest department has been the finance department, and it is people like you. And the main reason is because CA and finance people are very analytical themselves. It's not easy to sell them analytics. They are already very analytical driven and they are already mature. उनको numbers पता होते हैं, उनको अपना profit, loss, cash flow सब पता होता है. So for me, it has been easy to work with people who are less educated on data, and which creates a big impact, and that is marketing. How many people think marketing has a lot of waste of money? Anyone thinks? No? You think marketing is very efficient? Huh? It's very efficient. It required, na? So raise your hand, sir. How many people think marketing requires improvement in efficiency? Very good. So call me for it, okay? I'm specialized in marketing analytics. I help businesses drive better at marketing. So I am scared of people like you, but we are happy that people like you are there in organizations who control a lot of output and use a lot of data. But what I feel is the data which the finance team uses is only around finance, okay? And when I was hearing your president talking about is how do you drive impact to business growth across all functions? And that is where a enablers function will come, and that is what I will focus on today's presentation, okay? So quick question, how many people wear some kind of a smartwatch or a fitness tracker here? Can you guys stand up please? थोड़ा morning है ना, थोड़ा fitness है तो that's good. So can you share what fitness bands and all you wear? Brands बताइए, show off करते हैं थोड़ा. Apple Watch? हाँ? Boat? Fast Track, amazing. But how many people, you can sit down please. How many people are really fit? हाँ? तो मैंने ना बहुत सारी वॉचेस 10 साल से ना मस्ट हैव स्पेंड 4-5 lakhs. अब मैं स्मार्ट रिंग पे आ गया हूँ, बट ये रिंग्स वॉचेस से यू डोंट गेट फिटर, राइट? यू जस्ट गेट मोर डेटा, ओके? यू गेट मोर डेटा, और वो टेकी जो किक आता है ना वो बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बट इट डज नॉट मेक अस फिटर. यू एग्री? जो फिट होता है वो वैसे ही फिट होता है, उसको कोई वॉच उसकी जरूरत नहीं होती. तो and this is my favorite question, I keep asking people, what is the KPI you think defines that you are fit or healthy? Anyone? कि आपको ये देख के पता चल जाता है ये मेरा इनपुट घड़ी में कि यार आई एम फिट, आई एम ऑन द राइट ट्रैक. व्हाट इज दैट KPI? हार्ट बीट, स्टेप्स, व्हाट एल्स? पल्स, BMI, ब्लड प्रेशर, स्लीप. How many people track sleep? तो सैटरडे नाइट को ना मैं बिंज वॉचिंग करता हूँ, और सुबह उठ के मुझे गिल्ट लगता है जब मैं वॉच में देखता हूँ अरे मैं सिर्फ 3 घंटे सोया हूँ. आई फील लाइक सुबह उठते ही एग्जाम में फेल हो गए. सो a lot of KPIs we track across, and in fact, have you heard of the company Noise? They create watches and headphones. And I was talking to him, and we were discussing what is the key KPI to look at. But he asked me one question, Saurabh, do you know which is the most used feature on the smartwatch? And you would be surprised, it is not tracking steps, it's not playing games. You know, it is changing watch faces. That's the most used feature on the phone, on the watch. So that is the reality. We think we want to be fit, uske liye hum lete hain, but it's more of a gadget. So this is a KPI chart which I worked with one of my friends to create. Ki how do you track being healthy? You eat well, you lose weight, you are aerobically fit, and you have hundreds of KPIs out there. Now that is the state of our organization. कुछ KPI बढ़ रहे हैं, कुछ KPI घट रहे हैं. Whenever we go for a meeting, whatever KPIs are good, we show them, and next meeting we say, oh उसको भूल जाओ, ये नए KPIs बढ़े हैं. Incidentally or accidentally, we end up moving in some direction, but there is a very difficult thing to know what is input is driving output. Sometimes it is luck, sometimes it is effort. So my whole talk is about how to use data to drive culture change, and that's where somewhere a bit of AI analytics भी हम लगाएंगे. How many people think AI and analytics are same? Can I have a raise of hand? How many people think it is same? Nobody thinks it is same? How many people think it's not same? उससे करते हैं. अच्छा. हाँ? Can you share why do you think it is not the same?
AI is a tool for analytics.
अच्छा, AI is a tool for amazing. Yeah. So analytics in simple terms is about analyzing something and figuring out how to improve. So I would say analytics is a subset where AI can help it improve. Okay. Now today there are two terms which got famous in the last 2 decades. One was predictive analytics and predictive AI, and there is generative AI. Last 2-3 years there has been a wave of generative AI. We are creating text, we are creating images, we are creating videos, which is generative AI. We are creating code also. Okay. But what is predictive AI is, business analysis, why our sales are down, why our cash flow is negative, how can we improve our ROAS, how do we do this, how do we do that. That is predictive analytics, which is helping us predict an outcome, whether it will rain, whether we will reach on time. All that is predictive AI. How generative AI helps predictive AI is what the content we create code or something to use it in our predictive AI. So mostly in business functions, when we are trying to improve the outcome, it is more of predictive AI we are focusing on, leveraging a little bit of generative AI. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, being two decades in analytics, the fundamental of analytics haven't changed so much. It was all about descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. All jargons created by companies like Gartner, McKinsey, and all. Very simple framework to look at. Descriptive is just telling us the facts. Diagnostic is helping us solve a problem, predicting the outcome, and prescribing. Honestly, I haven't seen much people reaching from even predictive to prescriptive. But what has changed is 2 decades ago, big companies who are spending billions of dollars in tech were able to solve it or afford it. Today, we have access to those tools with just 100 rupees of spend we do on stuff, where it can make it easy for all. So the cost is dropping rapidly and the speed is increasing at an 100x speed. Okay. Now, how AI and analytics converge? Okay, AI helps analytics in 2-3 ways. One is it helps us do faster data management and coding. The first step of any analytics is to organize your company's data and make it useful, whether it is your transaction data, customer data, and all. The second is by using agentic AI, you can create multi-step process. But what I'm most excited about is conversational AI. Conversational AI is where you can ask a bot or something कि मेरी sales क्यों down है, yesterday की sales कितनी थी, परसों क्या होने वाला है, all those things. Today we ask a person, the person goes and opens up a dashboard, he finds the answer and does it. Honestly, we have not reached the third stage with good accuracy yet, but surely we will soon. Honestly, in the world of last 2-3 years, analytics part of AI has been the slowest to grow, and we'll talk about it little as we go through the presentation as well. So today's talk, I will talk about some stories of companies who have made transformation by using analytics and data with a little bit of tadka of AI. We'll talk about 5 mistakes which I see me making or others making, and then we'll sum it up. So the first story is about my buying experience of these shoes. Okay, so past 2-3 years I've stopped wearing formals. मतलब ये कोट भी मैंने 3 साल बाद निकाला है. मैंने कहा CA की कॉन्फ्रेंस में आ रहे हैं, कुछ कोट वोट पहनना पड़ेगा. And I have stopped wearing leather shoes. Okay, and it was because one of my friends showed me कि यार ये this is one type of shoes which you can wear. It will look leatherish, but it is very comfortable to wear, and you can go 20,000 steps in a day also very easily. तो मैंने कहा हाँ अच्छा है. कौन सी कंपनी का है? उसने कहा Skechers का है. तो फर्स्ट आई वेंट ऑनलाइन, आई चेकड इट, देखा 8-10 हज़ार का है. मेरे को लगा कि देखते हैं, एंड आई एम वेरी स्केयर्ड ऑफ बाइंग शूज़ ऑनलाइन. द नंबर 1 इशू विच आई फेस इज साइज और फिट का प्रॉब्लम होता है. सो व्हाट आई डिड इज आई विजिटेड अ नियरेस्ट स्टोर ऑफ स्केचर्स नियर अ मॉल इन गुड़गांव, एंड आई ट्राइड इट. देखा, सब अच्छा लगा, पर वहाँ भी कोई डिस्काउंट नहीं था, और बनिया दिमाग है, डिस्काउंट के बगैर कैसे करेंगे. सो देन आई स्टार्टेड सर्चिंग ऑन अमेजॉन, मिंत्रा, saw the price little bit same. Then I realized कि my wife's friend works in Skechers, तो उसको फिर कॉल किया, 30% का डिस्काउंट कूपन लिया और यूज़ कर लिया. Okay, how many people have done similar things, researched online and purchased offline? है ना? So this is called ROPO effect. Okay, ROPO is research online and purchase offline, and initially a lot of people started buying online. The first company which we started using was railway tickets. ऑनलाइन खरीदा, टिकट किया, आगे बढ़ गए, फिर बुक्स खरीदा, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स खरीदा. नाउ व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज ऑनलाइन इज इन्फ्लुएंसिंग अ लॉट ऑफ ऑफलाइन परचेजेस. ओके, पीपल डिस्कवर प्रोडक्ट्स डम स्क्रॉलिंग ऑन इंस्टाग्राम, एंड देन दे क्लिक, देन दे से अच्छा नियरेस्ट स्टोर जाते हैं, ट्राई करते हैं. बट नॉट ऑल प्रोडक्ट्स वी आर बाइंग ऑनलाइन. प्रोडक्ट्स लाइक ज्वेलरी, प्रोडक्ट्स लाइक शूज, प्रोडक्ट्स लाइक साइज फिट, क्लोथ्स, expensive thing, anything above 5-10,000 rupees, we'll go offline and buy. So it's a very complex journey. So I had the fortune to work with a company called Lenskart. How many people know Lenskart? How many people are wearing a chashma of Lenskart? Amazing. How many people applied in the IPO? So I had the fortune to work with 2-3 of these brands. Lenskart के साथ 2-3 मतलब 3 साल था मैं. And we started, I was there when we were just exiting COVID. So they had about 250 stores. From 250 stores to we reached 2,000 plus stores. और फिर मैं काफ़ी बोर हो गया था. And then I started my own practice. So the whole idea is most brands utilize data in isolation. They only utilize data which is sitting with the brand. So now what companies like Lenskart, Carrot Lane, they started online and then they expanded offline. So what they did is they started looking at what people are doing online and they realized chashma online बेचना बहुत मुश्किल है. You agree? How many people who purchased Lenskart, they purchased in the store? But you saw it on the site before coming? So what data we saw is people जिसका phone number available है, 50% of people buying in stores were checking online. But online का revenue is less than 10% of it. बट उस लॉजिक से तो कंपनी ऑनलाइन बिजनेस बंद कर देना चाहिए, है ना, ROI जस्टिफाई नहीं करता. बट इफ वी डोंट हैव ऑनलाइन, द सेल ऑफ ऑफलाइन विल गो डाउन बाय 50%. ओके, सो द कस्टमर जर्नी इज वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन, एंड दैट इज वेयर एन ऑमनी चैनल अप्रोच टू लुकिंग एट बिजनेस वाज की. And all these 4 companies which I am talking about, Carrot Lane, Lenskart, Sleep Company, Snitch, they don't do online P&L separate and offline P&L separate. You must have seen करते हैं कि एक मार्केट प्लेस का P&L बना लिया, ऑनलाइन का P&L बना लिया, ऑफलाइन का P&L बना लिया. जैसे ही आपने अगर ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन का P&L साथ में बना लिया ना, you will kill the offline business. That is the number one mistake I have seen people doing it, because you stop regarding the customer journey coming from research online and purchase offline. Do you know how many hours people spend on internet in India? It is 6.5 hours on an average, and a person like me spends about 10 hours. And social media pe it's almost 3 hours plus. A person like me must be 4 hours, 5 hours, and that too on multiple devices. So this is a big change which is happening. Now this helps us look at multiple things. It looks at, when you look at online कि store कहाँ खोलना है. If we see आसाम से traffic ज़्यादा आ रहा है, but लोग खरीद नहीं रहे हैं, तो वहाँ पे store खोलो. Okay, and online gave us a lot of signals where to buy, what to buy, where to open the stores and what people are interested in. So when you're visiting online site and then checking कि अच्छा ये वाला shoes is available in this zip code or not, that gives us an idea, okay, this zip code is interested in this product. In online you can place 10,000 SKUs, right? But in a store you can only put 400-500 SKUs, plus size, fit, सारा problem होता है. So online gives huge amount of signals for the customer to understand, and then brands can scale it up. So this is number one use case which I see is a huge data analytics problem which people can use online and offline very seamlessly. I can talk hours and hours on this. I will leave you with my blogs and all where omni channel पे बात हो रही है. The second story which I will talk about is offline stores में the number one issue is sales are down, right? People talk about like to like sales are down, growth नहीं आ रही है. How many people have heard their clients say this issue? Amazing. So this was one problem statement I dealt with when I was at Lenskart, and they were 200 stores. The challenge was sales were declining from multiple stores, and when we asked the store manager, sir, footfall नहीं आ रहा, marketing नहीं work कर रहा. That is the big number one explanation you get. Now, if you look at what is store sales equation, okay, store sales equation is basically footfall multiplied by conversion multiplied by average order value, right? This is the equation which we use in digital world कि आपका online traffic multiplied by conversion into this. So because all the founders and the team were digital, they said कि यार यही concept हम लगाते हैं offline में. But you know what is the biggest challenge in offline? Average order value आपको पता है, right? The most difficult thing is to measure the footfall. Okay, and footfall कैसे measure होता है? वो एक बंदा बैठ के count करता है. Now, if you don't know the footfall, how do you do better at understanding what is happening? And that is where AI came in. So the company then partnered with another company to measure footfall. I'll just show you an example. So this tool, what it does, it sits on the camera, and then it tells ki how many people are coming in, what time are they coming in, and what aisle are they visiting, and what are the heat spots which they are coming. कि वो मेंस वेयर पे जा रहे हैं या वुमेन्स वेयर पे जा रहे हैं कि इस पे जा रहे हैं. Now, I'll just. So when a person picks up the store item, it says the person's intent is very high. It also tells कि what is the age group of people who are going. Is it a kid? Is it a male? Is it a female? वो थोड़ा बहुत idea दे देता है. And it also tells the amount of time spent. So how did this data help us? The data helped us in understanding what is the footfall, the real footfall, how much people are engaging. Okay, and one interesting thing which I learned in this whole thing is कि store staff बताता है, सर मैं शक्ल देख के बता सकता हूँ कि customer interested नहीं है. Have you heard this thing? है ना, तो शक्ल देख के बता देता है. But person who is the least interested must have the highest value. उसका पर्स मोटा होगा. Okay, and nobody wants to be treated like that. So once we started looking at the data, first we said अच्छा footfall कितना है. तो देखा फुटफॉल की तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कन्वर्जन की प्रॉब्लम है. नेक्स्ट वी वेंट इनटू सेइंग कि कन्वर्जन की प्रॉब्लम क्यों है. तो पहले देखा कि इज देयर इनफ स्टाफ अवेलेबल, एंड वन इशू विच वी फाउंड आउट, फुटफॉल आफ्टर 7 PM was good, but the conversion suddenly went down. Okay, and then we started looking at attendance data, and we realized a lot of 30% of the staff were females, and females generally go by 637 for the right reasons. तो स्टाफ कम हो जाता है, तो देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम इन स्टाफ अवेलेबिलिटी. सो वी सेड कि लेट्स मेक्स द शिफ्ट लाइक दिस कि 7 to 9 PM में इनफ स्टाफ इज देयर टू कन्वर्ट. वो सॉल्व किया. फिर अगला था कि हाउ मेनी स्टाफ आर अटेंडिंग द कस्टमर्स. ओके, व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड लुकिंग एट द स्टाफ अटेंडिंग द कस्टमर्स, वी रियलाइज्ड कि वो जजमेंट होता था कि सर ये तो खरीदेगा ही नहीं, मैं बता सकता हूँ, शक्ल देख के बता देता हूँ कौन खरीदेगा नहीं खरीदेगा. देन वी सेड कि यार वो खरीदे ना खरीदे, यू हैव टू ट्रीट द कस्टमर वेल, यू हैव टू respect him and attend him. तो एक KPI बना दिया attending customer का. तो what the moral of the story is, if you use data across the life cycle, sales हमें चाहिए, sales का data हर कोई track करता है, but what drives sales? Sales is driven by footfall, it's driven by conversion, it's driven by average order value. If you drive enough input matrices around it and measure it accurately through a system, not through a human, you can scale up your offline impact. These are more examples. Heat map वगैरह भी बता देता है. And this is like a very, well, I'm not marketing this tool, but that was huge impact which created, and it was sitting on the CCTV cameras which we have in the stores. मतलब cost कितना था मेरे ख्याल से 3,000 rupees 4,000 rupees per month था per store का, per camera, which is like less than one order. एक order भी extra हो गया तो you can recover the cost. So what it helped us is, it helped us took a store conversion from 22% to 30% plus. Okay, and the bigger impact it happened is the payback period of a store reduced from 22 months to 14 months because you are able to break even very quickly. The third story I want to share is about data culture. Okay. Today what happens is, in our organization we have hundreds of KPIs which companies are monitoring, but एक KPI सब अच्छे से देखते हैं, वो revenue है और profit है और cash flow. I think so those are the 3 ones which everyone agrees, but बाकी सारा clutter होता है. How many people agree with me? Okay. How many people are involved in business planning, forecasting, AOP, 5-year plans? तो what are some KPIs you use to drive कि revenue ऐसे grow होगा? What are the inputs which you use? Anyone? Number of stores कितने खोलेंगे? So AOP or business plan, what I have seen is false because of the assumptions. Is that right? assumptions खराब होते हैं, वो इनपुट हो जाता है. फिर होता है कि assumption हमने जिस KPI पे लिया था कोई उस पर फोकस ही नहीं कर रहा. So this is an example which I'll share about how do you choose assumptions. Okay, so last 5 years in 2020 we all went through this dreadful time of COVID, but to me COVID was a big data culture change for the country. Okay, when the COVID was going bad, there was one KPI every day newspaper में आता था. It was number of deaths or number of people who are active with COVID. You agree? हर रोज आता था इतने केसेस आ गए, इतने केसेस आ गए, उसको देख के हमें डर लगता था. We used to get scared कि इतने बढ़ गए, आपस में आसपास बढ़ गए, कैलकाटा में बढ़ गए, दिल्ली में बढ़ गए. So there might be multiple things which are happening, but it resulted into how bad the situation was measured by number of active cases and number of deaths happening. But when the situation started improving, do you remember which was one number which was published every day on newspapers and we used to track? Improvement. मतलब जब when we were coming out of COVID, what was one thing which reduction. हाँ, but it tell me a positive KPI. ये नहीं है आंसर. Immunity, recovery, or I'm still looking for the right answer. Vaccination. You remember जब वैक्सीनेशन पहले 10 करोड़ हुआ, 1 करोड़ हुआ, फिर 50 करोड़ हुआ, बट व्हेन वी क्रॉस्ड 100 करोड़ ऑफ वैक्सीनेशन वी फेल्ट कि हाँ भाई इंडिया कवर हो गया है. ओके, द मैजिक वाज इन दिस होल डेटा कल्चर. ओके, whatever the PMO did, the government did, they really made this key, we have to all get vaccinated. Let's make sure every city, every person, every home has more people covered with vaccination. Okay, so vaccination drive is a concept. This whole is called a North Star KPI. Okay, a North Star KPI is a single metric that best captures the core value of the product delivered to the customer. And many companies use this concept of North Star KPI very well to drive a culture change. Now what happens, an intelligent human mind can remember 3 to 5 KPIs at the best. A normal person cannot even remember 2 KPIs every day. So if the system, you have to move a country like India, कि सबको बता दिया vaccination drive पे करना है. So the entire machinery was working on it. And that was not a revenue KPI, it was not another KPI, okay. So you remember we were talking about health KPIs. Which is the most strongest health KPI you can monitor for yourself without using a tech gadget? You know what it is? Without buying an additional smartwatch. आपने बोला था शायद steps. कितने steps होने चाहिए एक healthy person के लिए रोज? 10,000. So 10,000 steps is such a interesting KPI created for everyone in the world कि सबको पता है 10,000 steps कर लेंगे रोज तो we will be healthy. हाँ? अच्छा जूता, वो अच्छी प्रॉब्लम है, घुटना चल रहा है पर वहां तक पहुंचना पड़ेगा. तो my suggestion is your client or your organization focusing on that one input KPI which can drive real transformation. Okay, that is the challenge people face. People are over obsessed about revenue कि मेरी कंपनी का 100 करोड़ रेवेन्यू हो जाए, 1000 करोड़ रेवेन्यू हो जाए. एक नीचे वाले व्यक्ति को वो फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वो कहते हैं फाउंडर को फर्क पड़ेगा, प्रोमोटर को फर्क पड़ेगा, मुझे नहीं फर्क पड़ता उससे. So how do we motivate them to do over and beyond themselves is the key question. So I have an additional story about North Star KPI. Tell me one thing, how many people love listening to music? How many people don't like to listen to music? None, ना? मतलब बंगाल में है तो यहाँ तो संगीत is very important. Can you tell me which is your favorite music app which you use? Spotify. How many people for Spotify? And how many people, एक मिनट हाथ ऊपर रखिए, how many people are using the paid version of it? अच्छा, चलो ठीक है, no worries, मैंने कोई उनसे इंसेंटिव नहीं लिया है. Do you know Spotify was not the number one, the first app to come on. It was actually the last app which came out. People who love Spotify, what is that you like about Spotify? Tell me. हाँ अच्छा फ्री वर्जन है और क्या चीज सॉरी हाँ जैसा गाना चाहिए वैसा आता है रिकमेंडेशंस बहुत अच्छा है बफरिंग होता है उसमें कभी बफरिंग नहीं होता एक गाना चलाओ अपने आप ही उस टाइप के गाने चलाना शुरू कर देता है राइट डू यू नो हाउ डिड दे डू इट वो एआई तो सभी यूज कर रहे हैं ना एप्पल के पास कम एआई है गूगल के पास कम एआई है जियो सावन के पास कम एआई है हाउ मेनी पीपल यूज जियो सावन ऐप वेरी गुड ऑल द बेस्ट तो you know Spotify was optimizing on this single KPI called maximizing listening time of music. Okay, now what does it mean? उन्होंने कहा जो उसको गाना सुनना है उसको बहुत सारा गाना सुनाएंगे हम. तो what they did is they started saying number one problem that time used to be buffering. They said we will do zero buffering. तो जब आप एक गाना सुन रहे हो वो 3-4 गाने बफर करके रख लेगा, ठीक है. But also it started working on multiple pieces कि गाना should be less, it should be this, that. In fact, Spotify has the least library amongst all competition. Apple Music, Google Music have the biggest library, but people don't love it. People love Spotify because it keeps on playing interesting music of your genre. It learns from you. So the company pivoted to this कि यार हमें बस revenue बाद में देखेंगे. We will focus on maximizing listening time. And today Spotify is the biggest app in terms of revenue, $19 billion, 650 million people, almost like 65 crore people monthly active, and 260 million paying customers. And it cracked by cracking customer experience. And what it said is output metric was not revenue. Output metric was derived after listening time. The input metric was get people back again and again, get people to spend more time on the app, have new notifications, have personalization. करते करते उन्होंने एक KPI को पूरे डिपार्टमेंट में अच्छा से स्केल किया. So the challenge which I see in many companies is people are over obsessed about revenue. You should be obsessed about revenue. But when you are creating your AOPs and all, what is that will lead to revenue through your customers is the key thing. Now I'll tell another example of Lenskart. So how many people own more than one specs every time they use? मतलब अपने पास 2 होता है. 5 साल पहले होता था ऐसा? नहीं होता था ना. तो वहाँ पे ना कॉन्शियस था कि हमें ना नंबर ऑफ आई वेयर्स पर पर्सन इंक्रीज करना है, ठीक है. क्यों करना है इंक्रीज? रेवेन्यू के लिए करना है, वो सब करना है. बट एक सुबह का चश्मा बना दो, एक दिन दोपहर का चश्मा बना दो, एक ऑफिस का चश्मा बना दो, एक कॉन्टैक्ट लेंस बना दो, एक. So put in the fashion element to it, and to do the fashion element they started releasing one new collection every 15 days. In fact, if you visit a Lenskart store every month, you will find a different set of collections. You will have 30% collection same, but many things will be repeating. So people might say कि यार चश्मा है 2 साल में लोग खरीदेंगे, बोरिंग कैटेगरी है. बट आई थिंक सो विल गिव बैक टू द कंपनी दैट दे क्रैक्ड फैशन इनटू इट. सो द होल लर्निंग विच आई हैव विथ ऑल ऑफ दीज इज देयर इज डेटा मच बियॉन्ड फाइनेंशियल डेटा which leads to financial growth. The keys, are we learning and focusing on it or not? So these are 3 stories which I had. I'll go about with 5 mistakes I see people making. Next. Any questions people have? Yes? हाँ? वो बाहर चल के बात करेंगे, रिकॉर्डिंग हो रहा है. नहीं, फ्यूचर अच्छा है सर. चश्मे चाहिए लोगों को, हम फोन पे करेंगे. हमारे इनफैक्ट समथिंग फॉर नॉट नोज ऑल्सो. पता है क्यों? जब हम रात में फोन लेके देखते हैं, झपकी आता है, नाक पे गिरता है, दर्द होता है. हुआ है किसी के साथ कभी? बीच में ऐड आता है ना सर. एनीवन एल्स हैज अ क्वेश्चन? हाँ, सी देखिए, पहले हम 100 रुपए का कैसेट खरीदते थे. अब ये स्पॉटिफाई का कनेक्ट को कॉस्ट क्या है? 2 कैसेट का कॉस्ट है, हम दे देते हैं. अगर आपको ऐड नहीं देखना तो आप
ultimately it may be the customer obsessed with this app and
See,
they will purchase.
Yeah, see what my learning is, कस्टमर किसी का सगा नहीं है. कल को कोई और बेटर ऐप आएगा, हम उस पर मूव हो जाएंगे. कुछ और आएगा, हम उस पर मूव हो जाएंगे. राइट? तो इट इज मतलब वी डोंट फॉल इन लव विद इट. So my first biggest learning is there is an hype always there, okay, in technology cycles, especially with analytics. In पीछे बिटकॉइन भी आया, पता नहीं कहाँ चले गया, फिर पहले डेटा वेयर हाउसिंग आया, बिग डेटा आया, इंटेलिजेंट डेटा, एआई, जनरेटिव एआई, ये सब आता है, हम अडॉप्ट करते हैं, सीखते हैं, टर्म्स आते हैं, हम भी यूज करते हैं, बट many hypes also goes down. So the important is we need to know the tipping point, that it is a cutting edge or bleeding edge. I'll explain the difference. Cutting edge technology is you're using technology to do good, but they are bleeding edge technologies also. Jaise blockchain was a bleeding edge technology. Okay, it came, it became hyped, I don't know where it went. But Bitcoin is going fine. वो ऊपर गया, नीचे आया, वापस से ऊपर जा रहा है. Blockchain as a technology didn't find much use cases. But honestly, generative AI, it has been 2 years. It is evolving and it is making us efficient. So it's not a hype, which I definitely feel. But adoption is very, very slow. This was a recent survey done by McKinsey about adoption of agentic AI and stuff in multiple departments and companies. So 70-80% people are still figuring out what to do, which is okay. But what I would say is experiment karte raho. Okay, don't stop experimenting because you will be left behind with it. The second is there are chatter around LLM मुझे build करना चाहिए नहीं करना चाहिए. So the way I look at is there are two things. Okay, either you are building a refrigerator or you are building Coke. Now I'll explain you what does it mean. So building a refrigerator means, are you a producer of the tech? So what NVIDIA is doing, what ChatGPT is doing, they are producing tech. And then there are consumers of the tech, which are people like us who are consuming tech and building it. Now what happened with refrigerator is refrigerator business didn't really scale up much. But refrigeration as a concept really scaled up. The cold drinks of the world, the cold storage, the हमारा सफल का जो मटर होता है फ्रीजर में रखा होता है, वो सारा बिजनेस ये था. So this was only 1%, this is 99%. So today this whole generative AI is focused on producers. The consumers have not really picked up. You don't see companies getting transformed by consuming it, which will soon happen. So definitely don't get obsessed about कि अच्छा मुझे next big LLM कैसे बनाना है. हमें LLM नहीं बनाना, बहुतों को एक आध कोई होगा जिसको बनाना होगा यहाँ पे, या इंडिया में भी कुछ 10 लोग होंगे जो बनाएंगे. So the whole idea is be a user and try to build business value from using the tech and try to transform your life with it. Now I had the opportunity to work with a company called Motherson Sumi. How many people have heard Motherson Sumi? What do you like about that company? Financial, balance sheet. हाँ, तो जब मैंने कंपनी ज्वाइन किया था 2017 में, द कंपनी वाज $5 बिलियन. जब मैंने 2020 में छोड़ा तब वो $15 बिलियन हो गया था. अब उसका रेवेन्यू है करीब $25 बिलियन और उसका मतलब द फाउंडर्स विजन इज $30-50 बिलियन. So he takes very aggressive plans, and it is a company of CAs and finance people. It's a very interesting company to study and read about. So when I joined the company, you know, the first use case I worked for them was internal audit. Okay, now internal audit was a great use case because internal audit के नाम पे ना आप कोई भी data ले सकते हो. Okay, and auditors today take a lot of financial data when they are doing your analysis. You agree? वो मांगते हैं अपना सारा transaction data दे दो, ये दे दो, वो दे दो. And this actually sparked because companies like Satyam did a lot of घपला in their balance sheets and all. But वो balance sheet में घपला नहीं होता, वो transactions में घपला होता है. You create fake transactions. So the whole idea was to do at the raw level. And these are famous use cases for finance. But the most, and I always wonder that the biggest use case for finance is not those. It is revenue and sales forecasting. Do you guys agree? But is it done well? How many people feel they are able to accurately predict sales and revenue? आप कर लेते हैं सर अच्छे से? अच्छा, amazing. अपने लिए clients के लिए? Clients के लिए, great. How many people agree that they are able to do very accurate sales and business forecasting? नहीं. What are the reasons? What are the challenges? understanding the business. Yeah, market changes. So most of the forecasting is done only on sales data. Do you guys agree? 70% data used is past sales data, है ना? So I'll take an example of a very good example of forecasting. Okay, how many people used Uber to come here today? Amazing. कितने सारे लोग? Did the cab time was accurate? मोटा मोटा कि 25 मिनट लगेंगे अच्छे से, right था वो? मोटा मोटा था, ठीक है? तो the best example to me is forecasting when Google Maps does forecasting. So if you think about ट्रेडिशनली क्या होता था, इट वॉज ऑल बेसिस आपकी गाड़ी की एवरेज स्पीड कितना, डिस्टेंस इतना, उसको डिवाइड कर दो, टाइम से निकल आता था. बट वॉट गूगल यूजेस टू कम आउट एंड एक्यूरेटली टेल, semi accurately tell how much time will it take you to reach from point A to point B is historical data, traffic conditions, construction, weather, speed of other vehicles, and 100 more signals which are happening. Okay, so to me Google's data is not good because it has great algorithm. Okay, it is good because it has lot of good signals which is telling how much time will it take, and it is collaborating. So for our businesses also the same problem happens. We don't have much of signals available. हमें competition का data पता है, but वो इधर उधर फैला हुआ है, हमें signals नहीं पता, and lot of companies don't focus on capturing and maintaining signals. So the next step which comes to my mind is organizing, getting best at AI requires organizing your company's data very well. Okay, if you look at what are the number one challenges people face in doing predictive analytics or AI adoption, is not the model or the tool. It is data quality, data privacy, integration challenges, skill set. So data बहुत आता है इसमें, because data is not available. Only sales data, transaction data is available well, जो GST वगैरह के लिए चाहिए, but बाकी signals data अच्छे से available नहीं होता. So why is it not available? Because a company is siloed. Okay, some data is kept in Excel sheets, some data is kept with partners, some data is kept with departments, emails, Excel sheets, बहुत सारा कचरा बचा हुआ है. And people are bureaucratic also. सब data देना नहीं चाहते, वो मेरा data दे देंगे तो ये हो जाएगा, वो हो जाएगा. वो एक बहुत बड़ा apprehension होता है. But when you put it all public, it becomes not public. You make it available for your forecasting algorithm. It gives you better output. Yeah. So in fact, you know, if you go and search what is the motto of Google, it is not about creating the best algorithm. Google का जो motto है, it is to organize world's information to make people's life easy. Okay, and that is what at the end power of data and analytics is for organizations. You organize companies' data well and you will drive bigger impact. Now the fourth misconception I have seen people making is they are over obsessed about tools. Okay, कि मेरा chat GPT is better than perplexity, perplexity is better than Claude, Claude is better than Excel, Power BI. So what my learning has been is all tools are there, equally done, and it's a race which is happening. कभी ये better है, कभी वो better है, किसी का pricing better है, किसी का कुछ better है, but you keep trying. Don't fall in love with the tools. Tools आके चले जाएंगे. कभी टैली अच्छा होगा, कभी जोहो अच्छा होगा, कभी ज़ेंडेस्क अच्छा होगा, कभी कुछ अच्छा होगा. टूल से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. Tools will become easier, cheaper, faster, better, and it's becoming easier to switch tools also. Earlier, if you implement SAP, to move from SAP to different one, it's a challenge in itself. In fact, SAP में SAP से SAP आना जाना is a nightmare. And I used to joke with lot of my CIO friends कि CIO is not Chief Information Officer. एक बार ERP implement कर दो ना, वो career is over हो जाता है उनका. They get fired or they have to change their jobs because it's bloody so stressful. Now, this is one of my friends. He won an AI challenge in 10 minutes. Okay, they were given on the spot to create a fully functional weather app. जैसे weather.com होता है ना वैसे. And he created a fully functional weather app by prompting. And he is not a coder. Okay, he is a business person sitting in the business teams knowing zero coding. So if you know zero coding, you are blessed in the world of AI because you don't come with any baggage. You know ki what I need to do. If you can explain it to somebody, if you can prompt it, you are done. And it was an amazing thing. उसका prompt लिखा हुआ है यहाँ पे काफी अच्छा. ये act as an author, crafting something. ये पूरा prompt लिखा हुआ था newspaper में. Just reading that prompt was very interesting कि how well he was able to give instructions. जैसे हम अपने secretary हमें किसी को बोलते हैं अपने office में instructions देते हैं, तो if we get better at giving instructions, our job is done. And finally, experimentation is the key. This is Nusair. He started creating videos on Gen AI, and his claim to fame is, first he became very popular on Instagram, on Facebook, because he created one video every day for 1,000 days, and then he cracked the code on it. Now what he has done is he has started creating videos on stories, one video using Gen AI, and I'll show one video. It's a very interesting.
This man invented the game of chess. He showed it to his king, and the king loved it.
I love this game. I want to buy it from you.
The man replied,
Sure. I just want a grain of wheat. That's it.
1 grain on the first square, 2 on the second, 4 on the third, and keep doubling the grains until the 64th square. The king laughed and said,
That's nothing. We have a deal.
At first, it was nothing. On the 10th square, just 1,000 grains.
There you go, sir. 1,000 grains.
But then the numbers exploded. On the 20th square, 1 million. 30th, 1 billion. 40th, 1 trillion. By the 64th square, 18 quintillion grains of wheat. That's more than the wheat in the whole world. And because the king had promised, he was forced to give him every grain in the kingdom.
And checkmate.
This story is not about wheat or chess, it's about exponential growth. Our brains don't understand the power of exponentials. If you just become 1% better every day, you can become a billionaire. That's 1 minute. See you tomorrow.
So this is Nusair. He has been creating one video using AI. This video I think so took him about 10-12 hours to do. It's a fully AI generated. ChatGPT से script लिखा, VO3 से video बनाया, integrate editing and all. So the whole idea is experimentation is key and trying again and again. Don't try to find a new course कि analytics AI में कौन सा नया course करें. Use the tool, watch a video, watch a course and start using it. That's my biggest learning in it. And in my house, you know, the best person to use an AI is my younger son Advait. He's 11 years old. So I'll talk about what he did in this summer. So he got an assignment to say write an essay on Agrasen ki Baoli. ये Agrasen की बावली है. How many people are Banias or Agarwals here? Anyone? तो राजा अग्रसेन तो पता होगा आपको. तो दिल्ली में there is a place called अग्रसेन की बावली. यहाँ पे बहुत shootings होती है. You might recall. So we visited there and it was told कि उस पे essay लिखो. तो knowing him being very smart, he went to ChatGPT and said, help me write an essay on Agrasen ki Baoli. Then he wrote, write it like a 10-year-old kid in CBSE 5th class will do. Okay. Then he said, rate the essay from 1 to 10. ठीक है, जब essay लिख दिया. Then he said, तो उसका आंसर आया 7. Then he said, improve the essay from 7 to 9.5. Okay. Then whatever the essay came, then he said the essay seems to be written by AI, fix it and write it like somebody, like a 10-year-old kid has written. And then finally he submitted. But what struck me कि ये इसने सीखा कैसे? इसने सीखा मुझे ऑब्जर्व करते करते. And he kept on doing कि इसकी टीचर उसको कैसे इंस्ट्रक्ट करती है, उसकी मदर उसको कैसे इंस्ट्रक्ट करती है. So the key in this whole thing is don't be satisfied with the first output which the AI will throw. Keep sending him back. मतलब डांटोगे भी तो और अच्छा होगा. ठीक है. And don't be nice to it. Be nice to your employees. Don't be nice to AI because AI will give you much better output when it throws out. So, and bonus thing which I feel is how many people give prompts on voice to AI, ChatGPT and all? Amazing. So if you are using, how many people use ChatGPT or any of those AI tools? So the best way to do is stop typing. I'll just repeat, stop typing onto this because when you type, you will be hardly able to give 5-6 words. okay? But when you will give a prompt using voice, you will be saying, जैसे ये image बनाना है, तो मैं कहूँगा help me create an image which I will use in a presentation to be done by ICAI, which will be this, that, मतलब बहुत लंबा, मैंने 4-4 मिनट लंबे prompts भी दिए हैं, and it will get more context. In the same time, you will type. So get better at speaking to AI. Don't feel bad कि कोई लोग क्या सोचेंगे. बिल्कुल जाओ कोने में ऐसे on करो और बात करो, like your friend, and it does wonders with it. So wrapping up my presentation, you know, your AI analytics journey does not get started just by going and attending a seminar or a presentation. It does by trying more than what you read. There is a lot of science fiction happening on AI, but the key is to try, and you will fail. In fact, my latest experiment was on my stock market portfolio. I have like 70 stocks, so मेरा अपना 70 index बना हुआ है, and I wanted to do a cleanup. तो रचना रांगड़े का नाम सुना आपने? हाँ, तो I attended one of her sessions in a seminar, and she was telling how to use it for portfolio cleanup. तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा. तो I uploaded my portfolio into AI and said ki find out the stocks and tell me basis analyst report and rate it between buy, hold or sell, and tell me why should I sell if I have to sell, and which are the ones which I double down. My goal is to keep only 10 stocks for the next 10 years from this. 2-3 बार recursive prompting करके बड़ा interesting बताया, और उसके बाद मेरे को I could clean up at least 40 stocks from it. So there are a lot of interesting use cases to be done, but experiments will take time to do in your company because of the biggest problem is data is not organized. But our personal life, you can use it a lot, whether it is for food recipes, is it for personal cleanup, is it for creating resume, is it for creating proposal, writing email, हर उसमें use करो, you will learn and become efficient 100x. Analytics and AI impact will come little later, but what you guys control is understanding how to use it to drive business growth in business planning and organizing data. So definitely use a smartwatch, but at the end action is key. मतलब if you don't run, if you don't walk, कुछ नहीं होगा, gadget से numbers throw करते रहेंगे and nothing will improve. And at the end what I want to say is many people's LinkedIn title starts with I have 20 years of experience, I have 30 years of experience. Today, that number, you know, people get scared. Nobody wants people beyond 20 years of experience. People want between 5 to 15 years में चाहिए होता है सबको, max. So I would say stop obsessing about the number of years of experience as an achievement. I would say number of experiences you have every year will make you more relevant. Has been my learning. So thank you very much, everyone. So you can scan the QR code. I am very much active on LinkedIn and I keep writing. I have blogs, and recently I have started a podcast also on omni-channel growth. Happy to connect with you offline and chat with you.
Thank you very much, Saurav Agrawal ji, for the wonderful session that you have taken on AI in data analytics. And as he has assured us that he is active on LinkedIn, so if there are any doubts or any clarification needed, we can always reach out to him and have some more clarifications. With this, we would like to thank CA Saurav Agrawal ji, and very soon we are going to start the special session, inaugural session. And within a minute, we are going to start it. May I request the management to please run the WOFA video.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here. And I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day, we have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, breach benchmarks. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The world's largest accountancy body, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is all set to host the biggest accounting festival of the globe, the World Forum of Accountants 2.0, 3 days, one grand platform, multiple knowledge sessions.
We request all of you to please attend this signature program of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and more specifically of the present Council of Central Council of Delhi. So soon we are going to start up the program. The team which has created the entire AI Summit is now going to be in front of you, starting with CA Vishwaranjan Sutarji. May I request him to please be on the dais. CA Hariram Agrawalji, Secretary EIRC, and CA Mayur Agrawalji, Vice Chairman EIRC, is requested to please be on the dais, please. May I request Chairman EIRC, CA Vishnu Ketul Chanji, to please be on the dais. And also, I'll request Chairman to please accompany our Program Directors and Central Council members, CA Sanjeev Sanghi ji and CA Ravi Kumar Patwaji, to be on the dais, please. The team who had worked hard for this entire AI Summit for 2 days. It's the time for ICAI motto, and requesting everyone to please be on it.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यति कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Requesting dignitaries on the dais to please light up the inaugural lamp.
तारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिक.
Thank you, everyone. Requesting Chairman EIRC to please give welcome address for this occasion.
Good morning to everyone. Yes, good morning once again. Yes, this is the energy what I wanted to see in all of you. Yes, we are AI people, but we can also sound well. Friends, first of all, thanks for giving me the opportunity to share my view on this AI Summit, the second day. Sir on the dais, our senior Central Council members, CA Ravi Patwa ji, CA Sanjeev Sanghi ji, Vice Chairman CA Mayur Agarwal ji, Treasurer CA Adit Maheswari ji, my council colleague Mr. Sutar and Secretary Sri Hariram Agarwal ji, and all my fellow colleagues, brothers and sisters. The topic which we are studying since yesterday and full day today is AI Summit, and I feel what chartered accountant can contribute in the Amrit Kal. The coming 25 years, when Bharat will be witnessing 2047 as Amrit Kal, then what chartered accountants would be. Of course, he or she should be AI competent, no doubt about it. But is it the only contribution which we can do? Because chartered accountant has to play a pivotal role in all-round development of the India. तो एक गोल्डन जुबली कॉन्फ्रेंस जो हमारा भी हुआ था उसमें एक हमने टॉपिक रखा था चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ यस्टरडे टुडे एंड टुमारो. So we started our journey from the ledgers. After that we came up to the AI. And what further we don't know, because AI is such a topic which changes so speedily that we cannot keep the pace of the changing. Hence I feel that in all the AI there must be ethics, which also yesterday I spoke somewhere. And I got the book of ethics in AI. And this book is very important. It is published by the ICAI. And it also speaks which types of ethics should be maintained by the chartered accountant in the day-to-day practice and what they can contribute in the time to come for our stakeholders. And second book is Privacy in AI, which is also published by the ICAI. So I think these two books is very important, and whenever you have time, when you get some time, please read it, that what AI can contribute, how it can also disrupt us. So AI is just like a compass, in which chartered accountants are important to add some value by way of adopting AI and giving the knowledge of its misuse also. So this is very important. Friends, nowadays I feel that any war of any country is not made by the geographical location only. It is done on the economic system of the country. And if we take the example of India, our India, so we always face a lot of tariff war and other types of sanctions imposed on us. And we, chartered accountant financial army, I feel this is our first duty, that how I can protect our country by way of presenting ourselves in a better way and how we can stop the nuances of the other sanctions. So I feel we, a financial army of the country, we have to play from the front. And this is possible with the help of AI as well as also the ethics embedded in that. So with these remarks, I wish to say that please do all the innovations, please do all the development, please do lot of things, but be reasonable, be ethical, and be very much patient how to apply that knowledge. With this kind information and submission, thanks for coming here, and I hope you are getting richer and richer every day by all the speakers. With these remarks, thanks for coming here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. May I now request Regional Council Member Vishwaranjan Sutarji to please deliberate a short address to the audience, please.
Thank you so much, Aditya Bhai. Very good morning and Jai Jagannath to all of you. I presume the crowd is divided in two parts, those who are intent to put AI as a profession going forward. And there will be some part of the crowd, those who want to use AI as a tool in the process of their deliverables. I belong to assurance function, and as I see AI is going forward and being a student of the technology, AI is going to help us in the assurance in terms of giving assurance to ourselves while we audit our clients. And in that very segment, the way AI is getting and penetrating in our domain of work, I think the Vice Chair of SSB is here. He should think of revising SA 620. And when the technology man is here, should guide us to what extent this is going to go. And with this note, I humbly request and wish that all of you have a meaningful insight over these 2 days. And thank you so much being part of this 2 days AI Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjanji. May I now request Secretary EIRC to please deliberate a short address to the audience. Shri Hairam Agrawalji, please.
Friends, good morning to all of you. Sitting on the dais, both CCM from our region and the other 4 regional council members, and the respected audience, participants, delegates, and faculties of this 2 days AI Summit. Friends, what is this AI Summit? The AI Summit is for SSS. SSS stands for Sankalp Se Siddhi. Once you determine that something has to be developed in such a way that it can predict the so many things, and this was troubling the minds of so many persons, and it was a minuscule long back, but it was given a fuel, and the efforts started throughout the world, and now we have on the way to Siddhi, not reached the Siddhi, means we are on the way of grabbing what AI could be, what benefits we can take, what business, profession, industry, and what not in each and every sector of our society AI can do, and simultaneously what the nuisance of AI, how to protect ourselves, our business, our profession from the AI. This is the ultimate Siddhi. So once we started from the Sankalp and moving towards Siddhi, and how far we will have to go, it is unknown to any of us in the world. So that is all about our Sankalp to Siddhi, and that is our AI Summit. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Hairam sir. Now it's the time to introduce you to the program directors of this particular AI Summit. This AI Summit is being organized under the aegis of Committee on AI in ICAI, and the committee has shown their full faith on our 2 council members and made them the program directors, under whose directions this entire AI Summit has been curated. It all started with C.A. Sanjeev Sanghi sir, who first of all shown his wish to have this particular AI Summit and got the permission from Committee on AI in ICAI, and have discussed where it should happen, where it should not happen. He wanted it to happen in a very, very grandeur manner, and what not if it is not not COE. We discussed, we understand that COE is slightly a farther place right from the center of the Kolkata, but still we got a very good number of registration. We got around 600 registrations, and very good response from the members. So it is giving more clarity to us that we can have some good programs at COE and members are going to support this part, sir. May I now request Haidam Agrawalji, Secretary EIRC, to please welcome Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, the Program Director, the Curator of the program, to this particular. Please felicitate him with Uttorio and also offer him a small memento on behalf of Eastern India Regional Council, which is the host of this entire event. For Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, I'll also say one thing, that he fights for the members, he fights for the branches of our Eastern India like anything. And there has been one event that he has shown he has fought tooth and nail for one of the branch of Eastern India Regional Council. And thank you for that. Please, Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, your address now.
Thank you so much, Aditya, the Treasurer of EIRC of ICAI. On the dais, I have my council colleague, Ravi Patwa, who is right now an authority, we all know, in auditing, and is doing a wonderful job, trying to make sure that how we can upskill and upscale the auditing standards of ICAI. The chairman of EIRC, Vishnu Tulsian, who has just concluded his 50th regional conference, a historic milestone which has broken all records. I'll tell you why I'm saying all this very, very importantly. This is a region, Eastern region is a region which is the smallest region if you compare with the entire country. And let me tell you, on records, the kind of audience we have today, a big, big round of applause to all of you who is coming in such large numbers and attending this program and engaging. I was personally visiting each and every class and I was saying that. A big round of applause for all of you. The contribution of these people who are sitting over here is not easy. वो बोलते हैं ना कि जब आपके पास बहुत कुछ होता है तो कुछ पाना बहुत आसान होता है. जब आपके पास infrastructure नहीं है, you don't have people, you don't have resources, you don't have that money, you don't have that capital. The EIRC, the Vice Chairman Mayur Agarwal, and Aditya Maheshwari came to me and said, we want to do it in COE. Big challenge. In past 15 years, we have always done in big hotels, 5-star hotels and all of that. And again, they came up with an idea that we want to do 3 to 4 parallel sessions, maybe 7 or 8 parallel sessions. Somehow, some way, I brought them down to 2 parallel sessions. I said, members are not going to run around looking for these things. And they had more ideas. So I am just taking the credit, but the actual credit goes to these 2 gentlemen who had actually stood on their words to make sure to say, Bhaiya, ye hum karke dikhayenge. Hariram ji, aap sab jante ho, hum sab ke liye, Hari bhaiya, always smiling, always encouraging and always standing in any toughest, जो सबसे टफ काम होता है ना, वो हम हरी भैया को देते हैं कि भैया आप वहाँ पर ड्यूटी दो. And he always do it with a smile. अभी भी smile कर रहे हैं. Mr. Sutar, travel करके आज सुबह he is back to Calcutta just to make sure. He had a big conference going on, 2 days conference in Bhubaneswar. He's back here to perform his duty as a regional council member, and that is very, very important. What am I trying to say over here? What is the objective over here? Why we all are at COE? How many of you came for the first time at COE? Can I see a raise of hand? Let me tell you, as a chairman of COE Calcutta, I want to welcome all of you. And the reason for saying this is, see the infrastructure. See how institute is growing. I don't know whether you have realized this, but today at this time on Sunday, we have 7 to 8 activities going on over here, parallelly. We have this AI lecture going on with parallel sessions. We have a very important thing going on called Aura recording. Anybody over here have heard about Aura? Okay. We have a faculty, Sumit Bihani, Sunny, and all others, Abhishek, and all are sitting over here. Aura has been designed just 3.5 months back for students. Just 500 rupees, 500 rupees आप दो दिन lunch के साथ, practical, how you can do AI on income tax, on audit, on GST, बच्चों को हम 500 रुपया में सिखा रहे हैं. बैच लगती है, फुल हो जाती है. एक एक फर्म अपने सारे बच्चों को भेज देते हैं. We have conducted 100 batches in 2 months, and that involved 4,000 students. And as we conceptualized this aura, we all decided, why will we limit it to few thousand students? Let's take it to all the students. The day we think, let me give you a vision, and I'll have a session separately. The day we think together what we study, how we study, when we study, how much to study, should not be decided by institutes, should be decided by all of you. And that is the objective why Aura is going to come up online, available to all the 11 lakh students across the country. They can go online, they can see, work, demonstrate, practice, and at the end, they will get an assessment, and after the assessment, they'll get a participation certificate. This is how Institute is working now. This is how we are trying to make sure that each and everyone sitting over here needs to be empowered, elevated, and reskilled to make sure that they meet the expectation and the objective of nation as well as the country. I'm really thankful to EIRC for hosting such a wonderful summit and making all of us proud. Those who have come over here will bring more people away. This gives us encouragement to say that, yes, we have our own setup, such a beautiful setup. I want all of you to take a round of this entire building. Encourage other friend of yours to join and participate, because we are going to conduct a lot of things. Talk about triple entry accounting, talk about blockchain, data security, forensic on a practical level. You are going to see much more things like this with the leadership of the Vice Chairman Mayur Agarwal, Aditya Maheshwari, and many more who are going to come forward and showcase what real talent is all about. How we as chartered accountant can change the perception of the entire world to say we are no more Munimjis, we are no more accountants, we are no more into ledgers, we are no more into mere bookkeeping, accounting, compliances, and filing returns. We are into leadership. And that is important. How we can take that leadership and transform and grow the organization at the global level. I wish all of you a very happy learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjeev sir, for your wisdomful words. It's the time for me to introduce the second program director, CA Ravi Kumar Patwaji, although he's already known to all because he's our Central Council member from the Eastern region. He generally sits at the second floor of our Russell Street, and whenever I go to his chamber, I always find him piled up with a lot of papers, and I ask him, what are you doing? He's totally, every time, proofreading the new internal auditing standards which is coming under his committee. He's always busy with forming one or the other CAQ tools, and presently he's also proofreading the revision of the AASB auditing standards. So always busy with his proofreading work, and he's the program director. While we were discussing the entire program, we also discussed with him, and he guided us that how the this particular program should be curated, and have also helped us in connecting to the various speakers. With this, I would request CA Vishwaranjan Sutarji to please felicitate our own council member, CA Ravi Kumar Patwaji, with flower bouquet, with Otorio, I feel, and present him memento on behalf of the host of this particular event, Eastern India Regional Council. Thank you, Ravi sir, for guiding all through to May I now request Ravi sir to please deliver his address.
Very happy morning, friends. Yes, it is still morning. I have 2 more minutes to go for the morning. And seated on the dais, my council colleague, C.A. Sanjeev Sanghi, who's not only an IT man, but now all over the country he is also popular as the GCC man, doing a great work so far as GCC is concerned and spearheading it on behalf of ICAI. Chairman of EIRC, C.A. Vishnu Tulsian, who had a wonderful Golden Jubilee Regional Conference. All of you must have participated in. And Vice Chairman C.A. Mayur Agarwal, who has now become a brilliant orator. Yesterday I heard him speak in Bhubaneswar and I was amazed, I can tell you this much. His knowledge was always too good so far as Companies Act and certain other things are connected, things are concerned. But his oratory skills now have taken a different stride. Hari Ramji, the secretary, if all of you like the food, if you liked it yesterday and if you are going to like it today, it is all because of this gentleman. He takes care of the food. Food has always been a big issue with the IRC programs, but once Hari Ramji took it over, now we are very happy with the sumptuous lunch that we get. That is ensures that is served to all the participants. C.A. Aditya Maheshwari, who's spearheading this AI conference, along with, of course, C.A. Mayur Agarwal, and doing a lot of good things as the treasurer of EIRC. C.A. Vishwaranjan Sutar, who's definitely a man of attest functions like I am. His knowledge is of great help to the EIRC and his connects as well. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, well, when did we all start talking about AI? Artificial intelligence is something which now all the professionals, all chartered accountants are talking about. But when did we come to know about it? Something happened almost 3 years back. I'm sure the faculties will be able to answer. ChatGPT started on 30th of November 2022. That is the path-breaking thing in AI so far as popularizing AI is concerned amongst the general populace. But then did AI start actually in 2022 or sometime around, a few years before that? No, it did not. In fact, Alan Turing and Arthur Samuel did in 1950 and 1952. Just think of it, 75 years back, the concept of AI started. And even in our country, Mr. Ramaswamy Narasimhan in 1950s started AI. And then Professor H.N. Mahabala of IIT Kanpur made the presence of India felt all over the world with the concept of machine learning. So, AI is not a new concept. AI is something which has been there in the world and which has been there in our country as well. And our country has been one of the pioneers in using AI. But then the mass usage of AI started only after ChatGPT came in 2022. 23 onwards, it gained momentum. And as you know, our institute is always very, very proactive. The moment it felt that AI is something which is going to stay and which is going to impact, immediately when C.A. Ranjit Agarwalji was the president of the institute, in February 24, we decided that we will have a committee called AI in ICAI. And that is where the journey of artificial intelligence for chartered accountants started. Today, in less than 2 years' time, we already have more than 30,000 chartered accountants who are trained in artificial intelligence. Many of you must have undergone the level 1 training of AI. How many of you have done that training of AI? Level 1? Okay. not even 50%. I wish that it was almost 80-90%. Those of you who have not undergone that training, that certificate course, kindly do that. That will be of great help to you. Along with, of course, attending programs like this. And those who have already done the training, keep attending these programs so that your knowledge is upgraded. Institute has already started the level 2 on artificial intelligence. We rolled it out in September. And already we have started discussing on level 3 of artificial intelligence. This is the pace at which your alma mater, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is working. I do not intend to talk about other committees because this is a program on AI. I don't even want to talk about my committees. I will restrict myself to, Committee on AI in ICAI, Committee of AI in ICAI, and AI related things. Friends, now some people may feel that AI would be a threat. I'm sure none of you feel like that. But many of us who are not attending programs like this are feeling that AI is a threat. Now it is something which you should teach others, especially the other professionals who are not learning AI. Go out and tell them that AI is not a threat. We should all consider it as an opportunity of increasing the pace and effectiveness and efficiency of our work, the work that we do. Let me tell you, friends, that there are umpteen number of studies which clearly say that only 70% of routine repetitive tasks can be done by artificial intelligence, freeing human brains for the rest 30% of the tasks which are based on judgment, on creativity, on ethics, on empathy. So that 30% is your brain, which AI cannot do. But having said that, if you do not learn AI, then your pace will go down. So it is important for all of us professionals to learn AI to become better professionals. Friends, I would end by saying this much, that having an integration of artificial intelligence and human intelligence is a must for future growth and progress. One who's only thinking that artificial intelligence will make me the boss is a fool. He is not going to shine in life. One who's thinking that without artificial intelligence I can scale up great heights is a bigger fool. That would not happen. I welcome CA Venugopal. Venu, please come in the front. Okay. So with these words, ladies and gentlemen, once again reiterating that all of us should learn AI and take AI as an enabler instead of a threat, understanding it fully well that for the future growth, integration of human intelligence along with artificial intelligence is a must. Thank you very, very much, friends.
Thank you, Ravi sir. Now it's time to hear from the favorite amongst all, CA Mayur Agrawalji. I'll not be speaking much of him. Just I'd like to tell that silently he has introduced a very important thing in our EIRC, the timer. This particular timer will now be played in all the programs and in all the, so he has introduced this particular timer. I'm sure that the members will be liking it. All the speakers will have to abide to the respective timing. And he has been allotted 3 minutes of time for his address as well as the vote of thanks. And deliberately I put it the 4 minutes because 1 minute I took it for myself. And now it's over to you. This is a very, very historic thing that he has actually introduced in this particular session. Thank you.
Good afternoon to each one of you. Friends, Ravi sir was talking about my address in the Bhubaneswar conference. But more than my address, I wanted to repeat, the guest of honor in the conference was a member of parliament, Madam Aparajita Sarangi. She always spoke fabulous. I have heard her for the third time, I believe. Once in Parliament, I have heard her speech, and 2 times I have got the opportunity to heard live. Day before yesterday, on the dais in front of 1,000 chartered accountants. She is a civil servant and then turned into a politician, currently member of Parliament from Bhubaneswar. She was mentioning that throughout her journey of civil servant and throughout her journey as a member of Parliament, whichever department she is allotted or she is transferred to, or whichever ministry of work she is being given by the government of India, first thing, day one, she go to the office and she asks for the chartered accountant's auditor report. And she categorically mentioned that is the value chartered accountant adds to the system, and that is the value chartered accountants add to the Indian economy and India as a country. Even though AI is there, but the value we are adding to this economy, to this country, is being recognized in a subtle way throughout the country and throughout the fraternity. I would like to thank both the Central Council member. I think they are the perfect combo. One talks about AI, second talks about its implementation in audit. They are having 2 sessions. We are having a session from Sanjeev sir next, immediately after the inaugural session, and then we are having a AI in audit session which will be chaired by Ravi sir in the day to come. My compliments to all my council colleagues, especially Aditya ji, for helping to organize this conference, and congratulate to each one of you, to all the delegates for being there on this Sunday morning and ensuring that East is learning and learning to become the best. And I have 47 seconds, so I'll make this movement a light. Sir, हम AI की जितनी भी क्लास करते हैं ना, prompt की बहुत बात होती है, और प्रॉम्प्ट कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है ये हम डे टू डे लाइफ से एक छोटा सा वाक्य 30 सेकंड में बताता हूं एंड करने के पहले. तो वाइफ शॉपिंग जा रही थी, कुकर चढ़ा हुआ था गैस पे. वाइफ ने बोला सीटी गिनते रहना और 3 बजे बंद कर दें, 3 बज जाए तो बंद कर देना. ठीक है, वाइफ चली गई. हस्बैंड 2 बजे कॉल कर रहा है, मैंने 177 गिन लिए सीटी, लेकिन अब सीटी बजनी बंद हो गई है, 3 भी नहीं बजा है. So, sir, the formula is input, processing and output. जो हम day 1 कंप्यूटर में भी सीखे थे, तो हम जो prompt दे रहे हैं, जो input दे रहे हैं, वो बहुत important है, तभी वो process important properly होगा और तभी output मिलेगा. Once again, thank you to each one of you.
Thank you, dignitaries on the dais. We are soon going to start the next technical session. We'll immediately have the technical session by CA Sanjeev Sanghi ji.
Friends, back to back we are starting a powerful session. The session is on the topic Chartered Accountants in the Age of AI, from ledgers to global leaders. For this, I call CA Sanjeev Sanghi, Council Member, ICAI and Program Director, as a speaker on the dais. CA Sanjeev Sanghi, please join on the dais, please. A big round of applause to welcome CA Sanjeev Sanghi. Friends, CS Sanjeev Sanghi needs no introduction as such, so I am skipping introduction, and we have already felicitated him just in the last session. So I will request CS Sanjeev Sanghi to please start straightway to podium and start his deliberation. Thank you.
Yeah, so the time is very important. And I think inaugural is over. Now I am positioning myself as a speaker. So can I have the... Yeah, thank you. So let me tell you in next 20-25 minutes, I don't know if the timer has been started or not. Can we have the timer on? Yes. Because I also will be abiding with that. But in next 20-25 minutes, let me share with you what are we going to achieve. What is the objective? No Gyan. Actually, what we need in AI. The topic which you see over here, we say chartered accountants in the age of AI. From ledgers to global leadership. Let me tell you why this is important today. I'll just give you a narration. I'm a convener, All India of Global Capability Centers, GCC, which is going to be the largest. Like if India is going to be the largest economy of the world, GCC is one thing which is going to make that happen. And when I went to ICAI and I said I want to be driving GCC across the country, the president of ICAI said, what is GCC all about? I said, sir, this is something which is going to be a game changer, and chartered accountants have a very important role to play in this. I went to Hyderabad in a NASSCOM summit. Please listen to this very, very carefully. We are going to only do good stories, real examples, and try to engage and make sure that each and everyone follows it. Those who are in the back, they want to come forward and ask questions, I'll be very happy to answer. So I was in Hyderabad in a summit organized by NASSCOM. No chartered accountants were there. There were around 600 or 700 delegates over there. Not a single charter. I was sitting all by myself. So it was talking about all those 30 to 40 years of age, young professionals who were talking about talent, who was talking about reskilling, upskilling, scalability, all of that, networking. All of those got very, very important. At the end, I thought of meeting the leadership of NASSCOM. And I went over there. And they were having all this networking, they were having this informal get-togethers, like just what we do over here. So I was introducing myself to say I'm a council member of ICAI. And I've given my card to the president over there. He looked at my visiting card, and this is something which we all need to listen, understand, and actually work upon. He looked at my visiting card, and he asked me a question. Chartered accountants? With a question mark. Now that was very sarcastic. I immediately told him, sir, I've been into your session the whole day. You're talking about many things. The entire session was designed into many things. But I've not seen anything on valuation, on ESG, on sustainability, on international taxation, on transfer pricing, on valuation, on how we can do cross-border transactions. So we are here to stay. Chartered accountants are here to stay. Your team and your industry will be taken over by AI. We have that functional role, that domain knowledge, that specialization, that leadership, which is going to make sure that we will be staying here. And that day I decided that I will do the similar GCC summit much better than that. In 7 months, we got 5 summits happening in Delhi, Hyderabad, Pune, Ahmedabad, and Bangalore. Thousands of chartered accountants came in. We got 15 ministries on board in just 7 months. This is the power of leadership and chartered accountants I'm trying to say to all of you. And now they are saying, wow, the government is coming back to us and says, sir, we never thought, because what was discussed in the inaugural is, the prompt, the technical engineer, what they're going to do, we give them the objective. This is what we need. They will do the coding. Now that coding will be done by AI. The objective of the business will be defined by us. We are going to be strategists. We are going to be change makers. We are going to be innovators. And this is what we talk about global leaders. Now let me give you the scenario across the world. What is happening? There's a huge dearth of accountants worldwide. If you want, you can check in Google right now, right away. There's a 25 to 40% decline of accountants worldwide. And we have that domain. Let me tell you a second example. What you're doing today, we have started this AI level 2 training wherein we are speaking about agentic AI. We have one of the speakers sitting over here, faculty, Sumit behind you is just going right now. He's also doing a recording. He has got multiple work to do today. Yeah, you please proceed. So what we are trying to say is, you go and check in Google, there is no professional institute in the commerce background, the finance background, who is teaching AI. There's not a single finance, and I'm talking across the world, not just in India. Across the world, there is no accounting professional organization who has accountants from the institute being trained on agentic AI, where you are writing codes. You are developing codes and you are basically trying to frame this. This is what institute is doing, leadership. So what we have to do today, I think the objective is clear. How we can play a role of a leadership. We have our clients. We have to make sure that how we can scale and scale up to make sure that we just don't work over here and make our organization efficient, completely automated. You can ask me as many questions as you want. Sanjeev, I want to understand how can you automate this? I give you an answer for that. I've been doing this for the last 25 years. I've been talking to chartered accountants, those who know me, since 2002. And in the morning, let me tell you very honestly, whenever you used to have full day seminar, bhaiya aap log ko vouch karna hoga. You know, the morning was income tax, then it was indirect tax. I used to get the last session on information technology, and then there were 500 people in the morning and there were only 50 people at the end to say, well, this is not my subject, this is not my profession, this is not something which I'm supposed to do. And today in all the inaugurals across the country, we are talking about AI. Across the country, any program without AI is not there. Any program without GCC is not there. This is what is called foresightedness. How we can look into the future. Are we just going to be followers, or we are going to look beyond and say this is what is going to happen? When I'm saying you GCC today, please trust how we can be a part of this GCC. There's a question which few members came to me and say, Sanjeev, you are the convener of GCC across the country. You organize these 5 summits across the country. Why not in Calcutta? Yes, sir? Yes. I'm not the problem. I can do it tomorrow. But before that, I have to create that mindset. We don't have GCCs in India, in Calcutta. Now, what is a GCC? Just 1 or 2 minutes on that. Basically, there are 1900 GCC in our country. Now, basically, the definition is if any foreign organization is opening up their setup in our country, is a GCC. With 2,500, 500 people, 2,000 people, 20,000 people, 200,000 people working in a GCC. You want me to give you a name? Talk about Big Fours, talk about Accenture, talk about Emphasis, talk about Snyder, talk about Citibank, talk about any organization, Verizon, Bosch. There are so many automobiles companies, there are so many telecommunications companies who have, Yes? And we have 2 million professionals working over there. Let me tell you one more important data. 100,000 chartered accountants are working in GCC. Now, what is there for you? And are we ready for that? We'll talk about readiness. Please don't take it in a different manner. We are intellectually very strong. We have that domain knowledge, and that is very, very important. We have that auditing background, that income tax background, indirect tax background, company law background. But when we go to the global world, what are those things which becomes very, very important? Do we have a digital infrastructure? Now, what is a digital infrastructure? Can we get our work done anytime from anywhere? Can I see a raise of hand on that? Can we get our work done anytime from anywhere? Can we at any point of time know who is working on what? Anytime from anywhere, do we know who in my team is working on what? I'm only going to ask questions and questions and questions. The reason I'm asking the question is you all have an answer for that. The problem is we just chalta hai, hota hai. You know, we have taken this initiative of putting 15 minutes. This is what we need to bring in our organization. If we work with a global client, 5 p.m. means 5 p.m. You cannot do it at 5:02 or 5:03 or 5:05. चलता है, हो जाएगा, ऐसे ही तो चलते आ रहा है, ऐसे ही तो होते आ रहा है, नहीं चलेगा. The experience, that wow factor, the team which is working with you have that SOPs. How many of you in your organization have SOPs? 1, 2. Just think, is it really tough to get a SOP for each and every processes which we have in the organization? How many of us are conducting induction in our organization? Not a single raise of hand. How many of us are giving appointment letters to our team? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? I'm talking about very, very basic thing. How many of us have a website of our firm? Maybe 10. How once in a year updated, or in last 3 years have not even updated it. Every year, it should be every day. Right? This is what, and you can ask me a question, what is the benefit behind it? पहले मेरे को क्या मिलेगा बताओ. Why don't you go to WOFA 2.0? Sanjeev, what is the benefit out there? Why don't you want to join AI Summit? क्या मिलेगा? Do I get a work over there? Every time this question comes up, this is where the problem is. When we go, we meet so many people. We network with them. We understand from them. We try to imbibe their qualities. We try to learn from people around. We travel. We go to Bangalore, we go to Mumbai, we go to all the big summits, anywhere in the country, and try to network, collaborate, connect, engage, and say, sir, I am a person sitting in Calcutta. Working on this, I have this specialization. How many of us, I just need five important specialization, and I'll get to that specialization. I was going to a hospital, and I said, aankhon mein darad hai, so get me an eye doctor. But sir, you have to tell me what is the problem in the eye. I said, there is a retina problem. Not me, I'm just giving a story. So retina problem, okay, give me a retina specialist. The second question came to me. Is it a left eye retina or is it a right eye retina? There are two separate specialists for left eye retina and a right eye retina. आप जो काम दोगे हम कर लेंगे will not happen anymore. Don't be a journalist, be a specialist. Choose one specialist. Let me check. How many of us are into forensic audit, practically working on it? 1. How many of us are into transfer pricing, international taxation, practically working on it? I'm not saying that's the best. How many of us are into data analytics? 1, 2, 3. Sanjeev, is there a scope over there? Do I get a client out of it? Will I get some work? If I get a work, then I will do it. Otherwise, why will I do it? Gone are the days of empanelment. Let me tell you very bluntly, very straightforward. Pick up one specialization which you want to do. There can be hundreds of names I can tell you right now. I know chartered accountants who are making crores and crores only into goodwill, only into labor laws. Anyone into labor laws? Just the new labor law came in, such a big opportunity. If you practice labor law and be an expert on this, you can go to all these summits, meet the chartered accountant, say, sir, anything on labor law, I am an expert on that. Will you not get work? Yes or no? So you have to have that infrastructure to get work from anywhere, do it from anywhere. And is that really tough to get that infrastructure? Please tell me. Anyone has any question, what I need to do? Once you have a question, the answer is all there. You talk to any person, they have the answers. We have so much of digital infrastructure. What is the best infrastructure for me? Every infrastructure is a good infrastructure. You choose Google, you choose Microsoft, you choose whatever you want to choose. Start working on that. Start taking that baby steps every day. Today, I'm implementing this. Tomorrow, I'm implementing this. That's leadership. Tomorrow, my organization is going to follow this discipline, this particular framework, this particular thought process, this video. This is how things are going to happen. AI is nothing, sir. This is how we have evolved. 1998 qualified, 27 years back. Don't guess my age. You know, I started when I was in the bank. Many of the seniors will notice. I was in Allahabad Bank, with all due respect. 25 years back, I said I want my 5,000 rupees withdrawal. Boshe thako, ekoni aadh ghanta lunch cholche. We will not give you. Today the managers are coming to our office and saying, sir, what can I do for you? This is how things have changed. 37 paise difference in the trial balance manual bahi khata. Today, we are talking about connected banking. Anyone who knows what is connected banking? A single raise of hand. 1, 2. Let me tell you. Sir, अपने क्या करते हैं? आपने purchase किया? आप जाके कहीं purchase करते हो, you make a payment from the bank. Yes? And then you go back into your accounting software and you record that thing over there. Right? So 2 times you are doing things. What if you make a purchase and it gets entered? Once you put the entry, bank pays it and records in the accounting transactions. Connected banking. Right? Imagine. How many of us are working on RPA, robotic process automation? 1, 2, 3. I'm giving you all, please take a note of all this. Pick up one area. You'll make millions and crores of rupees. You don't create that difference. There was a very young chartered accountant yesterday who met me. You know, just 24, 25 years of age. Saying, sir, I want to get into practice. And immediately I jumped on him and say, what do you think about practice? What are the things you are going to do? Sir, income tax, audit, GST. I said, is it that what is called practice? 99.9% of people feel today in this room also that practice is all about these 5 or 6 services. I'm not against that. This is definitely important. But are we evolving ourselves to make this automated? Because all of this is getting automated. Clear tax. I'm giving you examples on record. These kind of people are not even run by chartered accountants. And they are making more money than all of us chartered accountants together. Government of India has paid 34,000 crores to Big Four. Not a single rupee to any one of us. And what are they doing on that? Framing policies. How many of us are doing those things? If we don't, that's what leadership is all about. If we don't start thinking today and develop, पहले कौन आएगा? पहले काम या पहले ज्ञान? हम ज्ञान तो चाह रहे नहीं, हम बोलते पहले काम तो हम सीख जाएंगे. And that was a very interesting thing from Calcutta, from a very senior chartered accountant, Mr. Amitav Kothari. How many of you have heard this name? 25 years back, I was sitting in front of him like a kid, and he was doing something with Singapore. And he was telling me a story, a very important story, to say, Sanjeev, I was getting a 20% work from Big Four. We were supposed to sign an agreement. Papers were ready, we were signing the agreement. Immediately that person asked me, is your setup ready? I said, no, but I will follow all the terms and conditions in the agreement to make sure that whatever has been discussed, I will do it. He took the paper back. I said, sir, when I'm committing, when I'm signing, I'm ensuring that I will get the work done. Bola, I know that you will get the work done. I'm 100% sure, but you don't have that mindset. You want work first, and then you want to put the efforts to build a team, to get the work done, and try to get the work done. This is not going to happen anymore. You have to pick up one thing, specialize, and then go out to the entire world and say, I am the best in this. And then only things is going to start flowing towards you. So this is what we talk about. The entire world. Let me talk about Australia, Canada, Singapore. I don't know how many of you know that in Singapore, if you go and just stay there in Singapore for 6 months, You become a member of that institute without any examination. You get your CPA degree just from anywhere except India. You go to Dubai, you go to anywhere, give the exams, and you can give exams as many. I'm not propagating any qualification or courses. I'm just trying to make you global accountants. To make sure that once you have that infrastructure, once you have that specialization, the whole world is open for you. So this, if you talk about financial leadership, what is leadership into this? Is basically understanding the organization. You know, I go and walk to my team and immediately ask them the question, what is the profit of this company? I don't know. They are working on that company. Just imagine. If you even ask any article or any team member of that, immediately go to that person and say, you are working on this client? Yes. What's the turnover of this client? I don't know. And they had been looking into it. They had been working on it, but they don't know because they are like this. Only focusing on projects. Are we not that same to some extent? Just trying to build that thought process. Are we not opening ourselves up? How many of us has traveled outside India, not for holidays, but for learning, for attending any event? 1, 2. How many of us have traveled outside Calcutta, attending only the event and actually attended it, learning it? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the thought. You know, the thought process is, we come with 5 friends, we sit with them, we have lunch together, and we go out with 5 friends. And we don't know anyone else in this room. Is this what is going to happen going forward? If we don't communicate, we don't engage, we don't present ourselves to people around us, how are we going to get business? Is it not advertisement? Is it not solicitation? Is it something which we need to do? Am I going to kill my ego to say, hey, I need work? No. Just talk about what you are good at. Talk about if you are into real estate. Forget about services. Now we are talking about industry experts. Today, chartered accountants are moving into becoming an industry expert. We have chartered accountants who are only into real estate. They don't do anything else. We have chartered accountants only into tea industry. They don't have any other clients other than tea industry. And all the tea industry comes to them and say, boss, my accountant is only going to know that I need to file my returns, my audit, my this. You understand my industry. You prepare a dashboard for me. You do a KPI for me. You implement SAP ERP for me. You organize all these various things which are in pieces and try to give me that one page to make me understand what my business is all about. What is my sales? What is my turnover? What is my profit? What are the areas where I have issues? And those are all real time. Can we do that? You know what it takes to learn all this? 15 minutes. Go into youtube.com, forget about all of us. Type in Google Data Studio, type in Tableau, type in Power BI. You'll get hundreds and thousands of videos. In 15 minutes, you'll learn all of this. How many of us, again the last question, have actually gone into any of this MOOC, like YouTube, like Coursera, like Udemy, actually learned something from there? Okay, I have 10 or 15 people. What is stopping us? I always say one thing. Who is the biggest problem in our organization? Who is the biggest? Because somehow, some way, we are into that comfort zone. Somehow, some way, we are not looking beyond. And this kind of summit, once you attend, you will see what is happening in this world, because things are changing very, very, very fast. At a very, very super speed. We feel that we are going to get outdated any moment. You know, I used to talk about technology. Now these young kids have overshadowed me. They are now talking about agentic AI. They are coming up in huge numbers. We have more than 2,000 faculties, chartered accountant, trained in AI, in agentic, and they are actually spreading education across the country. In next 2 years, our goal is to have every single chartered accountants tech savvy, AI savvy. This is what I just talked about, mobility. You need to be mobile. पानी को भी अगर आप एक जगह रख दोगे ना, सर, अगर एक किसी चीज़ में पानी को भी रख दोगे तो वो भी सफ़ा नहीं रहेगा. वो जो रिवर होता है ना, बहते रहता है, तभी उसकी ताजगी और उसकी मिठास रहती है. We need to start networking, start traveling, start meeting people, start learning new things, and start working on those things. Put up that investment. Take your organization as a startup to say that, boss, I need to invest on this. I need to invest on people. I need to invest on technology. I need to invest on systems to create that wow experience. And everyone has done that. अगर हम सोचेंगे कि भैया हम 100 रुपया कमाते हैं और 70 रुपया घर लेके जाएंगे, नहीं होगा. It's not going to happen anymore. Maybe make sure that you don't make any money for next 2 years, but invest all your earnings into yourself. This is that time right now. This is that time. So yes, we are working on this AI Learning Hub. We are coming up with audit tools. We are not promising, but as soon as we have a very important task force working on to come up with audit tools for everyone, Haribhai is standing right in front. I'll take extra 5 minutes as a council member of ICAI. Innovative auditing thought process has changed. No more thappas. No more. You have to get into complete auditing. You have to get into forensic auditing. अब ये जो थॉट प्रोसेस है 100 crores के ऊपर की लिमिट आ जा रही है सर. अब वो सब थॉट प्रोसेस ही खत्म है. सो प्लीज बकल योरसेल्फ अप, स्टार्ट रनिंग. सो व्हेन आई से रनिंग, what is running all about? We are moving towards the fastest, largest economy of the world. We are the largest economy of the country, largest accounting profession of the country. We need to run. Sir, marathon nahi, sorry, don't misunderstand me. It's basically reskilling yourself or upskilling yourself and acquiring new skills. আমি তো স্যার যতক্ষণ আমি প্রিন্ট পাচ্ছি না আমি কিছু করতেই পারবো না. Forget all of that. Work on PDF. Work on connected system. Work on collaborate systems, and that needs practice. Invest on young and start working with them. আমি অফিসে না চারজনকে রেখে দেবো, 4টে সিস্টেম দিয়ে দেবো, ওরা কাজ করে নেবে. You have to get inside that. Make your hands dirty. Make your you have to lead from the front. I'm going to learn. Nirupam Da, who is no more here, a very, very good friend of mine. 7-10 years back, I was doing an advanced Excel training at R. Singhi, upstairs, 6th floor. He was right in front. I was, sir, ki korche nikhane? Ei, tu amake shikti dibi na? I was, sir, why will I stop you? Please come. And he was there. I was doing all this thing. I was looking from the back. He was doing nothing. Watching everything. I went to him and said, sir, আপনি তো বলেছিলেন আমি শিখবো. I have seen you, you're not doing anything. Nana, I've learned everything. I'm not going to practice that leadership, but I've seen what is possible. Now I'm going to go back and kick. I don't want to use that word, but kick and make sure that my entire team works on this system. He was there to learn. He was there to adapt and work around. So this is the thought for all the seniors. Even if you feel that your time is over, you are not going to keep it up, just open yourself up, because even we are running. We are trying to match with the speed of change. Everyone is doing that. So it is never going to be that, how can I get to that level? I'm already behind. Start from wherever you are. In 3 months, 6 months, you will know what is happening. So few important things is literacy, data. Understand your data very, very clearly. Data is not about auditing data or this. Understand companies' data, financial metrics, operational metrics, not-for-profit metrics, non-financial metrics. All this becomes very, very important, because if you are working on people, process and technology, if you are working on sustainability, all of this becomes very, very important. Very important slide, very quick. This is how We have transformed from accountants to advisors to innovators, and now we are boardroom leaders. सपना देखो वो सर जिसको देखने में डर लगे. Make your preparation today. You can connect with me on LinkedIn or on my call or on WhatsApp to say, Sanjeev, I want to be having a board leadership. That's what we need to do. We are the brain of the entire world. We are the best talent. We have the best people. We have the best knowledge. We just need to change our thought process, our approach, our work methodologies, and make sure this is happening. I just quickly slid this slide and then straight away come to thank you. Thank you so much. I'm available the whole day. We can have interactions on any important things which you have in mind. Thank you once again so much. Thank you.
Thank you, CS Sanjeev ji. Very nicely presented the topic Chartered Accountants in the Age of AI, from ledgers to global leadership, well within the time. A big round of applause for the London speaker put the topic in the way. And as directed by the program director, Sanjeev Savi itself, that we should be crisp and fast and forward and time bound all the sessions. So session transit time is 0 minute. So the another team for the next session is ready. So thank you our speaker sir and Sanjeev Sangi. I welcome CA Vijay Sutar, the MC of the next session, to please take up the session, and the speaker is awaiting, and our whole team is ready to transmission of the session. Thank you.
Once again, welcome back. This sessions we are going to talk about where we can see in a practical use case how we can put AI of some usage when in practice. I'll give you a real case where I've been involved over last 10 days. In the farm where I work, we got a file for QRB. And how many of you subjected to quality review? Peer review must be many of us, but QRB is little distinct from peer review, wherein one particular audit assignment of yours goes for testing by the QRB board. And normally they seek in a particular format where around 2,000 questions are there which needs to be answered by the firm. So what we did, we created a local chat GPT and we pushed through the files of that particular client, and we pushed through the questionnaire, which normally takes 5 to 7 days to fill in, and we did it in 30 minutes time. That is a prelim, but it took refining of it and we spent another 2 days. But what I meant to say, by using AI, which is supposed to take 7 days, we reduced it to the finer tuned version of it in 2 days time. So that's a 5-day saving. And AI is going to phenomenal going ahead in tomorrow's time. So on this aspect, how we can use AI in our day-to-day practice, we have a fantastic gentleman from Chennai, CA Ram, what he requested to fondly call him. He works, sleeps, and talks about technology and the languages of technology. He's been a thorough gentleman on profession in usage of AI and technology in practice. He has developed many tools and been a regular speaker to this forum of our institute and other professional bodies. With these few words, I welcome CA Ram Jayam from Chennai to the dais. And may I request past chairman, Cuttack branch, CA Satyanand Rautray, to please come forward and welcome with an authority and moment of token from our end.
Welcome, sir. Pleasure, sir. Pleasure. So please, sir.
Thank you so much, Satyanand Rautray. Now, all the space is yours, Ram, and over to you.
So, friends, good afternoon, everyone. No, I don't get that sound. Good afternoon. Yes. So today, today it should be this moment should be a big impact for you with respect to AI. I'm going to demonstrate a tool, first time ever, which has been configured by me less than 72 hours back. And it is going to disrupt the entire industry. I mean the entire industry of auditing, entire industry of accounting, entire industry of reporting, and whatever you think like. So before that, I want to know the knowledge of this audience, because before I speak on this high-tech content, I thought of, getting some survey done from you. Yeah. How many of you completed AI level 1? Oh, that's very less, 10%. 10%. Okay. How many of you use ChatGPT at least 2-3 times a day? 20, 25, 30%. Okay. Okay. Then I have to work on some basics. Okay. Let me start with my idea for the day is I'm going to speak on RAG and MCP. How many of you know at least the abbreviation of RAG? Oh my God, only 2 people, sir. Okay. Let me tone down further. RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. I may sound some bit of Greek and Latin for a while. Okay, but still, I had a backup plan for this. So what I did, a couple of minutes back, I downloaded a YouTube video, a 60-second video, 3 videos, saved it in my system. I want you to see that, get a fair idea. I'm not going to get it, involved in explaining you what is RAG and what is MCP. So here is the video goes.
RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. The generation part means it creates responses based on user input or a query. However, there are 2 key problems. 1, its knowledge is limited to what it was trained on and is not up to date. 2, it doesn't provide reliable sources for its answers. To solve this, RAG uses the latest data stored in a vector database. The data is converted into vector embeddings, mathematical representations of text, and saved in the database. When a query is made, relevant data is retrieved and passed to the LLM, large language model, which then generates a contextual and accurate response.
So a small explanation about RAG, but let's come to practical. Friends, this is the chat this is a prompt I just asked with ChatGPT for a while. List me the ICAI president for the last 10 years with the source. Is it correct? Is it correct? Is it correct? Aniket sir? No? It is giving me a source. I think I can click on the source, it goes on to the particular website. So what is this called? What is this as referred as? It's giving some wrong fact along with some correct things. What is that we refer this as? Hallucination, yes. All these large language models has this tendency of hallucination. Now, I believe one of these 2 years is wrong. Okay, 22, 23 is wrong, I think so. Now, if I ask more questions about it, it will behave like a kid, stick on to his false fact and try to give you more wrong facts about it and try to prove that it has generated the right fact. This is hallucination. Now, we are in an industry of assurance. Can we or our reports hallucinate? This is the biggest threat of implementing AI into our work. Now, what this RAG will do? RAG will convert any data, it can be in a PDF format, it can be in a text format, into a small vectorized database attached to a large language model. From there, if you ask, it will give you the source. It will give you the source. That means zero hallucination. How you feel now? Now, this is a new concept which is there for almost in this year of 2025, almost matured. ICAI has adopted this in level 2 of AI certified course. I thought of bringing this to you first. Number 2, which is being introduced only 2 months back. which I want to play it here. It's called MCP server.
I'll be explaining what a model context protocol MCP is in less than 60 seconds. So imagine you're a user on your laptop using Claude as your LLM assistant. I'll be explaining what a model context protocol MCP is in less than 60 seconds. So imagine you're a user on your laptop using Claude as your LLM assistant. You're powerful together, but you need to connect to your digital world. To do this, you plug into a docking station. Think of this as your model context protocol. Just as a docking station transforms your single connection into access to multiple monitors, keyboards, and storage devices, the MCP creates an agentic workflow where Claude can independently access tools like Notion, Gmail, Google Drive, and GitHub on your behalf. So instead of configuring different settings for each tool, the docking station handles all the standardization, completing complex tasks across multiple services through one standardized interface.
Now, you got a sense of idea. So that means this MCP, what I'm trying to demonstrate here, is an agentic AI tool, where unlike a traditional AI tool, prompt is sent and a result is got, not like that. Your intentions are sent or your objectives are sent, machine will complete the process. I have another detailed video of 2 minutes, but I don't want to go into another video, rather directly prove you what MCP server is capable of. So what did I do? I took Claude, an AI model, and I'm going to demonstrate for you. So I'm going to say hi to the model. Of course, you know what kind of response you get. Am I right? The regular AI assistant. Am I right or not, friends? Yes? Now see this. I'm going to say list tables. It is running a task. It is running a task. Sumit Bhai is there? Okay. Okay. So I thought of asking, getting a volunteer here. Okay. These are the list of tables available into this MCP server. What are these tables? It is a transaction of a ERP, basically from Tally. It can be any ERP. It can be your Zogo. It can be your QuickBooks. It can be SAP. It can be anything. I have just attached to this Claude model. What it can do? I've asked it to give list of tables. It is giving me list of information, list of all the tables into this model. Now see the next question. Get me section 40A to, sorry, A3 payments of cash greater than 10,000. A typical chartered accountant, in an audit requires this data from books of accounts. You don't require anything as long as you attach any ERP for the matter. It will learn what to do. It will fire the relevant SQL query. It will see the table which you need to think, and it will get the data, give it to you without hallucination. That means auditing in few minutes. Can you see there are 9 steps now? So it is trying to give me a vendor specific information. Now here you can see the output. Can you see, friends? The payments are listed. Yeah, here the report is. Here the report is. Any questions you can ask. Any questions you can ask. You won't believe the first thing what I did once I connected this MCP server, I've attached that 20-page Schedule 3 format published by MCA. I said I asked you to prepare the financials in this format. It has prepared. I can give more things. For example, see this. Prepare me income tax depreciation schedule. Take opening balances from ledger master and transactions from day book. I could have given just income tax depreciation, but it will take 2 or 3 more steps. It is going to prepare me a income tax depreciation schedule. Pull out the rates of each asset from the Income Tax Act, substitute, prepare me a schedule. I have done this 10 times, friends. Not even one time it has given me a wrong information. Where are we heading? See this. It is going to pull out, give you a appropriate report like this. You know, in one such step I said, I'm a small and medium practitioner. My clients will have a purchase asset will not even come into the books. Give me an option to add the asset. He gave me an option. My partner tried to get this output in Excel. It is entering me the Excel format. So, see, I think it has pulled out that 5-10 assets. Venu sir, can you do me a, yes, please. I was searching for you, Sumit sir. Yes, can you scroll down to the left side? Yeah. Done? Sir, all these days, if you're a small and medium practitioner, we were relying on article assistants, paid assistants to do this. It is a matter of minutes for me. Now, Simir sir, can you just ask it? Can you go for this publish button?
Publish.
No, the right side top there is a publish. Yeah, publish. Okay, for you demonstrating, I'm showing this. Not necessarily you need to apply. There will be a URL coming this. Put it in a browser, sir. Okay, I think there is some issue with the internet. Yeah, copy the link and maybe, yeah, paste it, sir. Paste it. The last button is control, yeah. So the function button is control, yeah. Maybe one more refresh, sir. F5. Yeah. Yeah. Come. Sir, did I say any formatting? I could definitely fine tune this. I'm not claiming it is 100% accurate. There could be a 2% of small wrong facts could be there. You can very well look into it. You can ask it to prepare it in such a way where the total matches with the fixed assets. Do a recon out of it. It is giving you a lot of good facts. So, Mr. Why don't you go back to Claude and ask some dashboard? Yeah, you can just close this. You say, prepare me create a dashboard, whatever you feel like, with the products, whatever customers. Then can you just see all of this is doing in seconds? Do you think our team can able to pull out a quick data like this? You did not specify, sir, which dashboard it is. Okay, let's see.
Prepared a dashboard.
Okay, some KPIs. Let's see. Yeah. And can you just expand this query?
This one?
Yeah, that query. Yeah. Any step. Yeah. The moment says run query. The run query step. Any run query. No. You are giving the reasoning steps. Okay, fine. I got some dashboards. Can you click on the run query? Just same the drop down where your mouse is. No, above. No, right next to the run query there is a, no, in the bottom, right next to the run query there is a down arrow.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Friends, if you see this, this is the query which has to be passed on to the Tally database, or in my case, to retrieve the information, which is very difficult task because you should know SQL. How many of you know SQL here? Yes, maybe these 3 people can do. What is happening? This context, this being taken over by this large language model Claude, it fires appropriate SQL queries. And I did not expect this. This is the dashboard. Now, any feedback from you? You want to try? It's open for you. Maybe I can allow another couple of minutes, 2-3 prompts from you to generate. So, sir, please ask.
So, any questions? Please feel free.
We will put this and get the information from the ERP if possible. Yeah, can you ask? Yeah, give me a cash flow. People are asking. You had some ideas?
So I was asking for a debtors aging analysis.
Correct. You can first ask debtor list, sir. Debtor, no, don't say debtor. You say customer. Because you all know in books it is debtors. Give me the list of customers along with KYC. With KYC or something. Friends, tell me what is going to happen. Think about our future of our industry. Maybe, see, today I have done it. Tomorrow 10 people will do. At least 2 or 3 I will have influence in this forum to come out with a similar tool like this. So think about our industry after 1 year or 2 years.
True.
Sir, I did the similar to this. Then it is asking me, shall I prepare a balance confirmation letter? It is hinting me out. Firing the balance confirmation letter. I said yes. Creating balance confirmation letters for all the data, one after another. I said, allowing it to download it in PDF. Now the beauty of this is, Mr. Narayanan is here. He has some trouble with his marketing team. Because he has a beautiful product called Zogo Analytics. He has a beautiful product on visualizing dashboards in Zogo. All these are not going to sell up. Once you get a tool like this, you connect with Zogo. Sir, is there any Zogo Books connector, MCP connector you are proposing? No. But at the moment, Zogo has released 2 connectors for OpenAI. Am I right, sir? Yes. Zogo CRM and the other one I could not able to recall. Huh? Zia. Okay. Now, this is how you get the KYC of the customers and you get the sales value, some dashboard about this customers, the total sales, the balance and things like that. Yes, sir. Nothing. I connected the Tally into a database model. It's a small file and one piece of MCP server which I took from the internet. Yes. The moment you pass a transaction, you can click a button that gets updated to a database. It works. Sir, very important point, my dear friends. It is not only going to work with Tally. It is going to work
database
with any accounting applications which has a database in the backend. Or you have that database in the backend. It can be working with your SAP. It can work with Zogo or any accounting information for the matter. As long as you have the right connector, it is going to work. Now, tell me, what will happen to this information? Is it staying local or the information gone to the server and coming back? Venu sir, information gone to the server coming back or it is locally running? No. Yes, sir. Pardon? So we are planning to do a parallel session and try it out, sir. Yeah, that's a parallel session we are planning to do. So, no, sir. Data kept as a small file inside my computer from my tally. Pardon? No, it is a small server, ma'am, configurable inside your laptop. And at the same time, not necessarily the file has to be in your desktop. There are MCP connectors or MCP servers being sold. Your data source can be connected to MCP servers. Pardon? Exactly to that point, data security. You all thinking this data is processed in my machine? No. No. If you ask about data confidentiality, privacy, security to a large language model, where you are going to not to pay any money and use it, the answer from the other side is how much a kg. So there is no, if the product is free, if the product is free, you and your data is the product. So I would like sir to click on this models, IQ 4.5, bottom sir, the model sir, on the chat window, yeah, right side, yeah. So there are paid models are available, enterprise models are available, $10, $15, $17 plan. You can very well go for that, and I think they are claiming that this data is not used for further training. You can very well use. So these kinds of enterprise solutions are there, and MCP server is a concept introduced by Claude. So what will happen to a large language model market? You have OpenAI, you have Copilot. Do you think all of them will take it? Friends, what do you think? Will they take it? Industry has adopted MCP server wide. OpenAI, ChatGPT started to give MCP servers connectivities. So that means this, thank you sir, this MCP server is going to flip the entire industry, friends. I'm not sure what kind of industry, what kind of impact. I'm pretty sure with respect to our reporting, our auditing, everything is going to rely on MCP server. And we are going to see a 50% at least reduction in the manpower in the next 2 or 3 years going to come. Any questions before I play a couple of minutes video? You all believe it's going to impact? Friends, what do you think? Venu sir, what do you think about this? It's a beginning. He says it's a beginning. Yes. Sir, let me tell you, sir, there is something called artificial narrow intelligence. The next level is artificial general intelligence. The next level is artificial super intelligence. When I saw this in a PPT of this AI level 1, I will think about it. What is this? When are we going to get this general intelligence? The PPT it claimed as 2030. I'm not sure any of you noted this. I believe this concept like RAG, concept like MCP is going to merge the gap between a narrow intelligence model, like you give a chat, it responds, to a general intelligence model. We are in the phase of moving from an artificial narrow intelligence, a chatting model, to a agentic model, or a workaholic model, or a desirable model, where we set the rules and the model achieves the result. It may be in a kind of a report like this, or in terms of doing an audit, in terms of doing a verification, or doing a reconciliation. Okay, let me formally put one more video on this MCP, more detailed video for 2 minutes, and I will complete my session.
MCP stands for Model Context Protocol, and it's simply a way for AI models like ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude to communicate with external tools. See, when you have a large language model, an LLM like ChatGPT on its own, it's great at conversation, strategizing, pulling historical facts, but when you actually ask it to perform some meaningful tasks like sending an email or updating your tasks list, it will say, sorry, I can't do that. It can write the email for you, but then you'll need to go and copy that email over to your Gmail app and then send the email. So we've realized here by connecting LLMs directly to the tools we use each and every day, they can become a lot more powerful. Two things happen when we connect LLMs to tools. First, they can actually pull in context from the tool. So for instance, if you ask it to run an analysis about what are the most common job titles of new customers that you have, if your large language model is connected directly to your CRM like Salesforce, it will be able to pull in that data and run that analysis. Now, on top of just pulling in context, it now moves us away from just simply knowledge, but going towards action. And by connecting the LLM to tools, we can perform action. So rather than just writing the email for you, it can go and actually either create the draft in your Gmail account directly for you to review, or even all the way through to actually sending out that email. Now, what the Model Context Protocol is specifically is just an agreed upon standard about how tools should interact with AI models. Rather than every single tool, so rather than Salesforce creating their own method to connect with an AI, rather than Google creating their own method to connect with an AI, rather than Notion and pretty much any tool you're using creating their own method, the team at Anthropic developed this Model Context Protocol, which involves an MCP server that makes it very simple for AI to connect with MCP servers and then leverage different tools. And this is something that it's hoping that the rest of the industry will adopt.
Now, I'm going to take a couple of more iterations because I think I have another 5 more minutes to do. So I'm going to say, list me the transactions on Sunday. It is going to give me the transactions on Sunday, friends. Another view of the story, friends, I want to share it, but still I have not thought on this process. I do virtual CFO services. Every 2 days, the client will annoy with me a list of reports. I'll give. Now tell me, should I give the list of reports or should I give this UI of this application? My problem is solved. Think about this tool is available for a CEO or a CFO or anybody with all powers to an employee in an organization. Forget about auditing. What is going to impact? Yes, it has given me the total transactions, voucher wise, party wise, on respective dates. And it is giving me a filter to do it. I'll give publish in order to just show you because my screen is very small here. And at the same time, I'll ask some other questions. I'm going to say, get me the rent ledger. Any GL dump I can ask. Yeah. So it is giving me the list of transactions, summary, report, breakdown. I can select voucher type, wise, data. So this is what, friends, MCP servers are all about. It can go create and by the way, I want to tell you, since I'm only sharing, there is an option here to download the output either as a HTML file, see here, which can run in your local system. The output can come in a React file, which can run in your local machine, or you can publish the output, or if you do not like this output, you can ask the output in an Excel file. All the usable files are being configured into this model, which like a wrapper on top of it. The data has been extracted, then put on towards UI UX. So with this, I'll complete my impromptu session on this MCP server using in an accounting application. Thank you so much, friends. Over to the
Thank you so much, Ram, for a wonderful insight to the practical use case of AI and the desired tool. I would like to take few questions if we are having from the audience side, so that before we conclude, we can make a meaningful dialogue, and we are having some time for this session. I request the console to hand over the mic, please. Any questions?
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, is it possible here for any reconciliation like just 2B, GST 2B versus books
Very
of
well,
accounts?
sir. Very well. Very well.
Because
it can do.
it's a Herculean task, basically, through manual.
Sir,
Excel.
maybe I'll cover a bit in the parallel session if possible. And I think Mr. Venu sir is also speaking on the context of reconciliation of 2A, 2B. So you can certainly wait for some time and get some more insights from it.
Sure.
And I believe MCP server would do. What, Venu sir, you think? It will certainly would do. But you just wait for the other session so that you can get a fair idea on this reconciliation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your answer.
Yes, sir. Huh. See, currently, let me tell you, friends, you will all think about I'm an engineer guy or something like that. No. Or ex-Google, nothing. I'm a chartered accountant having 10 attempts in CA final. Never sat in a programming language class. My previous profession was driving lorries, which was my family business I was taking care. I transformed. Nothing else. At the moment, it is not included even in your level 2. Okay? And I believe every 2 months the syllabus is changed for this AI certified course. Today we are seeing version number 10. No, 10 has been put 3 days back, sir. You have not updated. Okay. So, and it is version number 4 or 5 in level 2. Certainly in the days to come, RAG is already included in level 2. And I would suggest you to always get an update from this AI website. And also, Sumit bhai, oh, my laptop is closed, okay. So, there are agentic models currently enabled for, the CA-GPT agentic models, currently enabled for faculties. It is due to rolled out for members as well. In that case, instead of giving prompts, you can give task. Certainly, maybe in a due course, you can also come to a level configuring your own MCP server and do whatever reporting you can get out of it. Any other questions, friends? Yes, so we can close the session.
With the permission, if there are no further questions, would like to conclude this session with a huge round of applause to the session speaker and keynote Ram. And we'll break for lunch and stay awake, because post lunch we'll be having our dear Benu to take the session, and I'm sure as always he been very insightful to this segment of life. So thank you so much all.
Good afternoon, friends. Welcome after the lunch. And we from the management side at times keep the star speakers post lunch deliberately, so that the post lunch naps may not be taken by any one of us. And in this particular series, we have a very star speaker of the country, of ICAI, CA, Venugopal Gelaji. May I please request him to be please on the dais. He's going to speak on the topic AI in GST litigation and reconciliation, which is a very, very important topic. At least two things remains in the heart of each chartered accountant: income tax and indirect tax, GST. So he'll be talking of the GST litigation as well as reconciliation. Of course, nowadays, a lot of litigations are happening in GST and a lot of reconciliation activities each one of we are doing at our offices in regard to GST, and he's going to help us and give us some ideas how should we proceed upon. Venugopal sir is a FCA, DISA, CISA and a founder partner of Mrs. Venu and Vinay Chartered Accountants, which is established in the year 2002. All over India, rank 45th in CA final examination. That shows his inclination towards the academics. He's certified information system auditor and has completed several specialized ICAI certifications, including DISA, business valuation, internal audit, fraud detection, and forensic accounting. He has also completed a year-long program in data analysis and business intelligence from IIM. Has served as a co-opted member of the ICAI Indirect Tax Committee for the years 2017-18, 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26. Renowned speaker on GST, and nowadays working a lot in the AI sector. So who can be a better speaker on the topic of AI along with the GST? He conducts workshops on automated return filing, has developed several widely used Excel-based GST tools, including JSON readers, GSTIN validators, benefit analysis tools, and GST audit. He has a good coding experience on VBNet, R, and Python, and experience in database design review. He has also contributed to the development and management of cloud applications such as GST, Gen, Tally on Wheels, and others. May we all put our hands together to welcome C.A. Venugopal Gela, sir. And I request Modi Pradeep Modi ji to please welcome him with Uttorio. On behalf of Eastern India Regional Council of Institute, also present him a small token of memento. With this, Venugopal sir, the session is all yours, and next 45 minutes of the session is all yours, and thereafter we'll have a question and answer session of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here, the city of joy, very joyfully, and I come regularly here, speak on either the topic on GST or technology, and those are the areas I practice. Thank you, Aditya Maheshwarji, for doing a kind introduction. I'm sure GST is now no more nascent. People casually ask that, okay, there's been so many circulars, notification, ye kab band hoga? But if we have to see, GST hoke 8 saal ho gaya. Now, बच्चे जब बढ़ते उनके कपड़े तो सूट होते नहीं, so हर 6 महीने हर साल चेंज होता रहता है. हमारा तो खाली अभी हाइट बढ़ेगा नहीं, खाली we only pant size change होगा. So GST is also moving towards settling that area. Now, having that being settled and notices substantially settled, today I don't think anyone are getting notices on 2A, 2B not matching, 3B not matching. Today we are not getting that. Oh, jamana chala gaya. Maybe we are having the appeal matters of that, but we don't have the notice matters of that. If you look at those who are into practice on GST litigation, the number of files that you are have gone to the department, for sure, at least in my office, has become half of what was last year. Why? Technology. Things are getting automated. Of course, we have also learned, understood tricks of the trade, all those aspects. So today's session, I am going to talk about merging GST and AI. I'm not going to demonstrate a tool like Rama, whatever he has done, but I'm going to give some tips for you to keep it in mind, go back to the office, talk to the team, how to implement, or reflect yourself when you are talking to the client or advising them what is that they should do. We would look at multiple aspects, how they can better their compliance, how they can handle their notices well. In the domain of litigation, given the tribunal is coming, how are we geared up in handling the appeals case management? Inside of all the 3 points, I will be talking on how do I use AI. How do we use AI? These are the topics, points that I would be discussing. And we'll make it more interactive. I'll ask questions and let's understand more. That will help me to actually give whatever the points I want to say. Starting with a question. How many of in the room are not using ChatGPT or have not used ChatGPT or not aware of ChatGPT? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we look at it, so around 5% of the people are not aware of it or not used it. But other than that, now if you see, 95% of them have used it or using it. What does it says? It only says a word that technology is evolving and it has evolved and that is going to be the future. You may sound it like, will my life will not work without it? It will work, for sure. There's no doubt in it. But let's ask this question. Okay, let me start with stupid question. How many of you use Excel? Everyone? How many of you are aware of the function called sum in Excel? That's why I said it's a stupid question. Will you choose, let's say you have A1 to A10, some numbers. Will you choose to take calculator and total the numbers and put a number there, or you would want to use the sum function and do the sum? But if you use sum function, what will happen to your memory? Your calculation skills will go off, everything will go off. Why would you use a sum function? No, that's the order of the day. Life has become that way. If you think that if I start using tools like Gemini, ChatGPT and others, am I losing my memory? Am I losing my intellect? Am I losing my capability? Am I becoming dependent on the system? Of course, we are becoming dependent on the system. Today, we cannot live without mobile. We cannot live without WhatsApp. It has become order of the day. Likewise, using of Gen AI, generative AI tools is necessary and essential. So those 5% of the people who have not used ChatGPT, very good. Don't use. Use Gemini. There are good versions are there. Use Claude, which we have seen in the earlier session. Use Claude, right? In fact, in the world of artificial intelligence, the ChatGPT is the first one to be appreciated because they made it the language models public and open to use. It's like air travel has become so frequent and so available, we should say thanks to Air Deccan, which said that, okay, anyone can fly. It's not that after the Air Deccan has come, suddenly flight travels have become, it has become cheap, but at the same time they said, okay, you can also fly. The moment you got that, then people started using that as an alternative and they're using it. Likewise, ChatGPT is the first one to introduce to the common man that generative AI is anyone can use. The word GPT is proprietary to ChatGPT. We can't say Gemini GPT or Claude GPT. It is, we call it as Gen AI, generative AI. Why do we say generative? If the same topic I am talking in Delhi, exactly same content, same everything, the words that would come from my mouth would be different. I am generating, looking at the audience, looking at the response, it is changing. So onto the same prompt, we call it as prompt. Prompt is like question. So on the same prompt, you are asking the exactly same prompt. Sir is asking, 3 people are asking same question. The answer will be different. It is not giving from a knowledge base. Looking at the knowledge, it is generating an answer. That is why we call it as Gen AI. Now, this ChatGPT, which is the kind of I will say, the mother and father of making these LLMs more open, they have flagged themselves as code red. Last week, ChatGPT said we are in code red. Now, what do that mean? They said if we don't correct something at R, our business will be at loss. Where we are, if we don't correct ourselves, our business at loss. So they said, no more new developments, no agentic applications. Let's not change. Next 15 days, we will go back and work on the model of ChatGPT, ensuring that the output is coming best. And someone who is at that 500 billion valuation, if someone can, when they can say that, okay, I am just making an aware that we are at code red and we are doing re-engineering, we should also rethink ourselves that when we are doing some work, if I am doing the same work what I have done the last year or last month, if I am doing it in the same way, then something is going to be wrong. You would have heard this statement that AI will not replace humans. Yes or no? And AI will not replace your work, right? But something replaces your work. The people who are using AI will replace you. AI is not going to replace you, but the other people who are using AI will replace you. So think of an accountant who says, I will be using calculator, put a total in that. मैं मुंशी हूँ, like मेरा calculation skills are superb. मैं calculator is like आपसे भी double speed में डालता हूँ. मैं sum function use नहीं करूँगा. Versus there is another accountant. No, which one you will prepare? You will say that okay, आपका calculation skills अच्छा है, but ये जमाने के लिए मेरे को जो sum function use करेगा वही accountant चाहिए. Will you say it or not? That's what the client will also say. Your client will say, like whatever ChatGPT is available to you is available to the client also. Your client will start saying that, okay, I want the chartered accountant who can really advise me in a right sense. It doesn't mean that you are not giving them a right answer. But you should reflect yourself that have you upgraded your technology skills. That's the fundamental thing. Now, let me start with basics. What do you mean by basics? What we look at in GST, if we have to look at as a GST perspective, the main goal is we want to file returns on time, right? We want to ensure whatever there in the books is properly reported or not. When we are saying filing, we want to ensure, we want to take care of that. Why do we want to do it? We want to avoid penalties, late fees, interest. We want to ensure जो ITC मेरा है वो सही टाइम पे लूँ. And what are we doing on a regular basis? This is GSTR 11A, 3B and 99C. That's what we have been filing. We have other information like IMS 2A, 2B, which though we cannot do anything when clicking accept की तरह, but left side is the one which we are filing. This is what we are doing, right? So what is the ask? The ask is, have they been filed within the time? So let's look at what is the ask. Have they been filed within the time? Have they been reconciled? Did I pay the taxes properly? If something is nil, have I reported properly? Like all these things. We want to ensure this is taken care. Now, the question that comes, if this is taken care, is, let's say each one of you, when I say you, your office or your team, whomsoever is filing the returns, they might be filing around 50 returns or 100 returns. On an average, I will keep one person will be able to take care of 20 returns and not beyond. Is that a fair expectation? Yes or no? Anyone who has in the office who is filing 100 GST returns? No, right? Now the question is, why AI? If that person is doing it, why AI? Where is the knowledge? Knowledge is on the person who is doing. If he lives, don't worry sir, in Eastern India, लोगों को कोई कमी नहीं है, ये छोड़ के चला गया, नया बंदा आ जाएगा. कॉस्ट की कमी नहीं है, 20-25 हज़ार में एक और बंदा आ जाएगा. Now the question that comes back is the knowledge. The person who is filing the return, there is a lot of knowledge with him. How are we articulating and transferring into a system? It's a process. I'm sure 50% of the people in the room are using government Excel utility to file your R1 and 3B. Yes or no? Yes. Some of you would be using some software. Some 5% would be from your ERP if they are giving. Around 10-20% directly on the portal, do a data entry and submit it. Is there anything wrong? Absolutely no wrong. But let's look at the challenge. Challenge number 1. Can your business scale? Can the business scale? The answer is no. Like you would always wish that, okay, I shouldn't be out of business. Like we operate from that, okay, like chalna hai, we shouldn't be worried about competition, bacche log aayenge, jayenge, but nothing should happen with my client. Mera client chhod ke nahi jana hai. That would always be there in the back of the mind. But let's say suddenly one of the biggest client who comes, let's say Infosys comes to you and say, can you file my GST R1 and 3B? Now, theoretically, yes. You know what needs to be done. You can say yes. But on the ground, can you do it? Answer is no. You don't have time. Okay, I don't expect you to do. Your team, no, they are not capable of enough of handling that volume. That's your first challenge. Okay, challenge number 2. I don't want a high voluminous client, but let's say 10 more clients walk in tomorrow and say, will you be able to handle? Then you will say yes. But 100 clients walk in, answer is no. You have not built the practice for scaling. We've been hearing from the institute, everyone saying that the era of specialization is there. So in the firm, and I'm saying firm, moving from proprietor to a partnership firm, there should be collaboration of the people. So at least 25% of the practicing firm members should be generalist, 75% should be specialist. That means in a 4-member firm, 1 person is general, 3 other persons are doing only specialized works. Now that's the expectation. In GST, there are deeper specialization. Someone has to go for litigation at pre-notice stage, adjudication, ADT 01 or SCN handling, someone at APL stage, someone at a tribunal stage. We can't wear all the hats all the times. Now, are we building that? Now, if we are building that and if we are making people move from one role to other, are we standardizing the practices which they are doing? That means it's a simple return filing. Let's say in each of your office, there are 3 people I am assuming on an average. Some may be having 1 person, some may be having 10 persons. On an average, there are 3 people who are filing the GST returns. If I remove 1 person and give the other person who has been filing GST only, the answer is without the dependency on the first person, the second person will not be able to file the returns. he would still need some understanding where the file has been saved, where is the last month workings, what are the data. Now, that is where we are moving towards an artificial intelligence and a system-driven, technology-driven work. That is the era that we are moving. So a question that you should start asking yourself is, am I moving into that journey? We talk about succession, we talk about from the technology world, business continuity plan, disaster recovery plan, but about our firm, and especially GST, which is day in, day out, that is what we are doing. What is that we are doing to improve our practice is a question I want to put to you. You should ask yourself, how am I doing it? Let me tell you, how am I doing in our office? Our office, firstly, we always believe in technology and we always believe in systems and process. Every work, every damn work that happens in the office gets recorded by a senior. It's like Zoom or Loom or Google Meet, anything. You can just open, record the work. Now, once you record the work, you can upload it in a private unlisted. Let's say simple GSTR1 filing, you will say that, okay, Mr. Ramesh of this organization will be sending me sales register on 8th, and I will ask them this questions. This client has a peculiar issue. They are having two softwares. So a POS machine gives me this report. I will take B2B report from this, and I will be using this. I will load this data into here. This gets synchronized with my return filing software, and here is the data which I upload. Once it is filed, I processed, I send it to them for confirmation. Once it is confirmed, we file. Let's say this is the process. That's all he will do, a video recording, upload it in YouTube private. So you are now automatically from the peer review and doing the training, you are building one knowledge documentation. Now the next person, he has seen the video, he has been doing, now he has to be retired and someone is coming. So he will redo the same thing. Okay, now Ramesh is not there, so-and-so person, the POS was changed to this and these people are doing this. It would only take a 2-minute video, but it will give you the incoming person entire glimpse of it. Practices is all standardized. My return filing is through this software. Data, whatever be the format comes, it has to be integrated to this software. After I file the return, I need to have RUD. All relied upon documents should be there at one place. These are the checklists that you need to put in. Now, is it going to transform you in the day one? No. First 3 months, it is going to be a struggle. Your staff will curse. You will say, "Arey 3B file karne, usko open karunga. I'll just enter some number and it is done. For that, why should I do a half an hour extra work?" But after 3 months, you will realize that if that person is not there, you are not there, the process goes on by itself. That is what you are looking at building. So why artificial intelligence? Basically, you are simulating the human intelligence, and which is now machines are doing. Earlier, we used to say process, like that's what we do in car also. We say, does the organization have the process? We keep asking about the process. Now we are trying to eliminate whatever the human is doing, we are trying to eliminate. It has an ability to do a capability of reasoning and problem solving. Machine learning and NLP. This has become kind of a very important aspect of our day-to-day life. It is there, out there. What you have just sometimes seen is an MCP. It is a model context protocol. Earlier, when we have to communicate one application to another application, we use API, application program interchange. But now in an application program interchange, I am going to give a binary, 1 as 1, 0 as 1. But in an MCP, true false is also interpreted as 1, 0. So there is one more layer we are introducing, and the using NLP, we are converting the plain language into an API. So it's a kind of a bridge between an API and the human language. Now the world is moving there. If we don't adopt that adoption suddenly is going to become challenge. If I have to tell you how these are working, traditionally the programming happens this way. There is a data and there is a program you will write and you will give it to the computer. Computer will give you an output. But now what happens? There is a data and you will give the output as a prompt saying that I need this, and the computer would write the program. And that's what you have exactly seen when Rama has given a prompt, give me KPIs. That's what Sumit has typed. Or someone has typed the debtors. What happened? On the right side, the program got prepared. So the program has been designed, developed by the computer. Rama did not write the program. Computer has written the program and it has given the output. When he talked about 40A3 more than 10,000, so the computer has done it. That is what the AI is doing. So let's dwell into the question of why AI should be used or where AI should be used. First and foremost, on reconciliation. Reconciliation from the manual era, we have moved to a software era, we now need to be in an integrated era. Whether it is your purchase register with 2B, IMS, whatever be the terminologies that come in, or sales with the e-invoice, sales with e-way bill, whatever be the terminology that you are saying. Reconciliation is an activity under GST as a necessary. Whether your employee is doing, client side is doing, it is something needs to be done. Done on a monthly basis. And it has to be done more like your that AS22. What is AS22? Defer tax. Now we need to know how much of the defer tax we are deferring. So next year I need to know this much I will have to adjust and use it. So these credits are available, not utilized, missing there. So you carry forward to the next month. So you need to do an automatic follow-up with the vendor and the customers. So certain activities that you need to do and it needs to be remembered and the programs will remember. Memory, it should, anything you keep in the mind, no? Human memory is the last thing you should keep in. It is not the safest form of existence. It is the weakest form of existence. If you think that I will remember these are the things I need to carry forward and take actions, you will forget it for sure. Like if I ask you what is the color of the shirt you have wore yesterday, you will immediately think yesterday kal मैं ये पहना था. कुछ लोग अभी भी सोच रहे हैं क्या पहना था. So that's the power of memory for when it regards to those tangible things, right? Human memory can carry the emotions. Like you might not remember whatever I have spoken, but you will carry some emotions which will be there for the long. And that is why we should rely on machine memory for something to capture numbers, variables that are changing. Now these reconciliations are now going haywire, funny. Ensuring the fuzzy logic is there in the reconciliation is more important. If you use a simple Excel lookup, pivots and matching, that is not going to be an order of the day. Your reconciliation are when it is driven by a software, whether you are using a cloud or desktop. People ask me which is the software I should use, cloud or desktop. My general recommendation is cloud, but I will always say use one software. Let's say in cloud, okay, you have ClearTax, you have Saral, you have GST Zen, you have WebTel, you have this software. Which one to use? I will say use one, any one. You can never say that this software is better. Firstly, you should know these are all software companies. Can I say these are all technology companies? Yes or no? Do you know USP is not a technology for technology firms. Why did ChatGPT give code red? Because Gemini 3 came up with a version, the context window is longer and it is ability to do much better. Now they said, okay, now I will also increase my context window. I will also increase my reasoning. So if one technology product or a software has brought in a new feature, it will take another 3 months or 6 months, the other competitor will also get that feature. So a competition in a technology products is never the technology. The competition is about user experience. So why are you worried about which software is better? Having a software is more important than analyzing which software is better. We are not an experts on the software. Why should we be worried about it? What we should ask from the software vendor is, can you give me a smart dashboards? Can you give me a smart dashboards? That is what we need to ask. What is a smart dashboard? You are filing the return, let's say in the month of January, you will be filing the returns for December. Let's say this month 3B you will be filing in another week. Now system should say that, hey look, all this while you are paying taxes through ITC 98%, but suddenly this month you are paying only 60%. Is there something wrong? Did you not account some purchases? Or is this your major vendor who has not uploaded? Or you've been reporting RCM liability till December, but the next month RCM liability is not there. Do you want to recheck your returns before you file? A questions that system can ask you before you file. Let's say you have filed. Can the system gives you GSTR 9 on a monthly basis? This is what you have to ask. On a monthly basis, can I get my annual returns? GSTR 9 and 9C prepared, is it possible? That's the question that you should ask. You don't ask about what technology, what thing which the software is. Can you give me a smart dashboard? What is a smart dashboard? Can the system talk to me? Can the numbers talk to me? Please note, if you have a data in front of you, and if the data is not talking to you, something wrong where you are. It's nothing to do with the data. It's something wrong where you are. In the world, the data scientists, they are always told, torture the data till it speaks to you. Torture the data till it speaks to you. If it is not speaking to you, something wrong. I'll give you a simple classic example. Let's say in the customer ledger of the tally, what is that we would want to do? Let's say when I open the tally ledger, what is that we will do? Either we will press that FI or Alt B, we will see bill wise outstanding. Okay, if there is some 23 lakhs is the closing balance, we would want to see 23 lakhs belonging to how many bills or what it is. If suddenly you will find on account, then immediately you know the quality of the accountant. Or bill wise itself is not there, you will get upset. Like, how do I know whether this number is right or wrong? The moment assuming if it is bill wise is there, can you see that, okay, what does that invoice number talking to me? Let's say if you are seeing INV 1500, either it is saying this 1500 invoice. But if they say, let's have their different verticals, they have different products segments, different branches geographically. Can the client incorporate in that bill saying that which segment the DSO is high, which segment DSO is less, something like that. So as the job of a chartered accountant is always to enhance the quality of the data, enhance the quality of the numbers. Now that is what we should also ask. First thing, use the software. Second, start asking from the software, look, I need this. Now the software vendor will happily provide you because you are asking a question which will enhance your productivity. If it is enhancing your productivity, it will enhance the productivity of other clients also. All right. Now you may be the first mover. Now the first mover will have that advantage of, okay, you thought something, you brought something into the product. So your job is to keep asking the software vendor, acha mereko ek feature ye de do. Now he will give it to you free of cost, don't worry. But your job is to ask. Another thing in the world of software, aaj aapne pooch liya, kal nahi hoga. At least they will take a month or two because they have to ensure all the edge cases are done, testing and everything. But they will do it. So the limitation is neither at the software nor at the developer. The limitation is where you are. We have stopped asking questions. We have stopped expecting things. We expect things to be taken care automatically. That is something wrong. We need to correct ourselves. All right. So when you use the AI, what are the advantages it will give you? You will get ability to handle either a large volume of data, or you don't want to handle a large clients, you will have an ability to handle the business side expansion, handling multiple clients. You will be on top of the vigilance, compliance. You will preempt the client saying that, look, I made a mistake. I was supposed to report 1 crore turnover, but 25 lakhs I missed out. At least next month you will report it. So you know if you made a mistake, you will correct it in time. Let's say I have availed an ineligible credit. Client did not know, the accountant did not know, motor gaadi kharid liya, uska credit le liya, that's okay, next month it can be reversed. You are on top of it. That is what it is going to do. So your smart dashboard will start talking to you. If it can talk to you, then you are more in control of the data. Like you have one report card. Like why do we have imagine in a cricket, you hit the 6, they are not giving you 6. You run, they are not giving you run. How it will be? Very boring, right? If there is no numbers to chase. Your report card is also like that. Okay, I have seen this. Okay, I'm at 75%, 80%. Then when you know it, the satisfaction that you will get that or the control that you have about the client will increase. Start building a report card for each of your client. I am talking from the GST perspective, but you can start implementing across. Now that report card will say various checks, controls, it will validate. Over the time you can input it into a software. You say that, look, this is my checklist. I want you to give me a scorecard. You ask your vendor, he will do it. Help him to do it. He will do it for free to you. Or at least he will give you a testimony royalty saying that, look, so-and-so person has advised us to do it. Now, you will start seeing, your thinking will start change when you start using software. You will start thinking like a software. You will be thinking that how do I become a process man? Moving from a person-driven to a process-driven is what that is going to happen. Let's look at what GST department is doing. Currently, GST department is doing entire risk profiling of the people. So when the registration is going to happen, they are going to the risk profiling. That is why they have introduced both Rule 9A and 14A saying that in 3 days your registration is done. That is what they have done. The Aadhaar and different databases they have integrated and they have done a risk profiling. And the days of fake invoice, bill trading, all those things, it's all system driven. If a squad under 68 and 129, they are stopping a vehicle elsewhere and levying a penalty, it is not their intelligence. They have a deeper intelligence integrated with Vahan portal. The portal will say, please stand there, stop this vehicle. That's all it will say. They knows that risky taxpayers, risky goods, material coming in, material going out, which HSN can come, which HSN cannot come, what is the route, the moment they open, which are the checkposts the vehicle has crossed at what times and what are the anomalies, everything it is going to tell. So they have done a very detailed e-waybill reconciliation in their application. They have done predictive analytics. You will now start getting notices saying that, hey, your turnover has decreased. Is there any reason? Now you may say that you don't have a right to ask, but you will get a very subtle mails asking you what is happening, suddenly something moved, or asking them under 67, please go and visit their factory and see that is there a reason to believe that there is a suppression that is happening. You will get INS 01 automatically. This is all done. So Infosys this year, they have been, 2 months back, they have been awarded the last project of deepening the analytics. Already the analytics has been built in. Now they are doing a deepening and they are doing at an invoice level. And the audits are now going to be risk-based. So they have announced across both SGST and CGST, the audits, 70% of the audits are to be necessarily driven by the system. System is going to tell. Now let's say I have a favorite SSC every time I want to pick, but I need to ensure the SSCs I am picking should be within the 30%, because 70% of the audits are to be done by the system only. Now that is what they are doing. If the department is doing that, what is that you can do? You can take support of an ASP tool. You can also do an early pattern recognition or compliance validation. Any models that you want, you can do it. The predictive analysis I have already spoken. I'll skip this, but I want to talk about NLPs that you should use. NLPs like Gemini, ChatGPT, everything which is there is something now you can inbuilt. OpenAI earlier to do a guarded conversation has become kind of a very easy way. Most corporates today use Copilot because now they have gone, they know that the data which is given is not going out. It is being guarded. Having said that, is it true? I don't know. Okay. Privacy is a myth in the world, digital world. Okay. And they call it as a moh maya. Now, hoga, nahi hoga, kisi ko pata nahi. But at least on paper, terms and condition, it says, I will not use your data to train my system. Something they are doing. So we go by that. We go by that. Now, after you go by that, your reasoning goes up. For example, you got a notice. Now you can start interacting with that notice, whether it is on the PDF or on the Gemini, it could be anything. Ask, why did I get this notice? It will say, hey, look, this is not a notice, this is an ASMT 10. Okay, why did I get this? No, you filed your GSTR 1 as 1 crore, but your e-invoice was showing 1.1 crore. Oh, is it? Okay, what do I need to do? It will say you have to do a reply under ASMT 11. Now I'll ask, what should I reply? Go back and check your sales register. Is it really 1.1 crores or 1 crore? And appropriately reply. Then I'll go back and check my sales saying that I have cancelled 2 invoices in my sales register. I didn't cancel in the e-invoice portal because the 24-hour window got expired. I'll just say that. Okay, if that is so, no worries. I will give a draft reply. System is going to do it. Now please note, they are always called, these GPTs are called assistants. They are like an assistant. They are not going to be sitting on top of you. Why are they called assistant? Because the way you talk to your article saying ki ye check karke ek draft bana ke lekar aao, that is what that has done. Your job is to check the draft, and if it is fine, you are in order, you can just go ahead and submit that, right? So that is what these tools are going to do. Use it in summarizing the notice. Or you are in the profession where learning is necessary. Let's say armor security, Supreme Court judgment has come. Now I want to understand section 6B of the Act. How do I read? SGST officer bhi aa raha hai, CGST officer bhi aa raha hai, 65 mein audit chal raha hai, 67 mein inspection chal raha hai. How do I counter it? Now should I proceed with the officer directly? Now you go and talk, interacting with the system. Look, this is the judgment. This is in 300 pages. Can you summarize it? Now it will summarize it. I want to go by para, go deepen your knowledge. How you get a case headings and synopsis when you subscribe to any of those tools, you now can get those similar learnings from these tools. And for sure, you need to have the tools like Dante or Notebook LM. These are the tools you should start using day in, day out. Especially Notebook LM, you should have, everyone has a Gmail and Google subscription. You should definitely be using it. It has a podcast. If you are, it's like you're going for a walk, you have some 50 pages book, you can just put it, build a podcast, it will start talking to you, it will interact, you can ask question. The good part of this podcast is while it is playing, you talk to it, it will deepen and understand. Or you want to build a bot of your own, you can do is, BotPress is something which is a little, it is not a no code, but it is a low code, but you can use BotPress to build your own applications, right? Now, if you are doing all this, what is that you should be looking at? What is that you should watch for? Please note, you cannot rely on AI solely, for sure. You cannot rely on it completely. You cannot expect it to be perfect. It will never be perfect. It can never be perfect. And always ensure there are ethical considerations. DPD Act has come. So I don't know how many of you have studied. There is one clause, penalty up to 250 crores is also there in the data protection. So if you have violated in that, it is an error. Consider that human error. Morning, Mayurji was saying, 3 बजे तक वो whistles गिनते रहना, 3 तक whistles गिनते रहना. So what you ask the prompt, it will give you that kind of the wrong prompt or wrong answer. So there would always be error of the human. Yeah. Models are evolving, and you got to be very watchful and careful to it. All right, so these are the things, DPDP Act I have mentioned. So just to summarize, AI will not replace neither CS or GST officers, okay? But it is going to aid them, augment them, better their work. That is what it is going to do. It is going to help in identifying risk and compliance. Make sure you start integrating, start asking for smart dashboards. Stay curious, have a happy learning. With this, I conclude my session. Any questions, I would be happy to share. And my knowledge, how we are doing the works in the office, I can always tell you. But we will automate. Yeah, one other thing which I wanted to actually show, forgot, let me. Yeah, so this is one, let's say every month, every month after you file, I get the report automatically generated saying that so many returns filed, this is the date on which it has been filed. It's all completely system driven, and it goes like an MIS. So on a monthly basis, you are sending to, whether you are filing that client for 5,000 rupees or someone is paying 1 lakh rupees a month, still you will be able to generate a report, system driven and standardized, accurate. If there are any errors, it will say, okay, these are the errors that you need to correct. So you can automatically prepare reports like this. Whatever the report which I am showing you is not prepared by a human being. Basis the monthly data, this report comes and it will say if there are any errors, it will keep showing. So people will use it. So now client would also feel happy that, okay, after the return has been filed, I got a report. A report like this, you should start considering and using it. Yeah. With this, we have come to end of the session. Thank you so much.
So friends, when we think of GST and think of technology, a mega speaker like Benu is there. We cannot think of a speaker other than Benu when learning on the subject as well as the tech. I have been following him for the last more than 5 or 6 years since the GST has been introduced. Let's us put our hands together to show him the way he speaks very simply and so learn it. So on behalf of the EIRC and also from the committee of ICAI, AI in ICAI, we thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity to be taking you on this stage. So we'll be expecting you in another programs also. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we'll be starting with the next session. Next session is of Mr. Sumit Mishra ji. He is the Senior Vice President of RS Software. The profile is already displayed in the screen. You can always have a look. He has a PhD with 30 plus years in IT sourcing, managing large projects and advising payment firms on technical strategies to build customer-focused competencies. He was the key member in building the world's largest payment data warehouse and architected India's payment bank stack comprising of like Unified Payment Interface, UPI, and EFRM and BBPS. So with these words, I'd like to call on dais Mr. Sumit Mishra. Sir, please come out on the dais. And I'd request C.A. Suman Chaudhary to kindly felicitate sir with a flower book, with a Uttario and a memento. Sir. So I request Sumit sir to kindly proceed with the session.
Good afternoon, and thank you ICAI for inviting me to this session. I come from a little different background, but I think it is pertinent in this age because digital payments is something that is driving the economy in every sphere of life. Coming from the background of technology, from a company that has built the UPI and the fraud and risk management system and the Bharat Bill Pay system. Before that, we did 20 years of work for the largest card systems in the world. So with that, I'm trying to put a perspective. So as you can see, all the other presentations were largely based on the background of white. I have moved to black because whatever we saw right now were how we can use AI for the positive effects that has been there in this computation of accounting purposes. But what I'm going to share is something little bit scary. It is AI is being used by, as we have seen in the last, all the sessions, that AI is heavily being used by in the accounting purposes, charter accountancy and other purposes. But if you see the last session that we have, there's something called registration. That means the companies are registered with certain bodies in order to make some transactions and all of that. Now, what I'm going to say here is a little scary because it is going to impact what is it that we are getting the data from. So, as you can see, fraudsters are heavily using AI in creating nuisance, and they are not bound by any of the legal factors that bind us in using of AI. It is not ethical. There is, if there is error, they are not fined. They are just using AI at scale, and that is extremely scary. As you can see, the AI-powered fraud attempts, this is a report from 2024 and 2025, it is between 42 and 50%. So half of all this registration, etc., that we are seeing is fraudulent, but being furnished by AI. So there is a concept of account takeover. That means your account, your user ID, password, or something has been already compromised there. Most of the data is in the dark web, and this fraudster have been using it quite freely. And your account, people have been taking up their accounts, so they don't know that they're already hacked. And they are using that information to make wrong money movements. So that is account takeover. Almost 60% is being powered by AI. Account opening. That means somebody is opening an account in a bank or opening an account even in platforms. For example, there are platforms to transfer money cross-border and all of this. So 58% of that is AI-powered. The frauds are AI-powered. And the KYC bypass, 54%. So, and very recently this report has come up that, and this even in our company there was a attack on this, the generative AI email fraud losses projected to reach 11.5 billion by 2027. So this is the scale of AI usage in a wrong purpose. So now if we look at any digital payment platform and all the transaction happening, and this is what we track, we try to figure out and everything, there are basically 3 phases. One is onboarding. When you onboard into the system, it can be a merchant onboarded into a bank or a customer onboarded to a bank or anything like that. And then there's a second phase is transact. That means you are moving money across the board, whoever is connected into that platform. And then there's off-board. That means you move out of the platform. So if you look at the risk profiles, 78% of the risk is identity fraud, and that is used in onboarding. That is huge. That means fraudsters implant themselves on those platforms. And it is very difficult to track them once they're implemented, onboarded. Second is transact. So that means in transact, there are two phases. One is authorize. That means some systems authorize that you can use this system. And then there is settlement. That means the money movement is happening. So transactions have these two phases within it. If you have, there are systems like checks. So you have to authorize and then settle, but you can do a stop check to stop it. But for UPI, you don't have that chance. If you have authorized, the payment is gone. RTGS, if you have authorized, it is gone. Retracing back is a very expensive, a very complicated experience. So, in the transact phase, there is account takeover, and we have seen 13% increase between 2023 and 2025. So, basically, they have implanted themselves and they are doing some AI-based access to the systems, because the passwords which were earlier being, whatever password we give, and if somebody can get hold of our profile, because we leave the Aadhaar cards, Xerox copies here, the PAN cards here, the mobile numbers there, and all this can be collated, and almost by your child's date of birth or your marriage year or something, they can figure out what is your password. Because most of the passwords we give in that format, and they can figure out and they can take over the account and do the transaction. So this is the transact phase. But you can see two yellow lines which is coming in and going out. That is where we can do some tricks. That means we can have the vigilance. We'll talk about it. And during offboarding, they finally cash out, take data as information from that place, and they vanish. So once they are out of the system, you are impossible to catch them anyway. So basically what we are trying to say is, in any digital platform, this is the pattern, and we are now connected to digital platform, more number of platforms that you can count with your fingers. It can be WhatsApp, it can be your bank accounts, it can be Google Pay, it can be Facebook, it can be, there are n number of platforms where you are connected. You even don't remember where you are connected. There could be platforms from where you are getting information. That means professional information. I am connected to something called payments.com. You may be connected to something that gives you information on the chartered accountant, information, literature, and across the world. So those practices, you are registered there. You may have already forgotten, but that data is still lying there, and that can be extracted. Next is deep fake. Now, there are many grades of AI being used for wrong purposes. Deep fake is considered the most lethal weapon available for us to protect, available to the fraudster to do something bad. So deep fake usage have increased by 11 times, and and to replicate documents, they have been using 3 times, 300% increase. So a document that you get which looks very correct, for you to register a person onto a platform can be fake, and you have very little way of verifying that unless you do something. And this is a 2025 Q1 report from Subsum. Now it is not that this is only happening in our place. It is happening worldwide. It is in Canada, you can see 34 times, Hong Kong 19 times. I'll not read the list, but the lowest one, if you see the United States, is 7 times. These are in times, they are not in bips and not in small percentages. There are so many times they're increasing. So onboarding is almost, means it's very difficult area right now. And there, so if you see that we got an opportunity for doing eKYC using distant mechanism. That means with your phone you can do, you have to do two blinks and all that. It becomes easier to onboard. But the problem is, if you are doing easier to onboard, and now you have a deep fake solution for that. For example, blinking is being simulated right now as we are speaking. So blink, moving head, following some eye pattern on the screen, voice, all are getting replicated. All the machines are replicating that. So where is the sanctity that your identity won't get stolen? So this is a very serious problem that we are trying to deal with. And obviously, while we are doing all of these, it is not that only the bad ones are getting away. So bad ones, for example, right now, in this 1 hour or so, there will be more than 3 million attacks on UPI in this phase of time. And there will be more than 700 crores of rupees at risk as we speak. But obviously that is not happening every day, and neither it is happening anytime soon or anytime later. So we are doing, as a technologist, we are doing something right to protect this fantastic onslaught from the fraudsters. So this is where I will try to highlight some of the things that are being done in order to protect from these very smart fraudsters. Okay, so for the identity fraud, if you look at the identity fraud, they can give a wrong document. They can give static information that is wrong. It is very difficult to give a dynamic information that is wrong. So by saying this, what I'm trying to mean is that if I ask you what is the last time you made a purchase with your UPI, you will say, yesterday I think I paid for the Blinkit. Faking that is very difficult. But saying that your average balance in a bank is, say, 50,000 rupees, that is a static information. So what fraudsters are afraid of is when you start using dynamic information in order to verify identity or anything that you are trying to do. And verifying dynamic information or capturing them, you have to use machines, because a copy of your PAN card is extremely static. That is not going to give you anything. But the amount that you have filed is an ITR in the last year, and the advance tax that you have given in the last, say, quarter, this is dynamic. That is not static. So people trying to assess from that dynamic behavior it is much more safer, and this fraudster has very difficult in trying to replicate. So now let us see for this purposes what has been done. Very recently, we see that Telecom Department of Telecom Division of India has come up with something called Fraud Risk Indicator, FRI. Because whenever you give your phone number, whenever you're registering, be it Vahan or anything that you're doing with the mobile app, your phone number is going to be the main thing that is coming into play. Now, that phone number, how good is that phone number? Has that phone number been hacked earlier? Is it in a risk list? Who is going to know about that? The telecom department is the best guy to know about that. So they have come with something called fraud and risk indicator. So the quality of the SIM, whether you have a new device, whether you have purchased a new mobile number and inserted that SIM there, all this information is with our telecom department. And they have come out with an API to share that. Now that is a dynamic information that is being shared by a national platform, so that you can use that to see whether this is in the risky zone. I'm just giving few examples. Post office. Unfortunately, here we don't have an address verification using post office, but there are in other places ability to track that you have, whenever you move, you have to change your postal address and you have to notify the nearest post office where you are registered with. We have that provision, but nobody uses it. But that can give you a huge impact saying that this guy has moved. So basically, if you see again a dynamic information which cannot be shared by anybody other than the authority which is maintaining that data. So post office, bank can say it's a new account. Government ID, that means this is where the deep fake is most risky. That is, this face is in a suspect list or this fingerprint is in a suspect list. Now this is where government have the ability to provide you the data. And similarly, crime branches, some bank account is suspended, or a credit check guys will tell you whether this EMI is a EMI defaulter. So depending on the signals which are near real time and are dynamic, improves the protection of the people. So now we have to see how this can be arranged. All of this information comes at a very different frequency. So you don't change home as fast as you change your mobile phone number. So there are frequencies of change which is different. How to deal with these differences and how to track that is something that is of importance. Now let us look at the approach. Now this is where, because for example, you're trying to match a face from a large set of suspected stock data. How will you do that? Because face recognition, face extraction is extremely difficult. So they use something called fast detection. That means there are algorithms which quickly say that this 15 faces looks like this guy. Then there's a candidate match. You have to reduce from that 15 sets, say, to about 6 sets. And then you want to exactly point out to the single set. Now this quick reduction in the number is handled by deep, I would say, deep AI or deep learning algorithms, which they're noted here, but that is not very important to know. But there are algorithms which are doing this. Similarly, for the fingerprint, there's a traditional way of doing it. So in the upper one, we are doing it in series. In the lower one, we are doing it in parallel. We use the traditional ones, we use the deep learning ones, and we use the military grade ones, the ones that is, and then from this 3 pathways, we try to figure out if that person is, this fingerprint matches with something who is not. Then comes the address. Now we all know the address has a huge number of variations. Somebody will give road as RD, street as ST, and somebody will write the full name. And then there is, most of it is our vernacular names. The names in Calcutta will be different from the names in Delhi and names in Chennai. And because they are vernacular, the spellings are not, English spellings are not perfect. So that can change. So there is it is not unequivocal. It can change. So how do you match two similar strings which are, by sound they are similar, but not by exact letters? So you have to see all those information has to be taken in order to come out with the which one is the right and which one is the wrong. Right? So this is an interesting approach that is being taken, and this is protecting you from all this, whatever is problems that you're having. But as I was showing you that circle had an arrow in the down and the upside and downside arrow, is it when you are transacting? So when you are transacting, that is the most dynamic point where you are interacting with the system. And that is where we can have safeguards which are very personalized. And that is called behavioral biometrics. You'll be amazed to know that there are so many startups, both in India and abroad. They are getting out there with their own softwares and own solutions which track the biometrics extremely well. Now, what is biometric? So, for example, the device that you have, which angle you hold the device or the phone when you are talking, what is the operating system there, what is the screen length, all of these, if I can put together into a digest, then you can have something called device fingerprinting. That means next time when you are using that device for something, I will know that this is the same device being used using that digest. So I can bind that information with the device. Now, when I see that this device, with this device, a UPI transactions of the order of less than 100 is used for during the lunchtime, and suddenly I see it is being used for 2,000, 5,000, 6,000 rupees during the lunchtime, I should be able to say that this dynamic behaviors do not match. They're absolutely different. I even don't know that person, but from this device, I can say that these two are two different ways of doing it. So, without going into all these details, what happens is whenever you're using the device or the phone number or your Aadhaar number or whatever your identity, you are actually creating profiles. Profiles means where you are actually capturing the various dynamic things that you do. You don't have to know it, but the system will capture and maintain that list. And the next time when you are trying to do that, they will try to see whether it matches with the profile. It can match the profile of the payer, that means you who is paying. It can match the profile of the payee, that means the merchant to whom you are paying to. So to a street vendor who is an MSME, you will not be, typical spend will be much in the range, maximum in the range of 500. But if that person is starting getting 1,000 and 2,000 rupees of transaction, that shows that is something wrong. And that dynamic behavior is already profiled. So it will not be, it will get stopped. And this is the way we are protecting all your transactions that is happening, at least in India. So if you look at the profiles here, so if you look at payer, they are multi-dimension. That means day of the week, time of the day, merchant category, merchant location, whether it's a festive season, the weather, all of these contribute to building a profile. This profile is dynamically adjusted as you transact. On the other side, the merchant side, which is the payee side, they are high frequency. There's number of transactions very high. That again changes the number, the brand reputation, time of the day, day of the week, average ticket size, and then there are other information like whether it's a festive season, it's other things. So we create those profiles. And when another transaction happens, we try to match with that profile of the payer and the payee and say, this looks a good transaction or not a good transaction. Fraudster, if they hack within your account and they do an account takeover, they will not try to, they will first of all not know your profile. And next bad thing is they will try to move large amount of money because there is no use spending 500 rupees after they have hacked into your profile. So that is the way the systems know it and the systems stop it from happening. So this is heavily used AI and machine learning that has been used along with the rules. And we will talk about that, why you need that information. Right. So how do you build those guards? There are two types of guard. One is rule. That means human intelligence, human experience converted into rules is what we can know. That if you are a person 60 in the range of 70 years of age and it is 2:30 in the night and you are spending good amount 5,000 rupees at a night bar, it is not possible. It is most likely it's a fraud. So with that profile, I can create rules which will stop you. But the problem is the rules are static. That means I can explain. When somebody charges me saying that, why did you stop my transaction? I can explain that this is the reason I stopped it. It is dead of the night. You are in the 70s. Probably this is not where you are using the card. You can do that. It's not impossible. But we have protected you, or I'll give you a call and say, are you spending 10,000 rupees in a night bar? So you can say yes, no, and then we can pass it. So there is a way to stop, even execute that. But the cons is that this is difficult to maintain. That means because it is a static, every rule has to be maintained, tweaked. So how do you do the maintenance? You have to run systems which will say how much is the effectiveness of the rules, how much fraud they have captured, whatever. And you can see actually the rules becoming old. If it is something very static, it will remain. If it is gradually decreasing, that means the rules are getting old, means you have to replace the rules. So what has come? The deep learning models have come, the AI models have come. Now AI they learn from the data. That means if say UPI got launched on April 2016, by May 2016, nothing has happened to show you that what is the fraud pattern that will come, because the fraudsters have not kicked in. So if you had rules, that has protected, but you don't have enough data to use to train your models, which is AI models, to help you protect them. It is not available. So anything that has been newly launched, or that data is not there, it is difficult to build the AI models from that. It is still possible, but it is difficult to build. So you have to use rules when you are starting fresh. But when you use model, it is dynamic, that's fine. The problem is, like in any accounting practices, you will ask and say, why did you stop this transaction? And in most of the cases, when you are using deep learning models or deep AIs, you will not be able to explain, because there is a black box, something happened inside and said the score is 95 and you cannot pass this transaction. That's it. It cannot say why it has done that easily. The way in the rule you can do that. So we are using something called a hybrid system, where the rules are created by humans, but the values that greater than 1000, greater than 1200, or greater than 500, that thresholds are managed by AI. So it remains effective because we are changing with the data. It remains explainable because that is created by the risk analysts who have been there for ages protecting your system. And so most of the transactions that has been stopped can be explained. But you are using the data to tweak the thresholds and get the best of both worlds. So AI with human in the loop is the right way as of now. However, there are algorithms that have come up which can help you say that which is the reason for the largest influence on your decision. So it is a way of opening the black box of your models. So there are algorithms that are coming up, and hopefully once this gets well matured, then you can use it completely AI driven. But it is still a little away. It's a sharp algorithm. Now the problem starts once the money is being transacted. When the money is transacted, it is moving from one account to another. Now, next problem is money laundering. Whether the money moving is the right direction or not, or if right person is getting the money. That's the next problem that to attack. And if we know that all these banks, they have to submit something called STR report, suspicious transaction report, and there's another type of report to the FIUs, the financial units of the countries, and they submit it once a month. But you can see with the things like UPI and others coming in, fraudster will register today. They will create something called donation fund for 100 rupees for helping out something, some flood hit area or some fire area or something. They will collect crores of rupees within 7 days and they will vanish. They will move out the money and vanish. STR report comes once a month. You cannot, so the money laundering frequency that was earlier used, which is generally was once a month vigilance, now has to fall down into almost a real time. Now, how do you do that? So, in order to do that, you have to create systems which can detect accounts where you see wrong type of money movement happening. Now, the problem here is that banks within their own confines, they have system for AML, but they do not have system across banks. That is only the FIUs have, or means in our case RBIs have. So, and this is a problem not here also, it's worldwide problem that is happening. So, if they figure out, we have to figure out that the money movement is happening across bank accounts, it has to be a central authority, and we want to do that almost in real time. Now, that is where it becomes extremely difficult unless you have some solutions there. And very recently we know that RBI has come up with Mule Hunter AI, which is a platform to exactly do this. It looks at accounts across banks to try to find out sudden influx of funds, rapid movement of money, volume or value based movement which looks wrong, layering using smurfing and multi-currency, and then round number, 10 transaction in, 10 transaction out. That is a very, very unusual pattern. And then multiple money coming to an account and only one is going out. And all these unusual pattern, they are using 19 money laundering pattern in the Mule Hunter AI right now. And that is done using graph analytics AI, which is stopping and helping them to protect all these things. So basically, why I sped through, because the time is limited. I know that it is going towards the end of the entire session. But I wanted to highlight all of these and would like to put this as a takeaways that fraudsters are perfecting their act in leveraging the AI. Enterprise need to gear up. The impact of fraud is maximum on onboarding and transaction. Addressing AI-based guard against AI-led fraud is necessary. Using AI to protect during transacting is better, and it's a mature strategy than to try to do it earlier or later. Explainability of a reason why you are stopping a transaction is improving, but even if it is not so much improved, we should still use AI to stop things that's from happening. Using AI to detect mule account and money laundering will disincentivize financial crimes, because if you do not allow them to move money, just get the money, that is not something they want to do. So that is the way you can stop this. And finally, as I'm coming from RS Software, which has built all these platforms, we have a product called RS IntelliEdge, which is right now protecting all the transactions of India, digital payments of India, covering UPI, AEPS, IMPS, RuPay, FASTag, BBPS, and little more. 20 billion transactions a month on an average with a latency of 100 milliseconds. We are protecting using both the rules and the AI models. And it also carries something called a graph-based analytics, which is stopping the mule accounts and the laundering activities. With that, I conclude my session. If there's any question, I'm ready to take. No questions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good afternoon to all the delegates this Sunday afternoon. We have this session AI in audit. We have two of our speakers, CA Vinay Gupta and CA Vivek Agarwal. I request both of you to kindly come on the dais. We also have the session chairman, our central council member, CA Ravi Kumar Patwa. I request her to kindly come on the dais. Please welcome all of them with a huge round of applause. I would request CA Hariramji to kindly welcome our Central Council member CA Ravi Patwa with a utrio. I request Hariramji to kindly stay for felicitation of our speakers. CA Vivek Agarwal, his founder of Audit Tech 360, CA Disa, CIFRS, CTA ex UAE, along with more than 20 years of professional experience. He was with Aditya Birla Group, worked on Indian and overseas mandate to study the business model for various industries. He is expert in management and forensic audit, internal control, process implementation and others. We welcome you, Vivek ji. We also have CA Vinay Gupta with us. He is ex-Tata and he was CFO of Himalayan Waters. Post that he was in Malaysia for 10 years and now he is also working with Audit Tech. We welcome you, Vinay ji. Now over to Ravi sir, the session chairman. Complete the felicitation. And post this session, we have a very good panel discussions on web apps, its relevance for chartered accountant, how we can inculcate and use web apps in our day-to-day practice and for the profession. Over to Ravi sir.
Thank you, Mayur. A very happy afternoon to each one of you present over here. Select few who have interest in audit. Obviously, the thin gathering over here aptly says what is the interest of the professionals today in attest function or non-attest function. Having said that, attest function remains the core of our profession. The birth of the institute took place because of the attest function. We should never forget that. Anyways, since the discussion is not on that, I am not, venturing into the importance of attest function and all. So the topic for discussion today, in fact, in this session, is AI in audit. Friends, those of you who were present in the inaugural session, I spoke about something related to 70%, 30%, how 70% work only can be done by artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence tools, and 30% will remain human, and how, so many studies has been done on it, and hence it is important that we understand the relationship between the two. Friends, AI definitely will reduce human tasks, which will free the auditors to devote more time on analytics and on judgment, which remains and would remain for all times to come an integral part and one of the core aspects of auditing. So what's going to change? Artificial intelligence and AI-driven tools are going to result in full population testing. The importance of risk analysis is going to go up, and with full population testing, sampling is perhaps going to go. The concept of materiality under SA 315 will also undergo some change. We have already started thinking about it, but of course it will take some time. We are not ready for that now. When I'm saying we, I do not mean ICAI, I mean the auditing profession all over the world. Friends, there will be continuous monitoring of data. That kind of audit is going to come. And when I talk about auditing, obviously I would be talking not only about the statutory audits, or the assurance function per se, but also about internal audit and other, value-driven audits. So with continuous monitoring of data, real-time exception alerts will come. And real-time exception alerts will help the auditors to take, further course of action in the course of audit. There will be increasing focus on ITGC, information technology, general controls, and on data governance. So the accuracy of data only from the point of view of figures would not hold that much of importance, but the correct depiction of data from the point of view of judgment would become more important in the coming days in audit. Today, our assurance is basically detective. Now, my personal feeling is that even for the statutory audits, we are very soon going to enter into the arena of predictive assurance. So with predictive assurance, the importance of standards like SA 570 on going concern will become very, very important. And with predictive assurance, we will have predictive risk scoring and pattern detection with the usage of AI. Thank you. With the usage of AI. Friends, quality control is an aspect where, again, AI could be useful in audits. So SA 220 will be impacted. SQC1, all of you must be knowing that SQC1 is going to go from next year. We are going to have SQM 1 and 2. So SQM 1 and 2 would also undergo change. One more important thing which is going to happen, specifically for Indian chartered accountants in the field of auditing, is that global opportunities are going to open up. They are already opening up. Friends, you may be knowing, some of you may not be knowing, so let me, share it with all of you, that only in United States of America, only in that one country, there is a dearth of 3 lakh auditors. 3 lakh auditors. And there is a tremendous dearth of auditors in Canada and Europe as well. And with the increasing level of stakeholder expectations and regulatory overdrive all over the world, people are not finding interest in audit. So people are not coming into audit. This gap will open up plethora of opportunities for Indian chartered accountants. And at ICAI, we are, working really hard in ensuring that our qualified members become qualified members of the foreign accounting bodies at the earliest and with minimum effort. For example, just last week, one of my partners became CPE Australia. You know how many papers did he have to pass for becoming a CPE Australia? Any idea? One paper. A single paper only. Whereas, when a CPE Australia wants to become a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, he has to pass all the papers in finals. So this is the kind of recognition which your alma mater, your institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, has today all over the world. So this will add to the opportunities that we are going to get. And of course, the cost benefit that we have is always there. Sorry. So friends, especially the younger ones, I don't see many young faces here. But if anybody is interested, especially you all can guide the young faces, the younger professionals, that if they are interested, they can take up these global opportunities in auditing profession very seriously. For that, they do not really have to go out now with the GCCs and all, and otherwise also with the insourcing of the work. we can serve the global clients by sitting in India as well. So the young brethren of the profession should definitely think over it. Anyway, going back, because, the time is up, so I'll finish it. Going back to the crux, the major change which are going to happen. I've already spoken about the changes because of technology which are going to happen. Further, one more thing we must understand, that the role of auditors is going to change from a compliance tester or verifier to strategic business partner. Rather, strategic advisor, I should say, instead of business partner. So from that angle, we must also understand that even for statutory audits, leave aside the internal audits, we have to somehow try and add value to the clients. Because only when we add value, the gap that we have between the risk and the reward for the statutory audit function specifically is going to get reduced. And with the increasing number of people, those of you who are interested in audit and those of you who are sitting here, with the increasing number of budding professionals going into the arena of consultancy and leaving audit because of the regulatory overdrive and the risk involved, and the reward being less than the risk involved, there will be a shortage of audit professionals even in our country. That's going to come. And that means that the reward is going to increase. There will be a tremendous boost in the audit fees. So this is another area where, because of the usage of AI, this impact will come. So friends, I would end by saying this much, that AI is not going to disrupt auditing. Sorry. Oops. AI is definitely going to create different kind of abilities among the auditors. It will act as an enabler, and the future definitely lies in the hands of those people who can integrate artificial intelligence and the core auditing profession through the human brain together. The future is for integration of artificial intelligence and human intelligence. With these words, I will conclude my opening remarks, and after the presentation, if I feel that I have anything to add, I'll add that in the closing remarks. Thank you very much, friends.
Respected council members, esteemed members over here, and my fellow colleagues, thank you, and good evening to all. Ravi ji has set the tone right for AI in audit, and I must thank ICAI for conducting this two-day event where they are helping, reshaping the professional, we professionals into this AI buzz and helping us to match the tune of the today's world. Just before our seminar, we had Mr. Sumit Mishra from RS Software. He told one very specific thing, and which is very important, that today fraudsters are using AI and they are frauding the clients. Maybe sometime we are getting the wrong data. So if we don't match up our tune, if we don't match our speed with them, then we will be at the back end giving wrong assurance to the clients. So again, once more, good evening to all of you. And it is indeed a privilege to stand before a gathering of professionals. We who form the backbone of the financial trust, like what we said, statutory audit, being an assurance. So we form the backbone of the financial trust, governance and accountability. Now this is not only in India, but across the globe, which is very important. We are talking about the topic which is not the distant future, but it is already there at our doorsteps, which has come in. So we have to understand the thing. Today, the decades have gone, the time has gone about sampling, manual vouching, rule-based checks, retrospective assurance, all has gone. The model which we served till a long time back or which we are serving now needs a drastic change. The world is changing, and it's changing faster than what we have thought. So today, with this business, today when business is generating millions of transactions, real-time digital trails, unstructured data is in PDFs, mails, contracts, images, ERP logs. How would you think of doing this thing all? Any one of you, how you are thinking to cover up this? Because this is a real challenge. Today, when Institute is also come up with auditing of audit trails, so now you are not checking the data in the books or something, you are checking the trails also, which is again a very important thing. How you will do this? In such an environment change, sample-based auditing cannot give the sufficient assurance to our stakeholders. This is what I call great inflection. Great inflection point where traditional auditing needs AI-driven, population-level predictive auditing. Ravi ji has spoke about days are gone when we are giving assurance. The days will come when we have to give predictive assurance about going concern, risk assessment, how the clients will behave in future, because that is the need of the hour which is there. Today, when we do about the audit planning, we have to assess risk assessment and planning. We have to assess by AI what will be, how we will be doing the execution, the testing. So in that, how we'll be gathering the evidences, quality of the data is very important. How you are going to maintain the quality of the data, because the peer review is there, everything is there. So how you are going to maintain that, that is very important. Big Fours, why Big Fours are doing, like example I'm giving, PwC is using Halo, Deloitte is using Cortex AI, EY is using EY Canvas, KPMG is using KPMG Calra. These are the tools which all Big Fours are using for their audit assurance to find out to give the better assurance to their stakeholders. The times have changed. We have to also come up with this changing things. Today, auditing at the speed of business is no longer optional. Earlier, it could be. Today, AI is a lever which is there. Today, AI is assisting auditors by automatic routine tasks, analyzing large data sets. There are different tools which helps us, which my colleague, Mr. Vinay, will be taking on about the live cases. But you have to move with the real-time changes. The real-time changes is happening. There is more accuracy in the audit is required, because today relevance or sample is no more the thing. For example, when we do network analytics, there are a lot of data which we need to analyze across network of the client. Manually, the times have gone when we can do this, we can change this, but now when we go for benchmarking, real-time benchmarking is required, real-time data is required. Like for example, a client is having a loss of 5%. How will you justify that the 5% loss is justified or not? When you have the AI data, you can see anomalously with whether the other customers, whether the other clients is also giving that 5% loss or not. If that is not there, you can raise a flag. So that is very important today. Today, AI in audit doesn't mean a machine signing audit reports, like what Ravi said, or it's not, it is replacing the chartered accountants. AI means automatic repetitive works. How much work we can reduce, because how much manual things if moved out, it will give the result far more better. It will remove the errors. It will give the better reports. And today when we are going into the era of 100% checking, you have to come with something where tools required to be used tools, the help of the tool is very much necessary. It analyzes large volume of data, highlights what needs our judgment. Rather than following everything, we need to only follow the exceptional items. So AI doesn't replace the professional skepticism. It just makes us easy for the millions of transactions where real-time ERP systems and unstructured data is there, where we can filter out the data. That is where the AI helps us. It helps us to make our opinion far better, so signature never goes away from us. It firms our opinion, and even we can help our stakeholders to rely on that trust which they are placing on us. Today, with AI, you can do the vouching automation. All AI today can read invoices, contracts, scanned PDFs. What earlier took weeks can now be done in hours. AI can scan ledgers. 100% entries of the ledgers can be scanned. Flag unusual patterns, assign risk scores. So we can stop checking everything and start focusing on what matters us. We can do reconciliation. My colleague will show the example also how, with the help of tool, you can do the reconciliation far more easy. Big ledgers, 1,000 running line items. Being a statutory auditor, we have to reconcile the ledgers of the parties, vendors, and the customers, which can be easily reconciled. So the chances of, because today the chances of error is 0. We cannot say that it is on a test check basis the thing got moved away. It cannot be. So now AI matches everything faster, cleaner, with fewer errors. Today, without AI, we can risk the audit being slower. We can slow down the audit, reduce the relevance of checking. With AI, we gain more deeper insights, stronger trust, higher professional value. What rightly said, this is not about human versus AI. This is a symphony of human judgment and machine intelligence. So my only message to all of you is, do not fear AI, do not resist AI, do not outsource judgment. AI is not about outsourcing judgment. It is helping us to make our judgment more prominent, more stronger. And AI is not here to challenge what we do. It is here to elevate and what we can capable of. So I'll ask my fellow colleague to give you the examples of use cases about some of the AI tools which are there in the market. So I hand over to Mr. Vinay Gupta.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you very much. And good evening, everyone. I think last 2 days we are hearing AI. So abhi to AI dimag mein baith gaya, and when we step out from this room, everyone will dream, eat, and think of AI. And even my son, yesterday when I was doing AI in audit, he said, "Sir, Papa, kya kar rahe ho?" He's just in class 6. I'm saying, I'm doing a speech on AI in audit. Well, AI in audit, oh, I know AI. It automates the works, it automates the workflows. But what is this audit? So I was surprised that AI is so inbuilt in our day-to-day things. Even the class 6 boy is saying that AI kya hai. And this is the era today, ki we think of AI and how to embrace AI in our day-to-day personal and professional work. That is very important, that is very key. और ऐसा चीज़ नहीं है कि today we'll step out and we know everything कि AI नहीं है तो I am outdated. Or if I know AI, then everything I know कि मेरे से अच्छा कोई ऐसा नहीं है. So it should be a judicious mix how we should use AI and how we should use in our day-to-day work. और कौन सा AI? We have so many things to do, right? कि which AI to use, when to use, where to use. That is very important. There are so many, if you Google it and ask ChatGPT, it will give you a list of AIs to be used. But how to use it, where to use it, and when to use it, that is very important. Just I'll take you through some of the use cases because we talk a lot of theory on the AI, so it's not very difficult to cover all the AIs available in the globally. But just to talk about little things on the AI, what AI does, I think we already heard it automate the process. It can create a difficult task in a very simple way. It is very less time consuming. मेरा 10 पेज का contract है, 20 pages agreement है, it can make it in a very small, in 1 or 2 slides, it can give out key details. All those things we can do, definitely it will help. But there is always a human who need to read that 1 page and 2 page and make something out of it. So it's always two-way. The artificial intelligence will do its work, but a professional need to value add in that summary which is given by the AI. So there are a lot of, like, I think other speakers would have covered. They have Power BI, which can do something in an analysis and risk identifications, in creating a RBA, risk-based audit, when we are doing for our big clients. They are Merlin AI, which can do a quick research in context summarization. They are Liquids AI, which can just give a data, balance sheet, a financial statement to do. I want to do a certain kind of investment. It can, like a chatbot, it can tell कि उसमें investment करना है कि नहीं करना है. There is a notebook LM. I think a lot of speakers talk about notebook LM. You can create a SOP. There is a AI called Scribble, which can automate your SOP. What are the steps you are creating in the system. It can just automate the whole process. It can take the data and can write a SOP with a workflow diagram, everything, capturing the steps what you are doing in your ERP system, accounting system. So a lot of AIs are available which can help you to do multiple tasks, multiple things and automate the process. But how we can use this AI in your audit, day-to-day things? The expectations of the, like when we talk about stat audit, assurance, definitely the assurance to be given by the chartered accountant. But when we talk about internal audit, the expectation of the stakeholders are totally different. They don't want assurance. They want what are the things you can do where my risk come ho, my controls are better, how can you evaluate our organization, like Ravi ji mentioned, my partner Vivek mentioned, how you can partner, like we cannot see internal auditor ki only audit karke chala gaya, haan sab theek hai. Nahi, how you evaluate in our business, day-to-day business, where my business help me to grow. An auditor is the one who knows the processes, who know the knowledge, and he need to see the entire organization through a finance lens. That our auditor, a chartered accountant can do. And that is what now the stakeholders, the owners are looking into it. And that's only through audit, through internal audit, through the SOP, process automation and all those things we can do. And their expectation is that, mentality check karo, मैंने 10 sample check कर लिया, मैं comfort दे दिया, हाँ भाई internal audit हो गया. So those days are gone. Until unless we do the 100% checking, value additions, what kind of cost savings we are bringing to the client, how we are reducing the wastages in the processes, where it can value add to the top line and bottom line of the company. That is what the stakeholders are looking at. And very difficult as a professional, we all know कि मुझे अपना task जो scope define किया हुआ है 15 दिन में मुझे खत्म करना है. I have a limited resource and there is a ROI to everything. Even as a professional also we have a ROI to give a quality work and within a reasonable time of 15 days. तो कैसे करें? मैं अगर vouching कर रहा हूँ तो जैसे if I talk about going to the use case, जैसे हम लोग पहले वाउचिंग करते थे तो कैसे करते थे, वो हम लोग का ग्रीन टिक रेड टिक वो देते थे, ग्रीन टिक करता था, फिर जो सीनियर आया देखा वाउचिंग कंप्लीट हुआ कि नहीं हुआ. ना अब वही करते रहेंगे तो मैं वैल्यू एड कैसे करूंगा? तो मुझे तो 15 दिन में आई टू कंप्लीट माय टास्क टू फॉर दैट असाइनमेंट. So what we have done is that it's a real thing. What we are talking about here is that we have in our day-to-day audits, in our audit, we are using this kind of tools. What we have done, we are using one kind of audit like MindBridge and other AI tools. We are reading we are giving all the invoices, everything. Like suppose I'm doing the AP audit, purchase audit. So I'm scanning all the invoices, keeping in one folder. That AI is taking all the data from that invoices. Then I'm downloading the ledger purchase invoices, and it automatically doing the watching for me and matching the invoices with the ledger. So those ticks and the checking also validating is done by the senior. He is taking the summary of the output of the report from the tools and giving a comfort. So पहले जो मैं green tick करता था, invoices check किया, देखा, document देखा, and I am spending 3 days or 4 days or 10 days, man days in doing that audit. Those days are gone. So I'm just putting the invoice, it's reconciling with the ledger and giving me the output key. It is matching or not matching. And what I'm talking is that we are using our day-to-day audit. Again, I'm repeating. Then second use case which I'm talking is automating the ledger analysis. Same thing, we are using some kind of audit board. There's a tool called audit board. ये क्या करता है आपका कि I have a journal ledger. I have thousands of entries which happen in that ledger. For the full year, I'm doing the audit. How to validate that? How to analyze that? Either we are using the Excel spreadsheet earlier and trying to see कि कैसे pivot करके करे. But then also you are using some kind of a manual work is involved, then analyzing, then checking that whether duplication है कि नहीं है, then using lot of Excel tools to identify whether any exceptional entries है कि नहीं है. Now through audit board, you just keep the data and tell them what you want to find. You want to find the duplicate entries, you want to find कि any prior period entries हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है, any exceptional entries जो last year नहीं हुआ था, इस साल आ गया नया, it will give you the data within a fraction of seconds. So I don't have to go through entire ledgers and just think about doing audit for a multinational company like any Adani, Reliance and all those things. How are you going to complete the task? You have a time bound कि भाई मुझे audit report देना है, board meeting है, audit committee है, you need to finish the task. And in that pressure, you cannot able to find the real thing which you can give, you can value add to the report. और हम लोग जाके बोलेंगे तो नहीं है. Our report tells what kind of audit we have done, what kind of quality we have delivered. तो रिपोर्ट में कैसे लाए जब तक हमारे पास कुछ टूल्स नहीं रहेगी. दिस इज वेयर द AI comes in. But definitely, so that's what we are doing for our ledger analysis and all those things like audit board. And some of the tools are also in-house developed. Before going to the tools, I must say that whenever we are using any kind of AI, definitely talk to your stakeholders that I am using that tool, take their buy-in and ensure that whether it's a free AI or it's a paid AI, all these data are somewhere stored in the system. So before using any kind of tools, ensure that you take a buy-in from your client that we are using these tools, or you cover the information in such a way that that information is the client name, the informations are right, it's hidden. Or you make a copy of the data, the same tool of data, and then use that specific AI. Similarly, now coming to the AP AI reconciliation, this is we are doing on even a chartered accountant or a company, corporate, they need to do it on a regular basis. So हम लोग क्या करते थे? We only pick up the top 10 AP accounts payable ledger or top 10 AR ledger that is covering my 20-30%. So I ensure that okay, 20-30% is giving me a comfort कि वो reconcile कर दिया तो मेरा overall ठीक होगा. Because only thing is we don't have a time. We have a limited constraint, limited resources. Now we have a tools, in-house tools, and also there is a tools available outside कि you just give a very unstructured data or any type of system you are using, either you are using SAP, you are using JD, you are using Tally, you are using Microsoft Dynamics, you can map the data give the data into the AP, you can unstructure the data in a click of a seconds, and it will give you a proper clear reconciliation of a specific ledger कि आपका unmatch क्या है, आपका partial match क्या है, आपका amount credit supply ने how much amount they have taken a credit, how much debit you have taken against that, whether the payment has been recorded or not, whether any invoices are unreconciled or not. That everything can be done in a fraction of a second. How I think clear text what they are doing for GST to be reconciliation. Similarly, there are tools available for AP and reconciliation, which is very good for and lot of savings. Even internationally, it has been shown that almost with this reconciliation, 5 to 10% of the AP amount where they have a mismatch or they have some kind of frauds happening in the AP area, that has been brought it out only using this kind of tools which is available in the currently in the market. Similarly, audit report, after we remember those days, after the audit report is done and we are drafting their audit, and taking a lengthy time, like what is the risk for that observation we have done, what kind of recommendation we should do for the observation, whether the risk is high, medium, low, all these things we used to do, how to rate the risk, and even when we have found the observations also, how to draft that observation. It's not that everyone it's not that English is important, but to put that everything what we have identified, when we come into communication, when it comes to writing that thing, it will become a challenge. And also the format is changing. I have 5 team members in my team, and all the 5 team members, they have their own way of writing, the own way have their formats. Everything you can automate through this audit. There's a tool called Audbook. You can automate the whole report writing in a simpler way. Only you need to give the informations. It can structure the data. It can make in a presentable format. And also definitely it will check your other English, what the Word, Excel they can do, and do a certain kind of validation. And third thing is that after the audit report is given, how you can follow the like we do follow up on the audit observations, whether that has been implemented or not implemented. The clients are asking whether this is observation which you have done previously, whether this is a timeline you have given for implementation, how to follow that, whether the implementation has been done or not, how to keep a track of that implementation, whether the implementation has been done or not. That is we are giving to the risk committee, that is we are giving to the audit committee. And audit committee is also coming and saying, now the independent auditors, they are coming and telling, this is the observation you have given, this is a timeline which has been, you have said that it has been implemented, whether that has been implemented or not, that is implemented as per the recommendation or not. How to track all those things? It will become very cumbersome earlier. So now we have a lot of tools available where you can track all these observations, the timeline you can track, and whether that is implemented or not, that can be tracked in a different way. I'll show some example also how, like reconciliation and other things, how these tools are helping you after covering this use cases. Even for now coming to ESG, we all know ESG is a lot of people maybe here, they are expert in ESG. But how to automate that ESG, whether that is in our day-to-day work. अभी हम लोग क्या करते थे, these are the compliance requirement, these are the environmental requirement. Each industry has their requirement for the compliance. How to keep everything in a particular specific. So now you have a tools available in ESG. You tell the industry, this is the industry, this is the specification requirement we have, and all the requirement which is under that particular industry, it will give you map up. You can map what is the risk and control available for that environment, for the governance. It can map and tell you, these are the compliant, non-compliant. What is your residual risk? What is your gross risk? What is your residual risk? After meeting the controls, it can calculate and tell you through the different tools available. So the complexity which you have in ESG, that is totally gone with the environment. And definitely some expert has put this information into the map that information through the audit tools. Now, I think this also we covered. Let us cover some use case. See, I'll before moving to the other slide, I'll just show you. This is the kind of a data we have in the one kind of a AP reconciliation. Though it looks very structured here, but when you're downloading the ledger, this is not so structured. So what he has done, first he has structured the whole data into this specific format with a click of a button, only one time mapping you have done. Then what you have done, and once you automate this ledger, then you are getting the ledger from your vendors. So that vendors also, it may be they are using Dynamics, they are using Tally, you don't know which vendor is using different data. So either you use the data which is already available in the system, or use that data put into the defined format what you have. Once you put the data, it will automatically give you, it will just, upload this data into the system, it will automatically tell you, give you a summary report like this. Ki closing balance as per books itna tha, closing balance as per party itna tha. So the difference is 1127. Though the difference look is only 1127, but there are multiple reasons that may be cancelling each other, trade-off happening, maybe कुछ आपने गलत entry किया है, कुछ payment किया है, तो मुझे मालूम है I have got a comfort, only difference is 1127, तो मुझे नहीं देखना है. This is very well reconciled ledger, क्योंकि books is tallying. but you don't know what kind of trade-off happening between the ledger. Maybe उसने कोई gross गलत invoice ले लिया है, गलत book invoice payment कर दिया है, गलत GST reconcile कर लिया. So it will give you each and every line item how you map it up. कि मेरा इन्वॉइस में मैंने जैसे 7,000 रुपीज़ फॉर एग्जांपल कि उसने पार्शियल रिकॉर्डिंग किया हुआ है, मेरे बुक्स में क्या था, उसके बुक्स में क्या था. कुछ ओपनिंग बैलेंस डिफरेंस आ रही थी. आई हैव गिवन अ पीरियड लाइक आई हैव टेकन अ पीरियड ऑफ फ्रॉम 1 अप्रैल टू 31 मार्च. तो मेरी ओपनिंग बैलेंस लास्ट ईयर की डिफरेंस इतनी थी. कुछ पार्टी का था कि पार्टी ने बुक्स में रिकॉर्ड किया, मैंने नहीं रिकॉर्ड किया. सो द डिफरेंस इज 1,100, बट there are multiple reasons why the difference is coming. How to find it out? पहले तो क्या करते थे, 1,100, I don't have to look at ledger. वहीं हम लोग stop कर देते थे. This is very reconcile. Keep it aside. Let's focus on other ledger which is not reconciled. So whether the amount, even the balance is reconciled, also there are multiple reasons कि एक गलत invoice मैंने डाल दिया है, गलत entries कर दिया है. So this kind of tools which will help you to give you a very in a single click of a second, it will give you a very report, and you can break down into a very transaction level कि exact match क्या हो गया, नहीं match हो गया है. So I'm not going into detail, but this is what is currently available in the market. ये presentation. So I have few minutes left. So we conclude that let's use AI in our day-to-day professional life, and let's do a value additions to the stakeholder, all the stakeholders for whom we are working, even it's a client, it's a statutory bodies, and give a very 100% accurate report, try to give, and with ensuring that how our ROI is also protected. So that's how I want to conclude and be a thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Vivekji and Vinayji, for your insights. Now, a couple of things which I thought, which I had not shared in my opening remarks, but I should share. One is that when I talked that there may not be any requirement for sampling in future, but I did at the same time talk about the fact that materiality may change. Requirement of materiality will change, undergo a change. 315 will undergo a change. So please mark those words. Some people feel that since there will be a full population testing, there would not be any requirement of materiality. That is not going to happen. Sampling may or may not remain, but the concept of materiality would definitely remain. That is point number one I wanted to share. Second is that what will happen with the usage of AI is that there will be a requirement for capital investment by the audit firms. There will be a there is in fact, I should not say will be, there is an urgent requirement for capital infusion by the audit firms. But then the revenue expenses will go down with the usage of AI, and that will make the fees look much better. That's another thing I wanted to share. Third, friends, please note that the AI can never become the auditor. Only you will remain the auditor. The professionals will remain the auditor. AI will only help us. AI can never learn the art of skepticism. That will remain with the human brain. So while technology can help in full population testing, it would not be able to make judgments. If there is a significant matter on which judgment needs to be taken, that will be taken by the auditor himself and not by AI. And the last thing, some people feel that with the advent of AI and more usage of technology and specifically AI, the concept of reasonable assurance is going to go. How many of you feel that there will be no reasonable assurance and we will move towards absolute assurance? May I have raise of hands, please? How many of us feel that we will move towards absolute assurance like we do in case of 3CD? And we will move away from reasonable assurance, which we do for normal statutory audits. Okay. Since there is so much debate on it, maybe the honored audience does not want to commit to one side or the other. But I am committed. I am committed because I, for sure, am of the view that the concept of absolute assurance at this point of time is a non-starter so far as statutory audit is concerned. One is that for absolute assurance, the end-to-end checking of each and every data would require huge cost and time. So that can come in case of forensic audits, but not in case of statutory audits. One. Secondly, statutory auditors, all of you know that accounts are based, a lot of things in accounts are based on estimates and judgments. When things are based on estimates and judgments, which are not sacrosanct, if at all you have to give an absolute assurance on that, you have to depend a lot on the management representation letters, which is neither the goal nor is desirable. And then because of the complexities of the businesses and complexities of different geographies and the geopolitical changes which are taking place and which will continue to take place for the foreseeable future, we cannot simply give an absolute assurance in case of a proper audit. It will remain a reasonable assurance. So with these words, ladies and gentlemen, I would conclude my concluding remarks and hand it over to the organizers. Thanks a lot.
Ravi sir, and compliments to Vivek ji and all the panelists. And with this, we'll be concluding this session and we'll be heading for a panel discussion immediately. So I request all the participants to be here right away, and we'll be taking 2 minutes time to set the stage. Welcome back. Right now we'll be having a panel discussion on a very interesting and useful topic, Webapp Development, a new frontier for CAs. Of course, we are mindful that we are not web developers, but time is right there where we can put our hands on this, and how we can integrate this to have a leverage in our practice we'll look into. Now may I request the moderator of the session, CA Sam Agrawal, to the dais. He is not only fond of cricket and a black belt, but an enthusiastic person and the professional for the AI segment as well. A fellow member of the institute, and of course, it goes with DISA. Sam Agrawal, for you, please. Now, we have two distinguished panelists in this session. Now, may I request the TDS man, what we know in this part of the world, CA Mr. Ranjan Goika, founder of PTS Infotech Private Limited, with 35 years of experience in developing scalable and ready-to-use softwares, and we've been associated with this software quite some time right now. He is one of the key panelists for this session. And next panelist, very young and dynamic, Mr. Anurag Mohto, founder of Real Books. If after Tally and Joe of late started doing it, but we are associated with Real Books. Anurag hails from this city and is Javerian. We welcome you, Anurag, to the panel. Now, may I request our Vice Chairman, Mayur Agrawal, to please felicitate gentlemen on the panel. Thank you, Mayurbhai. Now I leave the floor to Sam and all yours.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Biswaranjanda. Good evening, everyone. Very warm welcome to all the special delegates that have been sitting here for this concluding session for the AI Summit 2025 organized by EIRC of ICAI under the AI committee. So I would first like to thank the committee for organizing this on a Sunday, lovely Sunday, where we can uplift our knowledge with respect to artificial intelligence and technology and learn 2 cents how we can implement them in our day-to-day life. So AI, digital transformation, and artificial intelligence with professionals, web apps. These are some of the jargons and words that we use in day-to-day life sometimes with anxiety, sometimes with confidence, sometimes with curiosity. But today, this panel has been created to remove all this and to bring clarity rather than confusion about how web apps are useful for chartered accountants. So today, the purpose of this is to create an impression on how we don't need to be a data software engineer or a coder to use web apps, but to install something which we can create ourselves and which will help our day-to-day practice, both ourselves and our team, in taking this forward. So in this panel today, we have 2 very learned authorities of the technological world. First, they are non-chartered accountants. The biggest takeaway from both of them, which I learned, that they both are non-chartered accountants. And being from a non-chartered accountant background, they understood the pain of what us chartered accountants feel while doing compliance, while doing accounting and everything from outside. And they have created some beautiful products which help us in our day-to-day life and which simplifies the work that we do. So welcome to Ranjan Goenka ji and Anurag Mohta ji on this panel, and who will delve us into what practical insights we need as from web app side on how we can use them, how we can implement them, how we can take benefits of these apps from the professional side. So without further ado, I would first like to throw a question to both the panelists, that how can you explain web apps from a simple CA point of view to our audience?
Thank you for making me part of this panel. Am I audible? Yeah. See, web app is something we all use every day, knowingly or unknowingly. Let me give you an example. If you log into your Gmail account and send a mail, that is also a web app. In simple terms, it's a software which is deployed on the web server, and you are able to access that web server and use that app. It could be secured through a login, or you could directly visit that. So in very simple terms, a web app actually solves some kind of a problem, and it's a software which is deployed on the web, and the users are able to access it and use it. The definition is extremely simple.
Thank you. Anurag ji.
So, firstly, good evening everyone, and thank you for having me here. So taking on from what Ranjan ji also said, so a web app, by definition, like he said, is something, any software you use on the web. Now, what are the web apps that are already available prior to the AI era? So you've all used Google Docs, Google Sheets, all of that. So these are also web apps. Now a simple thing like, let's say making, and since all of you are, I assume a lot of you are practicing chartered accountants. So have you ever provided access to your clients for their last 5-year tax returns, their balance sheets, their ROC compliances, or all the likes? Now, if that you provide, you create mini Google folders and make sure each of them is permissioned, and so that anytime a client calls you up कि मेरा ना वो मेरे को 2022 से इसका रिटर्न सबमिट करना है एक वीज़ा के लिए, आता है आप लोग के पास कभी कभार क्वेश्चन? Now, for something as simple as that, why should he have to call you up and why should you have to dig through anything? If you've just created a simple folder where you've given that specific client permission for it, that is also usage of web app. There are so many, I'm saying that while the topic is talking about AI, I'm saying if we go to the pre-AI era, also there are so many instances of where we can use web apps very effectively to provide services. I'm saying अभी AI तो अभी आया है और हम लोग उसको अब inherit कर रहे हैं, उस पे काम कर रहे हैं. I'm saying if you go prior to AI also, there were so many things which we as an audience, as a consumer were not doing. I'm not only talking about chartered accountants. So therefore, web apps there are small applications which just make our lives easier. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Anurag bhaiya. So taking a cue from what you said, so I like an example you give of a visa. I have queries जिनको लोन अप्लाई करना पड़ता है, वो 3 साल के डॉक्यूमेंट्स मांगते हैं. What I have did in my place is I have created a Google Drive in which I have put in all the income tax, GST and everything, year-wise, segregated-wise folders, and given the access to my clients and his team. So can this be considered as a web app for them?
Yes, absolutely. This is a web app. I mean, I think while obviously AI is the buzzword and everything else and web apps and everything, any small software which you are hosting on the web, which is making your life easier. If you remember in 3 Idiots, there was a definition ki machine kya hai, right? It is the same thing. It is exactly, I think we are just over-analyzing and overrating this AI. It is definitely making life easier, and I'll show you a couple of examples of how ChatGPT, Claude, Anthropic, Perplexity, all of these make lives easier. In the previous session, we did see some examples already, but I'm just telling you that there are so many things where you don't even need to get into that level of complexity and you can make your life easier. Anything is, yeah.
Great. So taking a cue from what you said, in the past 48 hours, whatever we have learned vibe coding, we have learned HTML, we have learned Python and everything. So can we understand that does web app require some kind of extra coding language which a chartered accountant should know, or any language barrier that should be there, or we need to have just a simple prompt engineering and we can launch a web app for us?
So I am not a coder, okay? In fact, I'll just give you my little bit of background just for context. I have a partner, Neeraj Jain, who is a 3rd generation chartered accountant. So we are the 2 founders of Real Books. Both of us do not have an IT education background. But I can tell you that today Neeraj, and he's the one who looks after our entire tech, he probably can give any coder in any top tech company a run for his money. And he has self-learned completely. Okay. So therefore, that's one thing that obviously you don't need hardcore education. I wish he could have been here, he was traveling, otherwise I think he would have been, made a better panelist than me. But anyways, so firstly, you don't need education to know coding. So therefore it's all logical thinking. And as chartered accountants who have gone through the rigmarole and the education and everything, I can assure you that your mind is logical enough to give the right prompts. I don't know, has anyone used ChatGPT for analyzing or asking for information? I'm assuming everyone has at some point in time. Okay, I'll try and see if they've connected the laptop, of how you just upload any invoice and tell them that please extract information. That's a single line prompt you give. And you see the kind of and the quality of information that comes. If you want to learn Python, you've had sessions on Python, etc. I can assure you, in my office, apart from the guys who are the IT developers who are coding on Real Books, everyone else uses Python very, very extensively just by giving logical prompts. So logical thinking is important. You do not need very technical, high level of technical knowledge. That is, you have to give the right prompts.
Thank you, Bhaiya. Ranjanji, your thoughts on?
See, any application, whether it's a web app, whether it's a mobile application, और whether अपने को डेस्कटॉप में सॉफ्टवेयर इंस्टॉल करके चलाते हैं, उसके पीछे कोड ही चलता है, लैंग्वेज कुछ भी हो जाए. So the code is there. Now, right now, what was happening was the code was being generated by software companies, the programmers working over there. Now, ultimately, even when the programmers work, they are working on certain guidelines based on certain brief, on which basis they are able to write a program. Now, what my friend Anurag just said, now if we are able to use the AI tools, and mind you, all the AI tools that we are talking about are again web apps, whether we are talking about ChatGPT, Claude, or whatever name you say, all these are web apps. So, fundamentally speaking, if you have clarity in what you want, and that clarity has to be expressed in form of a prompt, my friend just told you about the word prompt, and you will be able to derive information. If you feel, suppose you're trying to make an effort to write some kind of a web app that is going to work for you. Some issue? Huh. So if you write some kind of a web app through a prompt, which is going to work for you, it may not work the first time. जैसे अभी आप लोगों ने कई जन कहा कि आप चैट जीपीटी यूज़ किए हैं, आपको कई बार ऐसा फील हुआ है कि आप चैट जीपीटी को कुछ पूछा है, आपको जवाब सही नहीं मिला, फिर आप ठीक करके पूछे हैं तो आपको बेटर जवाब मिला. इसको और रिफाइन करके अगर आप पूछते हैं, आपको और बेटर जवाब मिलता है. Has anybody experienced this? Am I right?
Hi.
So I've just uploaded this. Okay. Sorry, I've just uploaded this invoice right now, and this is a free version of ChatGPT. Okay. Can you extract billing information? Okay. Now, if I want to say, okay, please extract item details and tax details. Okay. So it's about how you can now, all of this, if you can create a script out of it and keep doing it on a repetitive basis, you don't actually need your accountant to put entries, because this will give you the exact entry that needs to be put. It's giving you this, it's giving you all your GST details. Now, if you want it on an Excel format or a JSON format, you can ask them. You can, whichever software you're using, tell them that I want it in this format. Once you've done it, that's the beauty about AI, that it will remember it. Now, if it remembers it, next time round, it will keep ensuring that when you put in 20 invoices and you tell them that put all those 20 invoices into one table and give it to me in this format so that I can just upload it, it will do it. If I just tell them that please provide a suitable narration for this entry. So I'm just saying, and this is all on your free version, mind it. Once you, I would still say that over a period of time, please migrate to the paid version, because there will be a limit of how much you can do on this, obviously. So you can actually do so much with this and make life so much easier. That's it. Okay, that's what I had done. I've just uploaded something I bought on Amazon. That's it. And it's given this. And that's what I'm trying to say. That is the power of AI. That while web apps, you can use so many web apps on your in your daily life. You can just add these small AI tools to enhance your performance many fold. I'm telling you, आप लोग को कई बार लगता है, and I keep hearing this from all my, we associate with a lot of chartered accountants. My own chartered accountant, he keeps saying कि अनुराग जी काम तो बहुत है पर आदमी नहीं मिलते हैं और आदमी टिकते नहीं हैं. पर यही चीज़ है कि आप लोग का काम कभी नहीं जाएगा, आप लोग के पास हमेशा काम रहेगा. जो आपके नीचे जितने लोग हैं उनका आपको उतनी रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है. यू कैन एक्सट्रैक्ट मच मोर वर्क फ्रॉम देम. यू डोंट नीड सो मेनी सच अ बिग टीम साइज. यू कैन एक्सट्रैक्ट ऑल ऑफ दिस. यू कैन, सो you are never going to be at risk. You are sitting right at the top of the pyramid. The top of the pyramid is never at risk. It is the lower level who are at risk if they don't upskill themselves. Yeah.
Thank you, Ravya. Yeah. So, taking a cue, Ranjanji, can you please explain how can we, say, create a new web app for us chartered accountants that may help? What is the language required to understand? What are the tools we can use? And if you can tell something about the investment that we need to do with respect to such kind of apps.
See, whenever we develop any software or any app, as I think both are synonyms for me. The first thing, there has to be some requirement. You don't develop an app without having a requirement. तो फर्स्ट थिंग आपको ये डिसाइड करना है कि आपको चाहिए क्या. मैं आपको दो सिंपल तरीके से, आई एम अज्यूमिंग कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स आर ऑल हियर, दे आर ऑल वेल वर्स्ड विथ AI नाउ बिकॉज यू हैव हैड अ 2-day सेशन, और आप लोग कई मैंने फ्यू इयर्स यू हैव बीन हियरिंग अ लॉट अबाउट AI. अपने बात करते हैं, लेट अस टेक सम सिंपल यूज केसेस. दो तरीके से आप कर सकते हैं. आप लोग सब चैट GPT यूज़ किए हैं. चैट GPT के अंदर में हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट समथिंग कॉल्ड माई GPT और कस्टम GPT? आप लोग कोई भी यूज़ किए कस्टम GPT को? मैं बोलता हूँ कस्टम GPT इतनी पावरफुल है, आप कोई भी एक यूज़ केस बनाइए एंड कस्टम GPT को आप अपने सारे इंफॉर्मेशन वहाँ पे डालिए. देखिए ये अपने चैट GPT कर क्या रहा है, इट इज़ ट्राइंग टू वर्क विद द इंफॉर्मेशन इट हैज़ लर्नड. एक तो जेनेरिक इंफॉर्मेशन उसके पास है जो आपको जनरल यूसेज में मिलता है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, like you have a lot of business intelligence within your own organization. You can even put in all this up, and you can create your own customized GPTs within Chat GPT, and that could be shared with all or limited number of people. And if that particular thing is in fact very useful, even the world at large can use it. I'll give you some simple cases. Maybe you want to have some kind of internal learnings. So for internal learnings, you can create a GPT. Like, I've been seeing, I was here for the last 45 minutes. There was a session going on in audit. Uske pehle bhi Patwa ji was saying something very interesting. And all these can be made into very intelligent custom GPT. And that custom GPT can be used within the organization. Even for some of the things, it could be even extended to your clients. They can also use it. Like another thing is कि कई बार client कई questions पूछते हैं. So basically within your GPT itself, you can even share that with your clients, and the client can use it very simply and in getting those things. So these are not really web apps, but this is almost like a web app that you are actually creating something which is within your own what you call domain. Now coming down to web apps. But instead of talking generally, let me give you a very simple one example. I suppose compliance is one of the very important part for chartered accountants and their clients. And we keep on saying कि compliance में गड़बड़ नहीं होना चाहिए. गड़बड़ होने से it can get into lot many problems. Now just imagine, we all know about compliance calendar, like for the whole year, for different tax laws, there is a full list of compliance calendar. Suppose if we built up an app in which all these things are listed, and suppose you have 20 clients, and each client has, say, 4 companies. So there are 80 entities who need to do compliance. So suppose if you are able to build a simple web app in which we are able to give reminder to the company, the group in the beginning of the month कि आपका इस कंपनी में आपको इस महीने में ये करना है, इस कंपनी में ये करना है. अभी अपने लोग क्या करते हैं कि एक पूरी कंप्लायंस कैलेंडर का चार्ट है, वो पूरा का पूरा अपलोड करा देते हैं, एंड इसके बियॉन्ड हम लोग कुछ कर नहीं रहे हैं. बट अगेन इफ यू बिकम मोर स्पेसिफिक, my question to the audience is, don't you think it will be more useful to your client if you can exactly say कि आपका ये प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी है, इसमें आपको ये काम करना है. मैंने exactly you can pinpoint it. Now this can be done through building up a small app. Now building up the app, see, fundamentally one is the code and one is the information that you're going to save, that is going to be sent to what you call the clients. So now there are a lot of tools. But in fact, there are, like, you can use even Google Sheets as your data, and there are a lot of native applications which can be used to build up these apps. Like one very popular is Lovable. Lovable is a beautiful app for building up small app. आपको कुछ कोडिंग करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. With clarity आप उसको explain करो, वो आपको exactly आपको they will actually write the code that is going to work. मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ, the real life example. This is related to TDS. There was a large company, उनकी TDS डेटा में करीब 40 लाख लाइन रिकॉर्ड था, एंड वो करेक्शन करने जा रहा था, उनकी करेक्शन हो नहीं पा रही थी, बार बार कुछ एरर आ रहा था उसके अंदर में, एंड दे वर नॉट एबल टू फाइंड आउट कि एरर क्या है. सो द मैटर वॉज रेफर्ड टू मी कि सॉल्व हो ही नहीं रहा ये वाला. देन आई सेड कि सॉल्व नहीं होने का कोई कारण ही नहीं है, देयर इज सम प्रॉब्लम इन दिस 40 लाख रिकॉर्ड्स जो कॉन्सो फाइल डाउनलोड हुआ है, उसके अंदर में कोई ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम है कहीं पर. तो बोला सर 40 लाख में खोजे कैसे इसको. I wrote to ChatGPT कि भाई I need to find out from this text file if there is any foreign element here. तो he said कि भाई I can give you a code in Python. अब बिलीव करो मेरे को Python में उसने कोड दिया. I executed that code with that data. I got the result in 30 seconds कि in line number maybe 32 लाख लाइन पे there was a foreign character which had gone in. तो वो करेक्शन रिटर्न ऑनलाइन किया था उसने, कॉपी एंड पेस्ट किया तो करेक्शन उसमें घुस गया अंदर में. बट इमेजिन करो कि बाय यूजिंग I have no idea about Python, and without knowing Python I was able to actually write a small code by just giving a prompt, giving that file as an input, and I got a result. So basically you can keep on going on and on. Like I'll tell you, for letter drafting, for sending emails, so you can think of any application and you can do it.
Thank you Ranjan. Any tools that Anurag ji would like to refer?
No, so we use Claude very extensively. We in fact use the paid version of Claude is Anthropic. So but we use it primarily for coding, so to make our codes more efficient. So typically the clients who we have on board are typically clients where data volume is very large. They'll have a few lakh entries etc. जो on multiple locations etc. So उसमें क्या होता है, the code needs to be efficient to make sure that ledger report में अगर आपके 5000 लाइन की ledger report है तो वो within 10-15 seconds आनी चाहिए. Now आप जितना भी कोशिश करें, when you are writing that code, you will make sure the code is logical to extract the data. But if it is not efficient, then the same data, if it comes in 3 minutes, no one has the patience to run that report. And that is where Claude, and Claude specifically is a very coding specific tool, so probably not so relevant here. They do a very, very good job. The other thing we use, I think we use ChatGPT. Again, we use the paid version for ChatGPT. Is we use it very extensively for all our responses to clients, for letter drafting. In fact, right now, any mail that has to go, any offer letter that has to go, anything that has to go, we just put it into ChatGPT, it extracts it and we send it. So I'm saying कि आप इतने सारे चीज़ें कर सकते हैं अभी with AI, and there are a bunch of tools. You can do it on Gemini, you can do it on, and believe me, they are all, I won't say equally good. One may be slightly better than the other for certain things. So you've got to see what your use cases are. There are tools which are better for data analysis. There are tools which are better for information extraction. There are tools which are better for writing reports. If you need analysis, so again, if you need analysis, then again, you've got to choose which is the best tool so that you can put up your entire accounts. It will automatically analyze it and write. The other thing to do is, so that is one part of using ChatGPT. But I would say the better part of doing using AI is कि you set your rules. आप लोग जब कोई भी audit करते हैं, जो अपना पिछले session में बोल रहे थे कि audit and assurance, right? So you set the rules that do you want to check creditors with debit balance, you want to check anywhere where entries where TDS has not been deducted. So ये जितनी चीज़ें हैं, आप उनका एक script लिख दीजिए, and वो script आपको लिखना नहीं है, वो आपको सिर्फ explain करना है to your AI tool to come up with the right script for it. All you have to then do is just upload your data. Once you've uploaded your data, it will automatically give you that response and analyze the data for you. So that is the beauty. That is where you're saving time. Think of AI as a time saver and a time enhancer, efficiency enhancer. You don't have to think of it. ये आपका एक tool है. Don't think it's replacing anybody कि आपका ये काम हट जाएगा तो वो तो खुद ही कर लेगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होएगा आप. So therefore just keep thinking what is the problem statement. Believe me, you will have the solution. You have to just think logically, this is how I would do it. AI can just do it faster for you. That's how you have to look at it.
So we got a clarity that we don't need to be a coder, we don't need to understand any coding language, we need to know how to run the program. Like if we have a Python code, we just need to know how to run the program and it will do the job. So most of us are small and medium-sized practitioners here. We use different softwares. Like we use RealBooks, we use TDS Man, we use Tally, we use Zoho. So can you highlight that whether any AI tool can help to create a web app which can be integrated in this tool, or should we focus more as a practitioner on creating individual web apps rather than integrating some new tools on the software?
So I think now all softwares, whether it is Zoho, whether it's RealBooks, even Tally, Busy, all of them provide some kind of API integration. So if you want, you can build web apps into the existing accounting software you use. You can do that. Alternatively, if you find it simpler to start with, I would suggest use the web app. Once extract the data into Excel or whatever format they have. All of these will provide some kind of Excel or CSV format download, obviously, and create that web app to analyze data. Once you've gotten comfortable, because you know the API integration part, like what I was showing, उसमें आप नीचे में देखे होंगे लाइन आया था, 2 लाइन आया था. Do you want it in an Excel format, RealBook for ready for RealBooks? And that is true. You can get it for any other software. We use RealBooks, so it's now learnt that we are using RealBooks, so it keeps telling me on, prompting me on RealBooks only. Or do you want it in a JSON format? JSON format is nothing but a format in which you use for APIs, right? तो आप इसको जो है ये आप सेकेंड स्टेज में इसको आप विद इन द सिस्टम इंटीग्रेट करिए. पहले स्टेज में आई वुड से विच इज हाउ आई लर्न. सो लाइक आई सेड, आई एम अ नॉन कोडर. आई एम सिंपली, आई मीन मैं भी आप लोगों की तरह बीकॉम कॉमर्स ग्रेजुएट हूँ एक्सेट्रा, एंड मैं तो सीए भी नहीं किया हूँ. बट द सिंपल वे टू डू इट इज, पहले आप एक्सेल या CSV फॉर्मेट को एक्सट्रैक्ट करिए, उस पर कीप क्वेरिंग इट सो दैट इट लर्न्स इट, क्रिएट दैट वेब ऐप and use that extensively. Then you come to stage 2 where you'll then by then आप भी समझ चुके होंगे, वो AI tool भी समझ चुका है कि आपको क्या चाहिए, and then you integrate it together. That's how I would approach it at least. Yeah. Ranjan ji,
your thoughts?
नहीं, I think what he said is very very logical. कि एक बार आप डेटा को पुल करके आप अपने डेस्कटॉप में ले आते हो, उसके बाद आप AI को एग्जीक्यूट करते हो, so it's much easier. Once you get comfortable on that, then आप real time data को extraction कर सकते हो, because nowadays all the well known accounting software including RealBooks and everybody has that gateway. It could be API, it could be ODBC, whatever, and you will be able to actually work real time. You can make dashboards, things which that particular native application आपको जो नहीं provide कर रहा है, you can build up your own things and do it. I would just like to give you a very interesting case study. And why I'm giving this case study, which is very relevant to all of you, this was done by a completely non-technical team in my office who nobody knew a single line of code. I will tell you what the problem statement is. आप लोगों को मालूम है कि every quarter TDS returns जमा होता है, and last 15 days of the quarter we receive practically 800 to 1000 phone calls a day asking for some kind of clarifications, and each and every call in our organization is recorded. Unless कोई client flag off करता है कि मैं इस बंदा से बात किया, बड़ा बदतमीजी से बात किया है, and he has given me false information, हम लोग को पता भी नहीं चलता था कि कोई कॉल सही तरीके से नहीं हुआ. So सारे कॉल रिकॉर्ड हो रहे हैं, इसको रिकॉर्डिंग सिस्टम में बहुत पैसे खर्चे किए गए, but we were not able to leverage it fully. So basically I gave this problem statement how we can solve it. So completely non-technical team, I will tell you the workflow, and आप लोग सबके पास workflows है, and how you can actually write small codes using this codeless basically no code tools to actually build up a workflow. I'll tell you how it is. हमने क्या किया इसमें. The first step was to pull the each and every voice file. उस वॉइस फाइल को हमने उसको ट्रांसक्राइब करा के इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में कन्वर्ट किया. अगर किसी ने हिंदी में या तेलुगु में कोई दूसरा भाषा में बात किया, उसको ट्रांसलेट भी करके इंग्लिश में लेके आया. फिर उसको लेके वी डिड अ सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस कि भाई व्हाट वाज द लेवल ऑफ कॉल, वाज इट नॉर्मल, वाज इट पॉजिटिव और वाज इट नेगेटिव. अगर नेगेटिव कॉल था, so automatically an email was being fired with the link of the what you call the transcript. Somebody could hear exactly क्या बात हुआ. हो सकता है बात सही हुआ हो, AI बाबू जो है कहीं ना कहीं वो हम लोग को मिसगाइड किया, but at least that was flagged off. ये होने के बाद now typically client was asking questions also. So we started building up a database of what are the frequently asked questions. अभी तक जो frequently asked questions है वो हम लोग guess करते हैं, but now from the real conversations we were able to pull out so many questions that is coming out, and it was giving us a lot of insight. और ये सारा का सारा चीज़ now we can see it right on our dashboard. तो इसके अंदर में 5-6 steps है, and believe me this entire workflow was done through no coding tools and completely done by our non-technical team. And I think this is one thing you all can really learn, and for the SOP or for the workflow you have, you can think of it how it can be done, and definitely it is all doable.
So Ranjanji, you have I think struck the right chord that we as chartered accountants, as finance professionals should be more focused on the outcome of the tool rather than building that tool. And we should be more focused on how to run that tool just by using a no-code platform or a vibe coding platform. So before I end, I would like to have a couple of tools from both of you that you can give as a giveaway to all our participants here, by which they can use that tool and they can create some web apps, giving some examples on how it is beneficial to them. So it's just food for thought to everyone that this is the base where we can build tools, and then they can explore by going back to their offices and understand how to do that. Sir.
So I think one tool that is always something that all accountants, I would say, and chartered accountants require is reconciliations. Now reconciliation is reconciliation between two customer statements. So your own ledger versus your vendor's ledger or your customer's ledger. And the second is bank reconciliation. Okay, I think these are two major reconciliations that have to be done. The third, in fact, is I think quite a major one, is 26AS RECO. Now, all of these three are very, very easily developed. You can choose whichever AI tool you want. I'm telling you, whichever AI tool you want, and you can upload and you can get the Python script for these. You don't need to. I mean, if you tell me what would I use, I would use Claude because that's what we use extensively. I would tell you don't use Claude. You can use any tool. I think Gemini will do it, ChatGPT will do it, any other tool will do it. Just upload two statements and just ask him to reconcile it and give you the differences. That's it. I'm telling you, it is as easy as that. I would, if anyone wishes to know a little bit more, please feel free to connect with me also. You can connect with me on LinkedIn or any other place. I'm sure and we can probably, I can try my best to guide as to what we can do. But these are small, simple tools that are available. There are third-party service providers who are providing these tools as well. But you know what? While I won't tell you to sort of why relearn something that already exists, but these are things which are very interesting to sort of know how to do, because that will expand your horizon of creating more tools and more web apps for your own personal use of your organization, which will give your organization the edge. And therefore, I will never tell you that, definitely I will not tell you go and learn coding and create a development team and everything. But I would say these are small things which will enable your own team to think logically, which is why I'm saying build these tools yourself, and there is enough and more assistance available. These are all no-code platforms and they are very easy to make. Start with, if you ask me which is the tool I would start with reconciliation, only because that is the main part where people struggle. Maybe even 26 AS reconciliation. I think that's something you can start doing. Yeah.
So taking a cue, I just like to highlight what I made a tool for my firm, which I think would be applicable for to you all. I showed it yesterday also in my HTML session. I just took two datas, one from 2B and other from the books of accounts that was maintained. I took a screenshot of both the data. I placed it on ChatGPT and I told them I want to do a reconciliation of this format of data and I want to create a simple HTML tool in which I will upload both the files of my clients and I want a report defining what are the match data, what are the mismatch data, what is there in 2B, what is there in books and all that. And there is a beautiful code and just I need to click on them. It will be running as an HTML format and I just need to upload the data and the results are there. Maybe it's a 3-line item code or maybe it's a 300 line or a 3 lakh item line. It will run everyone in a matter of some seconds or some minutes. So this was one tool which I did. Ranjanji, your Q&A.
See, a very basic tool is called Glide. This is from what you call the team of Google, and it integrates very well with Google Sheets. Google Sheets, a lot of people must be using, and Google Sheets can act as a database. So for basic coding, I think Glide with Google Sheets work very well. There are other similar tools, and Shyam, what I can do is I can send a mail to you. I have a list of lot of tools because you wanted one or two. I would love to share with you, well documented, at least about 25-30 tools having different purposes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the amazing.
You can share it.
That would be amazing for all the participants.
Yeah, you can share it with everyone, so you can use this. Now, once you are wanting to get down to little more advanced things, then you need to have a database deployed on the server. Uske liye I told you Lovable is extremely good. Now what happens is कि whenever you are building up an app, जैसे ऐप के अंदर में कई इवेंट्स होते हैं कि ये काम होने से मेरे को दो काम करना है. I'll give you a very simple example कि say once I do this, I want to send a WhatsApp message and I want to also send a what you call an email. Or maybe I want to also update some information in some other place. So इसके लिए you need to build connections. So one way to build connection is using Zapier. It's very simple. You can use Zapier, where you can in Zapier you can say कि in this particular place Zapier can connect to two different applications. आप ये बोल सकते हो उसके अंदर में मेरे को जब ये काम होता है तो मेरे को ये दो काम करना है इसके अंदर में. So you can use Zapier. Zapier, वैसे तो it's cheap, but once you start using it more and more, it can become a little expensive. Nowadays, N2N is there, which has become very popular. If you can actually host it on your computer, it doesn't cost anything. In fact, the application I just told you about, the sentiment analysis, we have used NTN in that. I think, Shyam, one question you had asked about the cost factor. Cost factor is very interesting if you see it from two different point of view. एक है मैं खर्चा कर रहा हूँ कि मैं इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ. अगर अपने खर्चा बोल के करेंगे आपको हर चीज़ ही महंगा लगेगा, बट इन्वेस्टमेंट का मतलब ये है कि मैं इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ कमाई करने के लिए. तो मैं यही बोलूँगा आपको कि अगर आप कोई भी चीज़ एआई में करते हैं या कोई भी आप एआई को बड़े बेस बना के कोई एफर्ट करते हैं, बी प्रिपेयर्ड कि देयर विल बी अ कॉस्ट, क्योंकि आई एम वेरी अफ्रेड ऑफ फ्री थिंग्स. जब वो अच्छा लगने लगता है ना वो पैसा मांगने लगता है. सो इट्स बेटर टू बी प्रिपेयर्ड मेंटली कि पैसा लगेगा, बट यू विल हैव टू लुक एट इट कि वेदर दैट इन्वेस्टमेंट नॉट एक्सपेंस इज बेनिफिशियल फॉर यू, कैन यू अर्न मोर. सो आई विल अगेन से समथिंग, यू विल बी एबल टू इजीली असेस what is going to be the cost, and you will have to decide whether I am willing to invest that cost. मैं अभी भी खर्चा नहीं बोलूँगा उसको. So this is my take on this.
Thank you.
So I'll just add one thing. Though रंजन जी बोले हैं कि about investment, मैं आपको ये भी साथ में बोलूँगा कि वो जो पहले मैं आपको बोलूँगा आपको इन्वेस्ट सिर्फ 2 ही महीने करना है. मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूँ 3rd month में you will recover that investment manyfold in terms of saving of manpower, in terms of जो न्यू क्लाइंट एडिशन हुए हैं उसके लिए you've not had to add manpower in terms of reduction in overall time for doing activities for delivering to clients. So I would say कि apart from it being an investment, मैं आपको ये बोल रहा हूँ कि तीसरे महीने में आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं, आप उसको एज एन एक्सपेंस भी ट्रीट करेंगे ना, तो आपके ROI में वो बैठ जाएगा.
So taking a cue from Anurag ji's ROI, we finance professionals are very much concerned कि हमारा ROI क्या आ रहा है. But I would like to add a T in between. It's ROTI, return on time invested. So if that ROTI that we want from AI, if we invest it properly, definitely we will be having a much better and efficient ecosystem in our office. So now I open the house for any questions if we can have from the audience. If anybody would like to pitch in with their thoughts or theories. If anyone would like to have. Sir, एक mic दीजिए. Mic.
Hello. Actually, the documents movement is very important, and very casual approach, the client sending data through email, mostly in WhatsApp, so that is unsecured. Can we develop a tools, app, that through app the data movement that is to and fro is possible?
So I think there are web apps already available for this, for document flow, for approvals, for even reading the documents, etc. There are enough web apps available. I will look up the specific names. I can't think on top of my head.
That is app based. That app actually private app.
No. So if I can just explorate a little bit. Suppose I need to share data with my client and my clients need to share data with me. I want a common place where we can both give data and take data. So in that case, what I would do, right now, if I get something in mind is, I will create a Google Drive, giving access to my client, where he can put in data there, which my team can get access to, and where I can also put in data on the same drive, and he can get access to. So are you talking about this kind? And that is secured only to the person who is, will give access only to the particular email ID, which can access that folder, rather than a public link.
Specific app, actually the CA firm can develop an app, and that app we install in the client mobile, and they can through this app movement of data that
you can do that on a Google Drive also. You can use Dropbox, Google Drive, or any of these storage platforms. We use Dropbox for us, but Google Drive does the same job. So even as an app, I mean, you install the Google Drive app on your mobile and just save those documents in that folder in the Google Drive. It will automatically go to the chartered accountant or to whomever you wish to share. They can access it. You give them edit access or read-only access as per what you want, and then that's how you can collaborate. Your entire office can collaborate very easily at a very, very negligible cost, I would say. There's hardly any, there's no significant cost associated with this.
Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, I just want to say this, there are two parts to this. Maybe you are meaning something different. See, what Shyam just said, you can have a Google Drive. Using Google Drive, you are able to create a platform for receiving information and giving information. So this is nothing but you're creating a storage space, a dedicated storage space for your client. So this part has nothing to do with AI. Am I right?
Correct.
It has nothing to do with AI. Now suppose if you want to read that information and you want to get insight from that information, or you can think of what you want to really do with that information, and you want some automation in that. So यहाँ पर आपको workflow build करना पड़ेगा. तो यहाँ पर आप एक web app develop कर सकते हो. Objective has to be clear कि मेरे को ये करना है. और आप ये भी कर सकते हो कि मेरे को इन डॉक्यूमेंट के साथ में ये काम करना है, इन डॉक्यूमेंट के साथ में ये काम करना है, बिकॉज एवरी डॉक्यूमेंट कैन नॉट बी एक्टेड इन द सेम वे. तो आप ये प्लान कर सकते हो, एक छोटा वेब ऐप डेवलप कर सकते हो और वो वेब ऐप को वो आपका गूगल ड्राइव से डेटा को रीड करेगा, डिसाइड करेगा कि ये वेब ऐप उसके लिए एप्लीकेबल है कि नहीं, बिकॉज आई सेड कि एवरी डॉक्यूमेंट विल नॉट हैव द सेम वेब ऐप। वो पता कर लेगा कि मेरे मतलब का है कि नहीं, और उससे आपको इंसाइट निकाल के दे सकता है। आपको इंसाइट कैसे देगा, उसके लिए भी आप एक वर्कफ्लो डेवलप कर सकते हो कि आप उसकी एक तो ईमेल आपको फायर कर देगा या आपको व्हाट्सएप में भी एक अलर्ट दे देगा। ये सारे आप वर्कफ्लो बना सकते हो। यहाँ पर एआई का रोल है, लेकिन कोई भी चीज़ को, कोई भी एक तो एआई को पावर करने के लिए आपको एक बेस इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए। तो द फर्स्ट स्टेप इज़ व्हाट श्याम सेड कि डेटा मिलेगा कैसे आपको। तो डेटा आपको मिल गया, जैसे इन्होंने गूगल ड्राइव का बात बताया, आप इसके लिए भी एक वेब ऐप बना सकते हो कि क्लाइंट इंस्टेड ऑफ गिविंग डेटा इन गूगल ऐप, उसको आप एक तो वेब ऐप शेयर कर दो कि वो उस ऐप को यूज़ करके आपको डेटा देगा और वो डेटा गूगल ड्राइव में स्टोर हो जाएगा। मैं बोलता हूँ ना, आपकी इमेजिनेशन इज़ योर लिमिट, आप सब कुछ कर सकते हो। और मैं बोलता हूँ कि फिर से आप जो श्याम ने एक बहुत बढ़िया बात कहा, इन्वेस्ट मैंने एक टाइम फैक्टर घुसा दिया आरओआई के अंदर में। मैं आपको फिर बोलता हूँ, आप कोई भी चीज़ एआई में आप ट्राई करोगे ना, आपको मैंने आई कैन टेल यू विथ गारंटी, आप कोई भी चीज़ एफर्ट करो, यू विल फेल द फर्स्ट 5 times, और आपको मन में यही बात आएगा एआई बेकार है। सर एआई बेकार नहीं है, हम अभी सीख रहे हैं। This is a time spent on learning, and believe me, the day you start understanding how to get the best out of it, it will be a changed world for you.
So thank you Ranjan ji, thank you Anurag Bhaiya for the wonderful deliberations that you have given. Question? We'll take this last question, please.
So could you specify some tools or web apps regarding the 2B versus books reconciliation, so that it could be done in a faster manner? Samji actually has already specified that
HTML tool
through
can be
HTML,
created.
So is there any other tools which can be handy and which can be done in a faster manner apart from that?
So in reality, there are a lot of softwares available for 2B RICO, whether it is Clear Tax, My GST, etc. But I think now most of the accounting softwares itself have the 2B RICO tool inbuilt. So whether you're using Tally, whether you use RealBooks, whether you use Busy, all of these, I have not seen it in Zoho, but I think Zoho also has it. I think Zoho also has it. So all of these softwares themselves now provide a 2B RICO tool within it. Now,
no, apart from, I'm sorry to interrupt you. So thing is that we are not saying about third-party tools. I am saying that customized tool, whether could we build the same?
Yeah, you can build it. Shyamji just told you, na, he built it on HTML.
So on HTML you can do, just try to interrupt, we can do on macros also. You can create VBA macros. If you have data in Excel format, you can create macros and run it in your Excel file. It will do reconciliation of both the sheets and give you data. In fact, you can create, like Ranjanji said, you can create an N8N model, which we call an AI agent, in which you can have 2 sets of data, one from the books, from the side of 2B, and you can give a logic with respect to GST, and it will run the whole process and give you a reconciliation.
Okay.
So there are these 2-3 examples by which you can do this kind of a reconciliation. Power query can be done, definitely, sir.
And it could be executed through ChatGPT or Claude.
Yes, definitely. Anything can be created. In fact, in my office, I create AI agents. I try to create AI agents with the help of ChatGPT itself. I tell them this is the workflow that I need. What Ranjanji was talking about, that you need to first understand what is the workflow that you need. That from where you get the source data, what is the process you want to do, in what format you want to have the output. If you have decided all of these, then you can create an AI agent with the help of any of the LLM tools like ChatGPT, Claude, anything that you want.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you Anurag ji. Thank you, Ranjan ji. I think the great takeaways that I could sense from these two is, first, to use AI as your slave and not as your master. So it can be a good assistant to you. Second, if you want to invest in tools which you can put as your asset in your balance sheet, as your investment, and not as an expense in your PL. that would definitely give a different mindset of how to use and invest in artificial intelligence. The ROI and ROTI that needs to be checked with every tool that we have. And finally, after all the discussions that I can relate to, I can just take away one line from it, that being a chartered accountant, I am not replaceable, but I am upgradable. So we need to upgrade ourselves with the advent of technology, with the advent of AI in this coming world, and definitely with these two gentlemen by our sides always, they will help us in getting more tools, getting more information about it. And as Ranjanji has said, he will share tools. I think it will be given to ICA and it will be distributed to all the participants. So thank you so much for a patient hearing, and thank you to both the panelists and to EIRC of ICA for organizing this. Over to Aditya ji.
Thank you, Shyamji. So while we come to the end of the last technical session and the end of the AI Summit that we had for 2 days, wherein more than 600 members have attended the sessions, and with each time passes at the evening, Sunday evening, special thanks to the members who are still there investing their time to learn more and more out of this particular summit. So thanks to each one of you who are still there. Thank you, Shyam Agrawalji, for moderating this particular session and asking the relevant questions which are very relevant from the perspective of the chartered accountants. Thank you, Ranjan sir and Anurag sir, for giving such insightful things to us, wherein we have learnt a lot from your deliberations and various tools that you have suggested, usage of the Claude and usage of the Glide. So these are the tools that we'll be using, and I'm sure that we all will be benefited out of this insightful session. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.